Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I just saw this chat from Todd Jahad saying, always wanted to catch you live, broski. I am happy that today is that day that you finally get to catch me live. And we have something very interesting to look at. And we have Jax in the building, we have John, we have uh, the regular suspects. So happy to have all of you with me right now. How have you all been? How is your morning been? Or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are in the world. This person from Ireland is greeting good morning. This is 7 a.m. in New York City. This is around 12 p.m. This is noon in Nigeria. And I think this is 1 p.m. in South Africa, if I'm not mistaken. And in the UK, it should be 12 noon by this time. So, wow, we are ahead. We are ahead. This is, it's only in this regard that we are ahead of the Western countries like America. 6 a.m. in Texas. That's a huge time difference. That's 6 hour time difference. That is a lot. Anyways, welcome everyone. It's so good to see every one of you. Please smash the like button. Destroy the like button. Shalom to you, Mad Monkey Seeds 1. I presume that you're, watching from Israel. If that is the case, that will be like 2 p.m. Look at me guessing everyone's time zone and what the time is. You see? I'm pretty good at this. I am very good at this. I said 1 p. Okay. Nah, I wasn't good. I was like an hour off. Supposed to be 1 p.m. and I said 2. Anyways, who cares? I was 1 p.m., 2 p.m., Isn't it interesting that South African time and Israel time is the same? Maybe there's a connection there. We need to investigate. Isn't it surprising? It's interesting. If I'm like Candice Owens at this point, I could just string a couple of things together and make some weird connection. And say this is proof that the Jews are doing something in South Africa. 12 a.m. in New Zealand. That is something. I just saw that. Where is that? 12 a.m. in New Zealand. That is, my goodness, that is 12-hour time difference. Okay, I'm not here to talk about time difference right now, okay? I'm not here to talk about time difference. I'm here to get into the show. Anyways, all right. So today we are going to be discussing something very interesting, something very exciting. And it's a debate. I've always wanted to see somebody finally get to debate Sneako. Even though, come on, it's a very easy thing to do. It's not difficult. Debating Sneako it's easy. It's light work, actually. It's light work, actually. But I've always wanted to see, because people like Sneako, the best thing they do is try as much as they can to avoid confrontation with people who know what you're talking about. So people like Sneako, they thrive in this atmosphere of ignorance, and they try as much as possible to not have to encounter people who are knowledgeable. Because when they do, it's always going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be disastrous. It's going to be a massacre, okay? That is usually the case with people like Sneako. So what they do best is try to just exist within that echo chamber of ignorance, or within that environment of complete ignorance, of total stupidity, where they can shine, because that is the environment that is necessary for them to really shine bright, right? So it was kind of interesting when I figured out that he dared to have a conversation with somebody who actually knew what they were talking about, somebody who was very knowledgeable on the issue of Israel and Palestine, who knew the history, who understood Islam, somebody who knows the history, who understands Islam, who understands most of the topics that he tries to dabble into and spew his regular false narrative and false buzzwords and talking points like that. These kind of people like Sneako, they argue in just recycling certain arguments and thinking, if they just say that, then that will be good. I'm also hoping that we'll eventually get to see him debate a Christian about some of the claims he makes about Christianity. That would be fantastic. If I get to be that guy, it would be amazing. But I can only hope. Maybe I should get on Omi TV. Anyways, that is my way of introducing what we are going to be discussing today. So please, guys, smash the like button. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed, but please smash that like button. Destroy it. There are 20 of us here right now, and 20 of us should give this video 20 likes. I believe that's what we already have. And, share the link to those who should be here, and engage in the live chat. I want to hear what every one of us have to say, and let's see how this goes, right? So, usual way I start the channel is to talk about money first. I say start the channel, start the live stream. Usually I start the live stream is to talk about money first. Yeah, so guys, remember, if you really want to first of all, as always, I appreciate every one of us. I really, really 100% appreciate everyone who is with us, who is always with us, who is always here. And one way you can support the channel, of course, is to go to buymeacoffee.com/NIG perspective. You go to, this is it. buymeacoffee.com/NIG perspective, and you buy me a coffee over there. Put your money where my mouth is, and the Lord will richly reward you. All right. Now let's get into it. Let's get into the debate and watch Sneako get completely, intellectually molested. Let's watch Sneako get intellectually bamboozled, intellectually decimated. I'm waiting for the stuff to load before I share my screen. So I don't know why it's taking forever. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. 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 All right, let's do this. Okay. So let's get into this. Let's see. No, it's not network. It's just my system loading.
Second I brought up Islam, he's like, no, please don't deflect.
We can talk about that.
Muhammad's Aisha was 4 to 5 years younger. 4 to 5 years younger than Epstein's youngest victim, and they're both equally disgusting.
Are you not going to click this link? You wanted this link before, I couldn't source it, and I'm sourcing it.
Let me read it real quick. Robert Maxwell threatened Mossad. Oh, it says he threatened Mossad. He would
all of this is like a recap of some of the things that happened during the live stream. So
the Kremlin, that's interesting. Wait, are you going to ignore that part?
So like you can see, most of this said just upcoming. So this like some of the things that we have said at the beginning. Let me see if I can skip a little bit, but I want to ensure it starts at the right time.
What is the subject line?
They tolerated his excess. Hold on, let's keep reading. This is great.
So we've started with 1948, and I'm very glad we started.
Why did we start with 48? When did the war start? You said 48?
Yes.
In 1936, when they targeted and slaughtered 510 Jews during the Third Jaffa riots. What was the reason for that if it didn't start till 48, Sneako?
We're talking about this land, these people.
It was literally, I'm talking about the exact same land.
What up?
How are you?
All right, so this is where it starts.
I'm good. So you got the...
Right, this is where it starts. I think they are having this conversation on Omi TV. So it's kind of like, you get... I don't know how it actually works. I really want to get on Omi TV and see if I can do something like this and see if I can thrive in this kind of atmosphere. Let's see. Who knows? Maybe I should consider it for the next live stream. I'm thinking about it strongly, okay? I am. And I might just do it, okay? I might just do it.
Flags up.
Yeah. America, Israel, and Iran.
How come?
Who I support, served the military for about 12 years in the American military.
It's kind of like a funny question. How come you have America, Iran, and Israeli flags behind you? How come? Well, I went to the market and I bought it. That's how come. That is how it happened. Is there any other way people get flags and put them in their background? Like how come they went to the market and they bought it? I don't know how else. How else do people get flags?
And I'm not Jewish, but I support Israel. I'm not Iranian. I support Iran.
Is that a Palestine necklace?
It's an Israeli necklace.
Okay.
It has the Golan Heights, right? You don't think that Palestine controls the Golan Heights?
Oh, well, let me ask you, why do you support Israel if you're not Jewish?
You don't have to be, what? Are you Palestinian?
Like, do you have to be? I mean, I've seen people who say they support Nigeria, they stand with Nigeria, especially when Boko Haram attacks take place. You know, you have the Bring Back Our Girls campaign. You've had so many things like that. You have people who have shown support for my own country, and many of them are not Nigerians. Imagine saying something as ridiculous as, why then do these people support Nigeria if they're not Nigerians? Well, because, you know, you want to support them. That's enough. Do you have to be from a place to support people in that place?
Good question.
Right, and I'm answering by asking you, are you Palestinian?
No.
Do you support Palestine?
I want them to be freed.
Okay, so you support them. Wow, you just answered your own question. Good job.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question.
It's the
I'm
same
answering
exact
why,
answer.
because they should be.
Yeah, that's exactly the question. Like, you just explained the Sneako. Sneako, don't tell me you are this slow. Come on. You get the point he's trying to make. It's obvious. Like, sometimes you just concede certain points, right? Like, it's not out of place. It's not unreasonable. It's not unfathomable that somebody who is not an Israeli, somebody who is not a Jew, somebody who is not whatever, you know, label you want to give that person, who is not a Christian Zionist, you know, like they say in America, somebody who is not any of that can say, you know what, when it has to do with this particular conflict, or when it has to do with Israel's, you know, right to defend itself, I support the nation. I think they have that right. I think it is okay for them to exist and not, you know, be bothered by terrorists. Or are just generally opposed to terrorist organization. And whenever I see them try to threaten the sovereignty of a country, I will always support that country. Like, it's a very reasonable thing to see. Like, Sneako and his likes try to pretend like that is unreasonable. Like, it doesn't make sense. How can somebody who is not a Jew support Israel? Like, what? As if it's unreasonable. No, it's not unreasonable.
Freed.
It's not unreasonable in the same way it's not unreasonable that somebody who is not Palestinian is in support of Palestine. Which is more unreasonable? Sneako? Somebody who is not a Jew supporting the state of Israel, or somebody who is a proud member of the LGBTQIA plus community being in support of Hamas. Which is more unreasonable? Which is more unreasonable? Somebody like Sneako supporting Palestine and essentially supporting Hamas, right? When in reality, if he lives in Palestine, he will be persecuted. In fact, he may probably get himself killed with some of the things he believes and practices. Somebody who is in support of 12 Shias that are controlling Iran, when if he was in Iran, he'd probably be one of those Sunni Muslims that will be executed. Who, if he was living in Iran, he will not be privy to the kind of lifestyle that he has right now and the kind of life he's enjoying right now. Like, Iran will not afford him that, but he's in support of that nation. He's in support of a nation that do not support Sunni Islam. Which is more unreasonable, Sneako? That a Sunni Muslim is in support of a Shia dictatorship, or that a non-Jew is in support of Israel? Which is more unreasonable?
I support Palestine because they're being genocided and they need to be freed from this genocide. And they are predominantly Muslim brothers and they are good people.
Right. And
so that's I gave you clear evidences. I gave you clear examples why I support Palestine. Why do you support Israel?
Right. So that's not what you originally asked. That's your new question. Your original question is, why do I do it if I'm not Jewish? So your new question is, why do I support Israel, period? Right. My answer is that I think they should be freed from terrorism and terroristic state and IRGC proxy group.
Okay.
Doesn't mean I particularly dislike any Arabs living in the land.
But why do you support? Do you support them because terrorists are attacking them?
No, there's many reasons. I'm just trying to simplify an answer just for a vague question. I'm giving a vague answer. Obviously, we can expand. There's more to it. I also don't believe it's a genocide because it doesn't meet the definition of Genocide Convention of 48 that was ratified in 51. Doesn't meet the
You've seen Gaza today, and have you seen it 2023, right? They're cutting off the food supply, cutting off the water supply. They have kept on shooting after the ceasefire. They've made it clear they want to expand to Greater Israel. They want to ethnically cleanse them, destroy the land. It's been completely destroyed. The Jewish Zionists controlling Israel.
All of them, or some of them, 10% of them, 100% of them? I know some people have said that. Of course, there's people that are allowed to agree with that. There's some people that want America to expand too, and there's some people that disagree with it. But that wouldn't mean I would attribute that to Donald Trump or the administration. But before you kind of
or even attribute that to the entire United States, right? It's this kind of way of thinking that, like, people who are anti-Israel, who come up with this ridiculous argument, can really understand where, the idea that a state can have a diversity of opinion. People within the state can have different views about how the state should function, what policy they should push for, or what policy they should implement, and the ones that should be discarded. People have different views within a state, right? When it has to do with Israel, if one person, one random guy, or even somebody in office, talks about a particular policy or a particular agenda that they wish that, the nation of Israel could pursue or implement, something that the nation is not even popular in the nation, something that even the current administration in Israel will not think to consider. It doesn't matter to these people. They will say, oh, look, this is proof. This is proof that, the Jews want to do this. This is proof that, this nation wants to do this. Proof that whoever they would be at that point, this is proof that they are pushing this. Meanwhile, they live in countries like the United States that is very diverse, politically diverse, people who have different political agendas, and all of them advocating for their agenda. None of those agendas is 100% representative of what Americans want and who Americans are. In fact, it's not the case with any country. The only country where it is popular to see people do this is when it has to do with Israel and when it has to do with the Jewish state. And that is what Sneako is doing here, essentially. Just this generalization. That is what they want. Who is they?
A huge list.
You're going everywhere. Okay.
You went everywhere. That's my point. I'm trying to bring us back. You just labeled a whole thing. I'm trying to go back to the genocide.
I didn't even mention Trump, and you went over to Trump.
He went over to Trump because he was trying to use it to explain something, because he knows you're an American. So let's use something that you are familiar with to explain my point. Sneako, that is how conversations and explanation often work. He's not using that to move to Trump. He's not like, let's talk about Trump. No, he's using Trump to explain Israel so that you can understand like that just like America, Israel is also a diverse state, not a monolith, not where everybody has the same opinion and they think the same way.
Go back to the original question. So
you don't want to talk about genocide?
I do want to get there, but I have to figure out what you believe in. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you're supporting Israel.
Okay, fair enough. Go back.
Why are you upset?
I'm literally not
upset.
He's
not upset. He's frustrated. Maybe a little bit frustrated. And if I was in his shoe, it's frustrating. When you talk to people like this, it's kind of, you have to mask the frustration, but it's kind of frustrating because you start up on a topic now, they are like, no, let's go to something else. We want to talk about something. So what I see on his face is that look of, all right, you know what? Go ahead. He's not angry. He's just dealing with the frustration of talking with somebody like you, Sneako.
Fair enough. Go back.
Okay. So why do you support a state that was created in 1948 by Jews to support the greater Jewish cause, and you are not Jewish? What are you? What do you believe in?
That is a very stupid question. Like, Sneako... Okay, of course, that's not the question, but he pivoted to another question. What are you? Who are you? But that is even if, let's say, the reason why Israel was founded was because a couple of Satanists wanted to find a nation, and the reason why they wanted to found that nation is so that they can carry out satanic rituals. And that is the reason. It was founded by a bunch of Satanists. It was founded by a bunch of demoniacs, people who believe in, satanic practices and the worst evil practice you can imagine. And they came together and then they founded a state. And now that state exists. And in that state, there are actual people there. There are people whose population is up to like 10 million or 9 million. People, men, women, children now live in that state and identify as people of that state. Once that state exists, I don't care the history. I don't even care the reason why it was created. None of that is important. That state has the right to exist and has the right to not have terrorists try to, affect the sovereignty of that state. It exists. I don't care the reason why people were advocating for that state in 1948. I don't care if how many Christian babies were sacrificed. All the things that anti-Semites like to bring up. How many Christian children blood were drained for the state to come into existence. None of that is important. Now that state is here, it is here. If they are carrying out rituals, then we can talk about stopping them from carrying out those rituals. If they are killing babies, then we can talk about them stopping them from killing babies as ritual practices. If they are doing things that are nefarious, we can talk about stopping that state from doing those nefarious things. We can even talk about a regime change in that state. Okay? But as long as that state already exists, it has the right to defend its existence. It has the right to defend itself. It has the right to not be terrorized by external forces. It has that right to protect its people. It has the right to do all of that. And for that very reason, especially when they are being terrorized by Islamic terror groups, I support them 100%. And of course, I'm bringing all these extreme cases of, sucking blood, not because I'm like, I want people to suck the blood of children or anything like that. I'm just saying, even if all the things that you believe about Jews is true, even if all of that is true, it doesn't deprive the nation of Israel of the right for it to exist. Iran, in just a few months ago, the government in Iran, we are shooting their own citizens, killing over 35,000 of them. It does not mean the state of Iran should not exist.
Like my religion, or I'm Italian and Spanish mostly. I mean, my dad's from Mexico. I'm just I'm not Jewish. I'm American. I don't know what you're asking. Like,
Okay, well, what's your faith? Did you grow up Catholic? Spanish, Italian is probably Catholic. Right?
I'm a cradle Catholic, but I'm not a Catholic anymore. I do believe in God, but I'm not particularly a religious person, at least like a practice religion. I do believe in God for sure. But I believe in the seven laws of Noah. I'm not Jewish. I'm not really Christian anymore. I was a cradle Catholic, and I did believe that for a little bit, but I kind of left the church as I started having questions.
So you just believe in God and God alone?
That's correct. I have read the Christian Bible. I've read the Quran twice. I've read over about 20,000 hadiths. I've read the Hebrew Bible, the Tanakh, the Torah, whatever. But yeah, just not any of those three faiths.
So you're against organized religion?
No, I'm not against it per se. I guess it depends on how that organized religion plays out. But I don't like harp on anyone if they're part of an organized religion. That's fine.
And you said you read 20,000 hadith?
15 to 20,000. Read all of Sahih al-Bukhari, which is about 7,500 hadiths. I read all of Sahih Muslim, and I've read some of the ones beyond that.
Right. Google's saying it's around like 2,000 to 7,000 hadith, but
wait,
maybe you're
you don't
reading
know
Shia
your
ones as
own?
well.
Nope.
You see, in this life, there are good Muslims, okay? There are bad Muslims, and there are Google Muslims. Sneako is a Google Muslim.
15 to 20,000.
That is what he is.
Read all of Sahih al-Bukhari, which is about 7,500 hadith.
Okay? There are good Muslims.
I read all of Sahih Muslim, and
there are bad Muslims. Okay? There are good Muslims, there are bad Muslims, and there are Google Muslims. Okay? Sneako is a Google Muslim. Sneako does not know how many hadiths there are. Sneako knows nothing about his religion. This guy is supposed to be a Muslim, and he thinks that there are only 2,000 to 7,000 hadiths. Well, I don't blame him. It's not his fault. Many Muslims are ignorant on this kind of things. But I just find it interesting that I don't even know what he Googled that brought up the distance that there are like 2,000 hadiths. There are a lot of hadiths. A lot of hadiths, even for Sunni Muslims and for Shias too. There are a lot of hadiths. The collection is, and then the repetitions, of course. If you put all of that together, it's going to be like really, really large numbers. But for Sneako, it's just 2,000. 2,000 hadiths. That's fantastic. Where did my mouse go?
I've read some of the ones beyond that.
Right. Google's saying it's around like 2,000 to 7,000 hadith, but
Wait,
Maybe
you
you're
don't
reading
know
Shia
your
ones as
own?
well.
No, that's okay. First off, the fact, aren't you Muslim?
Yeah, again, Hadith,
Dude,
there's
Sahih
unreliable and there's
al-Bukhari-
specifically reliable.
Sahih al-Bukhari has
There's different
7,500
books.
hadiths by itself, dude. How do you not know this?
Again, there are different clarifications on how many Hadith you could believe
No.
and how many are specifically reliable. There's different interpretations.
Sahih al-Bukhari is reliable. It's Sahih, which means authentic. Do you know what Sahih means?
Yes, look, the point is
Holy
that there's
shit.
different schools of thought and different people believe in different amounts of Hadith.
Correct.
This is the first
Shut
time I
up!
would say 20,000.
Shut up, Sneako. Shut your stupid mouth. Shut your mouth. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What exactly are you talking about? Saying so some people believe so. Sahih Bukhari is Sahih because it is like if they're talking about authentic hadith for Muslims, Sahih Bukhari is that hadith. There is nothing in Sahih Bukhari that is like, oh, we don't accept this. It is called Sahih Bukhari for that reason. That's why the word Sahih. Sahih is not the surname of Bukhari. Sahih is not his first name. Bukhari is his last name. Sneako. Do you understand what Sahih means actually? Does he even know what the meaning of Sahih is?
Dude, well, first off, I don't know what you Googled, but Sunni Hadith, Sahih al-Bukhari is Sunni, okay? Sahih al-Bukhari by itself, before you even get into Sahih Muslim, is 7,500. What did you Google exactly? How many hadiths are there? I'm going to Google that just to see what mine says. How many total hadiths are there? Yeah, so what I got is it estimates range from tens of thousands to over 100,000, as you can know. It's not focusing, but or over a million actually. It says tens of thousands to over a million. So I don't know what you read.
Total Hadith, it depends. Again, it's debated about how many specific Hadiths
Okay,
are.
but-
Sneako, stop. You don't know this. Stop talking about it. Like, stop embarrassing yourself. The more you speak, the more you expose your ignorance. If you realize that you are dealing in a topic that you don't know, see, Sneako, it is not a difficult thing. Just take the correction and be like, don't allow ego and pride to prevent you from just recognizing where you've made a mistake and just like move on and say, okay, my bad. Wow, yeah, it's true. It's kind of embarrassing. I mean, like sometimes you even make it like a self-deprecating like joke and be like, that is embarrassing. As a Muslim, I should know this, but it's kind of, maybe I should pay attention to that. Thank you for even making me know this. You just use that kind of way and just, that is not important. That's not important. The important is not how many hadiths there are. That's not even the point of your conversation. It's about genocide at the end of the day. So why not just leave that? You've there is this thing about these people, like every point has to be like won. Every debate has to be won. Every point has to be proven. Even when you are like clearly wrong, just take it. I made a mistake. I did not know. I was ignorant. I didn't know anything about that. Wow, I'm happy to see that you are, opening my eyes to realizing just how many hadiths there are. Honestly, the hadith is one part of Islam that I don't really understand. You say that nothing to, to force over and just move on to the next thing. I don't understand this. Oh, no. There is a conversation about which one should be regarded and which one should not be regarded. Dude, Sahih Bukhari should be regarded. All of it.
No one in the world would say there's only 2,000 or whatever you said.
I wasn't refuting you. If you're coming here to do this like gotcha moment, I was asking because this is the first time I've heard somebody say that they've read that many or that there were that many. Most of the people
that is because you have surrounded yourself with ignorant Muslims. What do you expect? The warner that looks like somebody that has never read anything in his life, even the Quran that he seems to quote, is the person that is your handler. Sheikh Uthman, the fraudster the fraudster with a sheikh title is the person that is also your handler. These are the people who you learn Islam from. How are you going to ever hear from those people that they are over a million hadiths or that they've even read up to 5? Sheikh Ibn Footnote, who thought a footnote is actually the hadith, is the person who is going to tell you the truth about your Hadith collections. This person who said in the one video that we saw the other day, he said, okay, Sheikh Uthman said that just because Aisha said something does not even mean that it is reliable. Just because it is Sahih does not mean that it is reliable. That is the person who any Muslim is supposed to take seriously. Somebody that is going to tell you that just because something is Sahih, it doesn't mean it is reliable. If that's the case, then nothing in Islam is reliable. Those are the people that Sneako listens to.
I've spoken to say there's around 7,000 as
Bro, I promise you it wasn't to be a gotcha. I just never heard a Muslim say that. But yeah, I know a lot of people have read way more than me. But sure, I mean, they're not that long. Anyways, what?
Anyway, you meet, see, the difference between you and Sneako is that you're somebody who is knowledgeable, you're somebody who seeks to know the truth, and you read. So when you are somebody who is knowledgeable, who seeks to know the truth, and who reads, you're going to kind of find yourself in the midst of people like you, people who are knowledgeable, people who desire knowledge, people who want to know. And so these are people who also read. So if you have read 20,000 hadiths, and you're somebody who is curious about this kind of curious about Islam, you're going to meet other people who have read more numbers of, as in more hadith collections, right? Who also may have read and so these hadiths are just like one sentence, one sentence long at the end of the day. So you're going to meet people who have also read similar numbers. But Sneako is somebody who is ignorant, who loves ignorance, who basks in ignorance. So he's going to surround himself with other ignorant people. He's going to surround himself with the warner. So what do you expect? Eye-opening moment right here.
Whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is that I'm not Christian or Muslim or Jewish.
Let's go back to the original question.
Sure.
So do you believe that land, which is the Zionist belief, was promised to them 3,000 years ago?
What do you mean by that land? So like Genesis 15, for example, says from the Euphrates River to the river of Egypt, which some people say is the Nile River, but that's actually not correct. It's actually the Al-Wadi area, which is in the Sinai. But if you go into the book of Joshua, Numbers, it actually is smaller. The borders are actually smaller. So it just depends on what you mean by that land. Yes, I do believe God literally said that, but I don't generally need to use religious beliefs to defend my position with Israel. We can talk about religion, but I don't particularly.
But if you don't believe in religion, then why do you believe this aspect of religion?
Sneako, I don't know if Sneako knows this, that even in the Quran, the land of Israel was given to the Jews. Let's just do a quick Google search, okay, just so that we can uncover this. This is something that just one quick Google search can show. Quran verse talking about let's say God giving the land of Israel to the Jews. All right, so this is from let's see what Gemini had to say. The primary Quranic verse regarding God giving the Holy Land to the Israelites, Jews, is Surah 5 verse 21. In this verse, Moses tells his people, "O my people, enter the Holy Land which Allah has assigned to you, and do not turn back, or you will be losers." So these are example of the Quran verse, Quran 5 verse 21, Quran 17 verse 104, Quran 5 verse 137, and Quran 28 verse 5 to 6. So let's see each of these one after the other, right? So let's start with Quran 5 verse 21. Quran 5 verse 21. Quran 5 verse 21 says, "O my people," this is Moses speaking, right? And we can read this in context so that we can see that it is Moses speaking. All right, so let's start from verse 20, right? Because Muslims always talk about context, so it's important to put everything in context, right? "And mention, O Muhammad, when Moses said to his people, 'O my people, remember the favor of Allah upon you when he appointed among you prophets and made you possessors, and gave you that which he had not given anyone among the worlds. "O my people," this is Moses still speaking, "O my people, enter the blessed land." That is, according to Sahih Bukhari, that is Palestine. And who was he speaking to? Who was Moses speaking to? His people. Who were his people? The Jews. Okay? So he said, "Oh my people, enter the blessed land, that is Palestine, which Allah has assigned to you, and do not turn back from fighting in Allah's cause, and thus become losers." So if the children of Israel do not fight in Allah's cause to keep the land that Allah has given to them, they will become losers. So Moses is telling them, if you turn around and don't fight to get this land that Allah has given to you, you will become losers. So Allah is telling Israelites to fight for the land, right? Okay. They said, "Oh Moses, indeed, within it is a people of tyrannical strength, and indeed, we will never enter it unless they leave. But if they leave it, then we will enter." Said two men from those who feared to disobey, upon whom Allah has bestowed favor. "Enter upon them through the gates, for when you have entered it, you will be predominant, and upon Allah rely, if you should be believers." They said, "Oh Moses, indeed we will not enter it ever, as long as they are within it. So go, you and your Lord, and fight. Indeed, we are remaining right here." And then Moses said, "My Lord, indeed I do not possess, that is control, except myself and my brother. So part us from the defiantly disobedient people." Then Allah said, "Indeed, it is forbidden to them for 40 years. They will wander throughout the land. So do not grieve over the defiantly disobedient people. And recite to them the story of Adam's two sons, blah 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 blah." Then it continues in verse 32, or is it 31? Let me see, verse 32. Let's read from verse 32. "Because of that," of course, you can see the whole story is talking about the children of Israel. "We decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul, unless for a soul or for corruption done in the land, it is as if he has slain mankind entirely. And whoever saves one, it is as if he has saved mankind entirely. And our messenger has certainly come to them with clear proofs. Then, indeed, many of them, even after that, throughout the land, we are transgressors." What land is he referring to? Palestine. Which people is he talking about? The children of Israel. Then verse 53 says, "Indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and his messenger and strive upon earth to cause corruption is none but that they be killed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off from opposite sides, or that they be exiled from the land." What land? Palestine. And what is this Quran verse saying? He's saying that these Israelites had the power, these children of Israel have the authority to enforce Allah's law on the land of Israel, and that they should fight, they should strive against those who, cause corruption in the land. And the punishment for those who cause corruption in the land that the children of Israel are to enforce upon these corruption spreaders is to do what? Is to kill or crucify them, or to cut off their hands and feet from opposite side, or to exile them from the land of Israel. This is for them a disgrace in this world, as those who are spreading corruption. And for them in the hereafter is a great what? Punishment. And this is Allah's statement to the children of Israel. Alhamdulillah. All right, let's look at the next Quran verse. We have Quran 17, verse 104. Let's see what that has to say. Quran 17. Quran 17, verse 104. Let's see. Oh, what did I write? I write 104.5. And we say after him, that is Pharaoh, to the children of Israel, dwell in the land, and when there comes the promise, i.e. the appointment of the hereafter, we will bring forth in one gathering. I don't even know what this context is about. Let me see what the Quran here said. It said this verse mentioned, and we said to the children of Israel after Pharaoh, reside in the land, but when the promise of the hereafter comes to pass, we will bring you all together. Okay? I want to see the context so I understand exactly what this verse is about. So let's see from verse 103. Okay. From verse 1. Okay. You have already known that none has sent down these signs except the Lord of the heavens and the earth as evidence. And indeed, I think, O Pharaoh, that you are destroyed. So he intend to drive them from the land, but we drown him and those with him all together. Okay, this is Allah drowning Pharaoh. And we said after him, so after Pharaoh is gone, we said to the children of Israel, dwell in the land. What land? Palestine. And where there comes the promise of the hereafter, we will bring you all together, or you bring you in one together, whatever. And with the truth we have sent it, the Quran, down. With the truth it has descended. And we have sent you, O Muhammad, except as a bringer of good tidings and a warner. Yeah, the first warner was Muhammad. Anyways, moving on. My window just went. Sorry, I need to increase my brightness so you guys can see me better. Yep, there you go. All right, moving on. Let's listen to Sneako as he continues to ask the question, do you believe that Allah gave the land to the children of Israel? As you can see from the Quran, that is the case. Allah gave the land to the children of Israel. That's what all those verses that I was reading was to establish. That according to the Quran itself, the children of Israel were given the land. And in fact, we are given authority to enforce Allah's judgment and Allah's rule upon that land.
I do believe in the word of God. I'm just saying organized religion. Like, for example, the Catholic Church I left, not because I was against certain things in the Bible, it's because of organized religion. And when I say I'm against it, again, I'm not saying other people, I like condemn them for it. That's fine. I'm just saying me personally. But yes, I believe in the words of God.
So you believe in the word of God, but you don't believe in organized religion. But in the word of God, it clarifies organized religion.
Where?
All over. Like the Torah saying that the people, it comes from the tribe, that
I'm not from that, so Jewish, that's not to me.
But you're using that. You're using that as an example.
Okay, so if you read, you're talking about like Deuteronomy and Leviticus, what it says is to the Hebrews.
This is the interesting thing about Sneako. Even when he's kind of almost making a point, his ignorance just still finds a way to, express itself, right? If you are somebody who has ever read the Bible, you understand the Bible, you realize that in the Bible, there are so many things that are being said to different people. Not everything in the Bible is being said to you. Christians understand that, and Christians, even Jews understand that. That statement was not made to everybody. It was said to one person. For example, God said to Moses, throw down your staff, and he threw down his staff, and then it became a serpent. It does not mean all of us should go get a staff and start throwing it down because Allah has commanded that or because God has commanded. No, that was a commandment to Moses at a particular time. Okay, so when they were in the wilderness, God told them, "Oh, this is how you are going to build a tent, and in that tent is called the tent of like the tabernacle where the presence of God was going to dwell amongst His people." So God gave the children of Israel measurement and direction on how to build that tent, right? But when the children of Israel had gotten into the promised land, and when they had established themselves a nation, and then they had their second king, King David, then David said, God, I want to build you a house. And God said, no, David, you're not going to build me a house. Your son will build me that house. And then a house was built, a temple was built. And then the children of Israel went from serving God in a tent, having God dwell amongst them in a tent, to God living amongst them in a temple. You can see there is a difference. Now, when they were in the wilderness and for a very long time, the rule was, you create this tent, you build this tent, and this is how you operate with this tent where you worship me in. And you can see that tent commandment had a time it will no longer will no longer apply. And that happened when a king rose and said, you know what, I want to build a temple for God. I want to build a temple for the Lord. And God has said, yeah, go ahead and build me that temple. So now the tent thing gone away. The new thing involved right now is the temple. So that's kind of how you read scripture. It is being written to a particular person. It's not for every. You have to know who. For you to be able to apply scripture, you have to understand who is speaking, to whom they are speaking to. You understand? And the context around the conversation being had. Then from there, you can now extrapolate how what is being said it can apply to you and the general principle from it that can apply to you. Of course, there are things that are said to people that also apply to us exactly how it is being said to those people. But first, you still need to understand who is speaking to, whom the statement is being made, the context around it. All of that is always important when you're dealing with the scripture.
I'm not part of that. So you're correct. It does say that, but that wouldn't apply to me.
So you believe that they're right, but you're not part. You don't. I'm trying to figure out. So
Yeah, his
you
brain is
agree and
glitching.
disagree with them?
No, you're just wow. Okay. What I'm saying is that was laws given to the Hebrews and their descendants, the children of Israel, or if you're Muslim, they say Bani Israel. I'm not part of that.
Are they correct? Are they correct?
Is what correct? Do I believe God said that to them?
Are they correct in believing that that land was promised to them 3,000 years ago?
I do believe God promised that to Abraham, and that covenant went through Isaac and Jacob. That is true. But again, I want to make it very clear because I know you're trying to like
I
pivot.
don't even understand why he's making a big issue out of this. The Quran says the same thing, Sneako. The Quran said the same thing. Now, Muslims can claim that that no longer applies. Fine, but did the Quran say it? Yes. You can talk about how it no longer applies all you want. You can say it has been abrogated all you want. But did Allah say it at one point? Yes.
To this, I can defend
I'm
my
just trying to get
position
an
of Israel. I got you.
I want to figure out why. So I'm asking you very, important questions.
My defense
find
of
out what you believe in.
My defense of Israel can come absent of religion. I do not need to bring up religion to defend Israel. Like if
Okay.
you're
And so does mine. Like I said at the beginning of this live stream, I said I don't even care if it was a bunch of demonic people or Satanists or people who engage in witchcraft that founded the nation, and they founded it as a nation for witchcraft. Maybe their goal was, let us have a nation where witchcraft will be practiced 24/7. I don't care if that is the reason behind why Israel. I don't even care if that is what some people in Israel believe about the nation. Oh, what we are supposed to do is to promote, through this nation, we are going to promote witchcraft and debauchery and evil practices. My point is, the nation now exists. There are over 9 million people or more living in that nation. They exist. They have that national identity. And since they exist, they have the right to exist and to defend themselves from Islamists or Muslims, pious Muslims, who are trying to, take their land.
asking, do I
you
only
believe
defend
that
it because I think it's God's promise? That's not the answer.
Okay. So then 1948, the land was sold from the British to the Rothschild family, and it started the formation of Israel. Do you agree? Do you believe that that was right?
No, first off, the letter to Rothschild was in 1917, not 48. The 48.
I didn't say the letter. I said it was purchased. I said that's when the transaction went through.
No, actually, the partition 181 alone was in 1947, November 29th, 1947. So
Okay.
again, that's just not right.
All right. Okay.
I don't know why you're laughing. It's just
and
not
then
right. No, that was the
it started
partition
in-
plan.
All right. Okay. It started in 1948, correct? That's when Israel started to move, and that's when the land finally, the transaction went through officially.
No, when they started to move, the first major aliyah was in 1881. Okay, so no, it wouldn't have started in 48. If you're asking when they declared its establishment, May 14th, 1948, if that's what you're asking,
That's what I'm talking about. Yes.
Okay, well, that's
So
just not what you
that's
said.
when the declaration was, and that's when it was official. That's when it went through. That's the important part of this conversation.
Okay,
Right?
yes. If you're asking when they
I understand
established,
you've done a lot of research on these dates and things. Are you here stream sniping to debate me?
I would love to debate you. If you don't want to, you don't have to.
No. But is this the purpose of this? You were trying to find me?
I was literally just on Omi TV, and I skipped the last person I was talking to who pointed a gun at me, and he had like a swastika, and then I was like, I'd like to talk to you, and then he skipped, and then I connected with you, literally.
Okay. So was this correct? Because afterwards there was a genocide that was reported called the Nakba, the expulsion of the Palestinians there.
So the Nakba. So according to Sneako, the Nakba was also a genocide. All right, interesting stuff.
That was
Is
a
that
genocide
correct?
too?
Right. Yes, it's been a continuous genocide, but that's a major event in the ongoing genocide since 1948. Do you agree of that expulsion?
Any war against Muslims is a genocide, folks. Any war against Muslims, and not just war against Muslims. Okay, it wasn't like it was even a war. It was a war that Muslims started and then they lost. Whenever Muslims start a war and then they lose the war, it is a genocide. That is the definition. According to the United Nations, that is the definition of a genocide. Okay?
So there was purchased, the land was purchased by the Rothschilds.
Okay,
From
so
the
no,
British,
I don't agree
and
that
then
it
they
was.
started.
Yeah, I don't agree that was a genocide. Genocide is defined specifically, the second to last page of the Genocide Convention says cultural destruction does not suffice, nor does simply dispersing a group of people. Those can be violations of the Rome Statute, but that is not the same thing as genocide. It wouldn't meet the dolus specialis of genocide.
What do you consider to be the definition of genocide?
Doesn't matter what I consider, it's just the definition. So I would go with the 1948 convention that was ratified in 51. And then if you look that up, you will see the definition, but you also see the definition of dolus specialis, what that means, the hierarchy of international law from just Kogan's norms, right, all the way down to Article 107. And then before that, or under that would be the mix between customary international law and treaty law.
I don't think Sneako understood anything that this guy just I don't think Sneako understood one word that just came out of this guy's mouth. Sneako is like, what? What is all this? It's not words. You're just putting words together. What are all these? My goodness.
Okay, well, on Google, it's saying, coined by Raphael Lemkin in 1944, there's a recognized crime under international law involving acts like killing, causing severe harm, or preventing births within the targeted group. Genocide is the deliberate and
Yes, every
systematic
war in history has been a
destruction.
genocide by that definition.
Yes. According to your Google definition, what is not a genocide? Let's listen to Sneako again, just so people can understand somebody.
On Google, it's saying, coined by Raphael Lemkin in 1944, there's a recognized crime under international law involving acts like killing, causing severe harm, or preventing births within the targeted group. Genocide is the deliberate and
Yes, every
systematic
war in history has been a
destruction.
genocide by that definition.
Yeah, if you say killing or targeting a group of people or whatever it is that he listed, well, whenever you kill, if somebody engages in killing, it's going to kill people of a specific group, right? Like, is there any person who is going to be murdered right now that does not belong to a specific group? Therefore, every murder that has ever happened in history, any person who was gunned down today, that's an act of genocide. That's a ridiculous definition.
In whole and part of an ethnic, racial, religious, or national group. So the land was purchased, and then
Are you using
thousands of
Google instead
people-
of like legal terminology?
right. This term was coined in 1944.
That's
It was a
correct.
crime
yeah.
under international law. So this is a legal term.
Right,
So
and
I'm
the
following the
UN
legal
convention was in 1948. So you're correct. 44
Right, so
was
4 years
before 48.
before, by the definition under international law. So again, if you don't like Google definition, this is the international law definition.
Oh, you are
So
reading.
How
Okay, my
is
bad.
the not?
But let's look at his Google definition. I think let's look at Merriam-Webster's definition. Okay, I think Merriam-Webster. Let's try genocide meaning. Even if you want to use Google, it's just the problem with these people is how they read. Okay. So the deliberate, this is based on Google, right? The deliberate and systematic killing or persecution of a large number of people from a particular national or ethnic group with the aim, do you see? With the aim of destroying that nation or group. So what is the aim of that killing? Destroying. So let's read that again. The deliberate and systematic killing or persecution of a large number of people from a particular national or ethnic group. It is interesting that they say national or ethnic group because it's supposed to be national, ethnic, or religious group. Okay? So the deliberate and systematic killing or persecution of a large number of people from a particular national or ethnic group with the aim of doing what? Of destroying that nation or group. So what makes a killing genocide? It's not just, you are... one, it has to be deliberate. So it's not like accidental. It's not like a casualty of war. We did not intend to kill these people. It just happened. It has to be demonstrated that this was done deliberately. One, deliberate. Okay? Second is that it has to be systematic. So it is deliberate and systematic. You can see that there is a method to this. Okay? It is planned. It is organized. Okay? Killing. So leading to the death of people or persecution. Okay, so persecution can come in various ways of a large number of people from a particular national or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that group. So your aim is to destroy them either in part or in whole. So when the goal is we want to destroy this ethnic group, by destroying them is that we want to affect their number, affect their population, either in part or in whole. So either you want to completely wipe them out or you want to reduce their number. Okay, so when your goal is that, and that is your aim, and you carry this a deliberate, systematic act of killing and persecuting those people, you've committed an act of genocide. That is according to Google's definition. And based on Google's definition, how is what took place? How is it that what took place in Gaza, what is taking place in Gaza, what has been going on in Gaza since 1948? How does that qualify as genocide? Where is the deliberate and systematic killing and persecution of the Palestinians? That is with the aim of destroying that nation or group of people. Where is it? How do you prove intent? How do you prove that it is deliberate? How is it that a nation was declared in 1948, the surrounding, the neighboring peoples around that nation decided to wage war against the nation, and then they went to war with those people, and they led to certain people getting displaced, and that is your definition of genocide based on Google. That's the problem. I don't even have a problem with Sneako using Google. It's just he doesn't use it well.
Okay, I accept your apology. Is this not genocide by this definition?
No.
No, it's not.
How come?
So am I answering about the Nakba or am I answering post-October 7th? Because you brought up both.
Nakba.
Okay, so the Nakba, do you believe that they had an intent to wipe out a group in whole or in part of a protected status? Because I'm pretty sure the Nakba is defined by the Palestinians, especially post-1964 political movement, right, with the PLO. When you look at the Nakba, it's talking about 750,000 that were displaced. 2/3 of them never actually even crossed international borders, which is what's required as a refugee, unless you're a Palestinian. They made up a new definition for them. Hold on, almost done.
Okay.
Just one more sentence.
So
And so you're saying that displacement, even if you counted all that, you're counting that as genocide. That's not what genocide is.
So they were just displacing people, killing them, and kicking out of their homes. Not genocide.
That's not genocide now.
That's not genocide. People getting displaced, they are displacing them and kicking them out of their homes. That is not genocide. You can call it ethnic cleansing. You can say they are trying to cleanse them out of the land, but that is not genocide. Ethnic cleansing is not genocide.
Okay. Should you kill, displace, and kick them out of their homes because it was purchased by the Rothschilds? Is that morally right?
That's not what I'm saying at all, because that's also not accurate.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm asking you. So what do you think happened after 1948?
Sure. So in November 29th, 1947, a minute after the partition plan vote, there was actually the leader of the Arab Committee at the United Nations 4 days before that said that we will fight to the last Arab to prevent any Jewish state ever, right? And then a minute after the partition plan vote, they started attacking just Jews. You can't say Israel because Israel didn't even exist yet for another about 6 months, right? So they started attacking Jews. There was 10 different Arab factions that attacked Jews in 1948 after the establishment of Israel. So I would call it a war that they lost. 70,000 Jews were displaced in the first week of the war alone. Many of them killed, and many of them never got to return to their homes because Jordan ended up annexing illegally what they call the West Bank. Would you say that was a genocide if we're just pretending killing and displacement equals genocide now? I wouldn't say that. I'm asking, would you say that?
I mean, is it genocide? If displacing people out of their homes is genocide, then Jews that have been displaced from their homes in various Arab Muslim countries, were they genocided? Was that an act of genocide? What about Muhammad when he reads Mecca of the pagans that were there? Was that genocide? What about what he did to the Jewish tribes and what his people after him, his companions after him did to the Jewish tribe and tried to rid Arabia of the Jews in Arabia? Is that genocide?
Pretending. So your question is killing and displacing people genocide?
I'm saying it's not. It could be, but it's not.
Okay, this is separate. What happened in 1948? What was that? You're not calling it genocide. You didn't answer the question. Was that?
I did. I answered it already. I said it was a war.
So once it was purchased, it was declared war.
Keep liking the live.
By the Rothschild family who purchased
Heart
it.
means do whatever you can.
Again, what is your question?
So the Rothschild family, because they purchased it from the British, this justifies the war that happened afterwards, and they were entitled to do this. So clearly it started.
No. First of all, this whatever, that is not the point. Sneako, that is not the point, okay? let's assume that you claim that the Rothschild, or whatever, however that word is pronounced, purchased the land. They purchased it from who? And you're like, it justified. I don't even understand where you are coming from with all this stuff. Like, the words that are coming out of your mouth, are you even paying attention to them? Okay, so a bunch of people bought land in Palestine, and then that land became part of the new Israel. And after that happened, their neighbors, the neighboring people around that area, decided to wage war against this new nation. And you are asking questions like, does that justify displacement? They shouldn't have started the war in the first place. That is one of the things that happen in war. When you lose a war, you're going to lose territory. It happened in Germany.
From them, right? The land existed before. There was a country there. They were existing.
Not
There was
Palestine.
no a country. There was no country there. There was never a country there. What is the name of that country, Sneako? That country that existed in that region, what is it called?
Rothschilds had a trend. Then what?
Well, you said there was a country there before. It wasn't Palestine. Palestine's a regional name.
Okay, it wasn't recognized as Israel before then. It was widely recognized as Palestine. You're going to say
Yes, the region was called Palestine, but it doesn't. That region being called Palestine does not make it a country. Okay, Sneako, there is a place known as Sinai. That place known as Sinai is in Egypt. That Sinai desert, that Sinai region is the name of an area. It doesn't that an area bears the name does not. There's a place called the let me be sure, the Negev, or that I think that's how it is pronounced. Right? It's called the Negev. Okay, the desert in Israel, the Negev, for example, right? That is in Israel. That is a region. That is an area. It doesn't make the Negev now a state or something.
that different people didn't consider it as a state. That's up for
Nobody considered it as a state. Literally nobody.
There's a place in Nigeria known as the Niger Delta region. Okay, that is not a state. It's just in Nigeria. Do you understand how regions work? Like a region bearing a name, having a name, does not automatically mean that that name means that they are, or even the people there, that is who they are. That they are Palestinians.
You can read the 1922 League of Nations mandate. You can read the Ottoman times. They had vilayets, and none of the vilayets, by the way, were mentioned as Palestine. Palestine is a European word that comes from the Europeans. It was officially put in by Roman Emperor Hadrian, but even people like Herodotus, who was Greek,
No, Sneako thinks that the word Palestine is Arab. It's an Arabic word. He thinks it's Arabic. Ask those people in Palestine to pronounce it. They will say Palestine because there's no P in Arabic.
He also used that word, right? It comes from the ancient Plishtim.
So what was it called? Okay, so you're not saying it was called Palestine. What was it called?
No, I said there was no country there. Of course, the region name.
There was nobody. So there's people there, and the region is Palestine. The people that were there, their land was sold by people that don't live there. The British sold that land. Afterwards,
actually, no. Most of the land was actually bought most of the land was bought against Arab absentee landowners by far. So just so you know, about 47 to over 50% of the land was actually state-owned land during the Ottoman time. When the British took that from the Ottomans after the 1917 fall of Jerusalem, when they lost that battle, and then the British took over officially 1922. Okay, they took over that state-owned land. About half of it, some sources say a little over half, was state-owned. And then there was a general amount that was owned by Arabs, mostly by Arab absentee landowners out of Jerusalem, Beirut, and Damascus. And then there was about 6 to 10% by the end that was owned by Jewish organizations, communities, etc. Like there's a lot of Sephardic Jewish communities that bought it. Rishon LeZion, for example, was started by 40 Jewish families, and that economic opportunity brought in for.
You're saying a lot of. Okay.
Yeah, he's giving you a lot of information, and that for the first time, like you can already see that Sneako is already allergic. He's already allergic. Like you can see that he's having an allergic reaction. It's like, what is this? Jesus Christ, facts. My goodness. He's already allergic. You can see that he's having like an allergic reaction. His lip is about to go big. They're about to rush him into a hospital or give him an allergy shot or something. He's already like having this. You can see the visceral reaction to facts. The point, Sneako, let me break it down and make it simple for you. More than half of the land was formerly owned by the Ottoman Empire. They lost in the First World War. Then it was owned by So the ownership shifted from the Ottoman Empire to the British Empire, right? So this is British land now. Okay, so most of the land are state-owned, and then other parts of the land were owned by absentee Arab landowners. You know what it means that they are absentee? It means they own the land, but they are not there, right? They own the land, but they are not in that place. Okay, like right now, I am not in my ancestral land in Nigeria, and my family is not there. Most of my family, they are not there. So we own land there. We own quite a couple of, not a couple, quite a few acres, right? But we are not there. So we are absentee landowners. Okay, that is how the Arabs too, we are absentee landowners, but they were not there, right? So Jews came along and said, oh, we want to buy this land. And the landowners were like, okay, we'll sell. So they sold to the Jews. Okay? So the Arab absentee landowners sold those lands to the Jews. And then when the state of Israel was about to be created, the land that was owned by the British government, parts of it was given to the nation of Israel. That was kind of how it all came together. Do you understand now, Sneako? Nobody stole land. You are trying to go with that leftist narrative of stolen land, okay? You're trying to do the whole Billie Eilish thing. It is not working, because the truth is blocking it from happening. And I understand you're allergic to things like that. So let's continue watching your allergic reaction.
You're saying
I'm correcting your statements.
Events. Okay, there were people. The important aspect is there were people living there. They had Palestinian passports, and then they were kicked out of their land because of a purchase from the Rothschilds from the British.
No.
Then they were kicked out. They were killed. They were displaced from their homes because they said we are entitled to this now because of the Rothschilds purchasing it from England.
Nobody said that.
Is this correct?
No, it's not correct. Nobody
not.
said that. It was because of a war that they started, and people get displaced from war all the time.
Yes, they started a war. Sneako, they started a war. They declared war. They lost. And of course, Muslims cannot get over defeat. It's kind of, I don't understand. Just like how you cannot get over the fact that you were wrong when you said there were only 2,000 hadiths. Muslims cannot get over the fact that they declared war, they went to war, and they lost. They just can't get over things like that. Losing is not something that Muslims are it's something that many of them find difficult. Just accepting defeat and moving on. It's kind of very difficult for these people.
Special.
Who started
the Arab Committee?
Who started the war?
The Arab Pirate League
The
started
Arab Committee
the war.
started the war.
Yes.
Why did they start the war?
Because again, 4 days before the partition plan vote, the Higher Committee specifically said we will fight to the last Arab to ensure there will never be a Jewish state.
Because who was living there before and then who lived there after the transaction? That's the whole point. There was a transaction and then they said we are now entitled to this, and even though we aren't there, and they sent people, they sent European Jews into a land that was predominantly Arab.
Okay, so when you
all this information, and then it just went, it's like pouring, like giving information and giving knowledge to somebody like Sneako is like pouring water into a basket. Like it just leaks out.
you say they sent, the white papers actually shows that you're wrong. Not only did they not send them there, they actually. You remember that famous photo
so where did they come from? Where did they come from?
Well, I'll get to that in a second, but just let me answer your first point real quick. So you remember that famous photo that Palestinians love to show where the Jews had the sign that said, the Nazis destroyed our homes, don't destroy our hopes and dreams. And they say, oh, look, we welcomed you with open arms. That was actually from the Aliyah Bet ship, Theodore Herzl. That ship never actually made it to the Palestinian region. The British actually captured that ship and sent them to internment camps in Cyprus. The white papers limited the Jews from going to that land. So when you say they brought these European Jews in and like the British were just pumping it, not only did that not happen, the British actually took 78%.
I didn't say the British went there. I said that once the transaction went through, Jews went from Europe into a land that was predominantly Arab Muslim, correct?
Well, first off, a couple things. One, there was a lot more than just Arabs. I would say Muslim, yes, way more than just Arabs.
Okay.
Two, they sold. 1 second, I'm trying to answer you. They sold the land. You understand? Okay, I understand you're getting frustrated, but they sold the land, dude. If you want to talk about genocide today in today's conflict, we can, but you're not going to beat me in history, okay? I'm telling you what happened.
I'm not trying to beat you in anything. I'm not trying to beat you in history either. I'm asking if you think that it's morally okay to displace and kill people after purchasing the land from people
I'm not
already,
saying that. This is a straw man argument.
And people already live there.
This is extreme.
It's not a straw man.
I'm
He's
not
also literally
saying
advocating
that.
for an ethnostate.
I'm not making it. Are you? This is not.
I'm not.
asking-
Oh, this is like talking to a child. This is like having an argument with a child. You say a lot of things and it just goes over their head. Like it just goes over their head and they just keep repeating themselves over and over again. This is like an argument with a child. My goodness, you keep asking, Sneako, you like asking simple questions, and when you are giving a complex answer that kind of, presents the nuance, presents a nuanced perspective that covers all the truths that have to do with the issue and all the reality that has to do with the issue, you get frustrated because you want a simple answer. You want your simple soundbite answers like yes, no, yes, no. You don't like answers that kind of flesh out the reality of what occurred and what happened. You want one that will just confirm whatever it is that you already believe. You want something that will acknowledge your preconceived notion, despite how simplified it is or even how distorted it is. It is really frustrating to see. This guy is, oh my goodness, it's really frustrating to see.
A question so I could.
I'm answering you. No, I don't think that's okay, but I also don't think that's what happened. Okay. That's the problem. You're asking me to answer a question on something that didn't exist. Happen. That's not what I think happened. And you're asking me to assume that position and then answer for that position. I don't assume that position in the first place. So again, I'm trying to answer you. I'm trying to keep up. You brought up genocide, try to go to that, and you're like, no, I want to go back to this. I'm trying to tell you, they sold the land. Are you asking me, is it okay that they sold the land? It happened. That happens all over the world. Do you think United States of America? Do you think we should be demolished?
I don't know if Sneako understands this. Sneako, let me help you out, okay? Let's say I am from Lagos State, right? Lagos State is a good example. Okay, Lagos State is a very small state, even though I think it's even bigger than, is it bigger than Israel? I'm not sure. But there's a small state in Nigeria known as Lagos State. It's one of the, it's a bubbling city. The population density in Lagos is something else, right? So you have Lagos State, right? And then many of the Lagosians, many of the people who are native to the land of Lagos decide to sell their land to foreigners. Let's say they sell it to Igbos, for example. And let's say 70% of the land that they own, or let's say 70%, let's say 60% of the land in Lagos is owned by the Oba of Lagos, right? And then 40% of the land are owned by other, let's say, chiefs, Lagosian chiefs of Lagos, or smaller Obas in Lagos, right? And maybe other people, or who are wealthy enough to own land in Lagos. So let's say as a gift, the Oba of Lagos gives 40% of the land that they have to Igbos. Say, oh, you guys are very wonderful people. We give you 40% of the land. It's a gift from the Oba, right? And then the Igbos come in and then buy the other parts of the land that other people are holding in the land. And then they move into that place. When that happens, of course, the demography of Lagos is going to change. It's going to go from being predominantly Yorubas to becoming predominantly Igbos. Now, you might look at that and be like, oh, this is how Igbos took over Lagos. And you might even criticize it and say, do you see how these Igbo people are so nefarious with their business dealings, and how the kind offering that was given to them by the Obas was how they came into Lagos, and before you know, they bought almost 90% of the land, and now they own the land. Well, now it's theirs. And if you wage war against them, let's say the state of, I'm making an analogy that only Nigerians will understand, but I'll continue. And let's say the state of Ogun, let's say Ogun State decided, you know what, we are not going to allow Lagos to become the land of the Igbos, and we are going to fight them. And then there is a war that happened, and as a result of that war, the people from the Abeokuta people, they lost, right? They lost against the Igbos, and now the Igbos have, because of they defeated the Abeokutans, right? The territory that they now have expanded, because when you defeat people like that, you are going to get huge portion of their land. And what did Israel do? They had most of the Sinai Desert. They gave it back to Egypt under an agreement. They gave, parts of the land to Jordan. And then, various places took certain land. But of course, the initial land that Israel had at the beginning had expanded. And the same thing is going to happen like if the Igbos in Lagos, after getting all the land they got, had to fight with the Abekutans. They're going to get like portions of land, maybe in Ota and other places in Abekuta. And now their territory has expanded. You might not like all of that. You may not like all that history. But that's the reality. Sneako, that is the reality. But that is not genocide. Buying land is not genocide. Okay? Declaring a war against somebody who just bought land or who has been gifted the land by those who own the land and then losing that one because of you lost that war, you lost certain territories. That is not genocide. That is how the world works. It is the rule of, like, it's how it has, come on. If that's the case, then genocide is something that has been happening and will happen tomorrow. And if that's the case, then what Muslims want is essentially a genocide because they want to spread Islam to every home. So what happens when a house decides that Islam will not enter this land? What will happen? Especially if they are not Jews or Christians. They are going to do what? Exterminate them. Which is kind of genocide, which is of not even kind of. That is genocidal. That is the actual definition of genocide. I don't understand all of this, like this understanding of how the world works. It's kind of ridiculous to me. Like, I don't even understand how somebody will look at the world like this. Honestly.
The important question is that right? For people to get displaced from their homes and murdered because of a purchase that they were not involved in. That's correct?
What do you mean by is that right? And why is that question important? Like, to the broader conversation being had. What do you mean, is it right for people to be displaced from their homes? I don't understand. Did they wage war? Under what context are they being displaced from their homes? You waged the war, you lost the war, and while the war was taking place, you were in support of the people who we fought against, and now we own some territories and we are supposed to give it back to you because it's not right that you are now being displaced. What is not right is you waging war against us. What is not right is you being in support of the people who are waging war against us. What is not right is those people who are waging war against us telling you to evacuate so that you will not be in harm's way when they come against us, and you evacuated. What is wrong is you aiding them as much as you can. Now that the people you supported, the people who gave you instructions and you followed during the war, the people who you were cheering for, who you were lending your support to have lost, well, there are consequences, and you are going to face those consequences, and it might include you being displaced. I don't understand this question of, is it right for people to be displaced? It depends on why they are being displaced, Sneako. There is no blanket, is it right for people to be displaced? Why are they being displaced is a good question to ask.
Okay, so again, you're asking me to assume a position, okay? I am not assuming that position. Do I think it is right?
It's a moral question.
Do you think
is it right to kick people out of their homes and kill them because of a purchase that was made by somebody that was not them?
Again, no, but I don't assume that position. This is what you're doing.
What
you're
do you mean?
forcing somebody to.
And I think this is a ridiculous point of this is this ridiculous kind of argumentation coming from a Muslim, coming from somebody who is anti-Jewish, because will you then say that when Jews were displaced from various places in the Middle East that they were displaced from, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, and many parts of the Muslim world, when they were displaced from that place because, of Israel declaring a state in Palestine, that was an act of genocide? Sneako, is it good that Jews were displaced from the Arab and Muslim world? Is it good that happened?
I'm asking you a moral question. I'm asking you to
assume any position. I'm not assuming any position. There's no positions assumed. I asked you a moral question. Is it okay to kill people and kick them out of their homes because of a purchase that they didn't make? You said no.
Don't worry, guys. It gets good. It's going to get better. We just have to journey through this part of Sneako just, being frustrated. It's going to go from being frustrated to being incredible. Just stick with me. Stick with us. Okay? We are going somewhere.
October 7th.
No, I want to be
right?
able to. At what point do I get to ask or answer some questions? Like, you're just asking me questions. You're forcing just one position. You're saying, oh, because he specifically bought the land, is it okay? No, I think it's okay to, when someone wages war against you, I think it's totally okay to defend yourselves. And if that leads to displacement and people dying on both sides, that happens.
Now we know why.
That's
if
what
you
I
believe
think
that
is
was morally
okay.
wrong, if you believe that was morally wrong and that they were kicked out and that they were killed because of something that they were not involved in, and you believe that that's
They were involved.
then
The
you can
Arab
understand
Liberation
why-
Army was made up of what you would call Palestinians. They didn't call themselves Palestinians then,
Okay,
but what you would call them.
Not the people, and they weren't responsible for that. So you agree that that's morally wrong.
No.
Let's talk about today, because this is going on.
What
So you
do you mean? He did not agree with you, Sneako. He just said that if people engage in war and that leads to displacement, it is what it is. Is it wrong? No, it's just what it is. It's what happens in war. You are going to get displaced. That is why you want to win. And that is why you don't declare war when you don't want to lose territories. You have to, these are things you consider when you want to declare war. You have to consider the fact that you might lose territories. And it's a price that you as the warring side, or the side that is declaring the war, is a reality that you have to, come to terms with. Which war has happened that has not, in many cases, led to loss of territories? Like, even the war in Iran we don't know for sure if that will happen, but it may lead to loss of territories. Like, it might lead to the creation of Kurdistan, for example. And if that is created, Iran has lost territories.
Iran flag, you have the Israeli flag. You're not even Jewish, and you're representing the Jewish state of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
You side with them, right? The people that call you goy, they don't practice usury the same way with you. You are here shilling for a country that believes
Dude, you're
that
Muslim.
in the
Don't
end
get me
times-
started. You're Muslim. You think you guys treat the
I
kafir?
will get started.
Yeah,
I will get started. I support my people. I support my people. You're supporting people that call you goyim, that don't think that they can practice the same banking with themselves that they practice with you. Yet here you are shilling for the state that you believe started off of a moral incorrection.
Does Sneako know that the word goyim, does he understand that the word goyim is not, of course it can be used in a discriminatory way, but it is not inherently discriminatory. It's not like the N word, okay? Do you know the person who used the word goyim? Like, do you know people who use the word goyim? A good example is Jesus, okay? The same word that is used to, like, is being translated in the New Testament as Gentiles, the Gentile nations. That is goyim. That's where the word goyim, like that is the word. And Jesus used that word. Paul used that word. And they were not using it in a discriminatory. They're just using it to separate like Jews and non-Jews, kind of. It is not it is not necessarily used discriminatorily. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that word correctly. Like, it is not used to discriminate. It's not used as a derogation. Even Israel is like, the goy just means a nation. Goyim, nations.
Even though
I
they
don't
also
think
believe in the
that.
Talmud.
So once again, I
rabbis-
want to make it sure I don't think that at all. You think
said
I
it was
think that
morally
because
wrong.
you're no, I said you're hypothetical.
just said
No,
so.
I said you're forced
It's not
hypothetical. Great. I said you're forced hypothetical. If you're forcing me into that position, I can say certain
Not
things about that would be wrong. No, I
It was
understand
not a
you don't think
hypothetical,
so.
it was a
That's
moral
why
question.
you keep cutting me off and you don't want me to answer why you're wrong and what actually happened. You're cutting me off because you're
it's
saying,
not a hypothetical.
do you
It
think?
wasn't assuming a position. I said, is that morally wrong? You said, yes, it's morally wrong.
Nope, that's not morally wrong.
Now,
Someone in the comment said, Groyper's lie that it is discriminatory, but it's a lie. Now, granted, it can be used in a discriminatory. It's just like his word. It's one thing as a Nigerian. Okay, if you're in Nigeria, one thing you realize is that anything can be used in a discriminatory way. There is a common name in Nigeria. It's an Arabic name, Musa, right? Musa means Moses, right? It's Arabic for Moses. But in Nigeria, the word Musa can be used as in a derogatory way. That's how Nigerians are. We are very good in making something have a bad meaning. Something that is just good can become, like, if I say that guy na Musa, or that guy is a Musa, that's kind of, I just use pidgin to say it. Like, that guy na Musa, it means that guy is stupid. But, it's just a good, like, on a good day, it's just Musa is or another word, a good example in Nigeria is the word John. Okay? That is the name of, like, my brother's name is John, for example. But then there is a way you use the word John that is derogatory. or if somebody says in Nigeria, they behave like John. You understand? Yeah. That that statement means you are behaving like a stupid person. But it's so that is how the word goy is. Like it depends on how you are using. Any word is like that. Like it can be used for like the way it is intended to be used, or it can be used as an insult. So that is how the word goy is. It can be used the way it is intended to be used, or it can be used as an insult. But of course, groypers will make you believe that that word is definitely derogatory and is always derogatory. And they want to equate the word with the word kafir, which is always derogatory.
You're supporting, okay, but I'm looking at, I don't know you.
Also,
You have the flags behind you, and you said it. Hold on, you started off by saying that you support the state of Israel, the Jewish state of Israel, right? And you're not Jewish, okay?
Right.
These
I
people
guess I should
think that
support
you are
Muslims.
goyim.
Yeah.
Okay, these people think you're goyim, and they think that they're going to have 2,800.
Yeah, these people believe that one person is goyim. The Jews believe that one person is goyim. One person is, goyim is like, goy is the singular, goyim is goyim is the plural. It's like goy is nation, goyim is nations. So the Jews believe that one person is nations.
Goyim slaves when their Messiah comes.
Goyim, nations.
Why do you
slave.
support these people, especially if you believe in their right to exist as a religious ethno-state? Why do you support them if they believe that you're subhuman?
So I'm not a leftist.
Goy does not connote the belief that Gentiles, essentially, or non-Jewish nations are subhuman. Okay, that is not a view that Jews hold about every non-Jewish people. Okay, that is one. And even whatever it is that he may be quoting from the Talmud, these conversations between rabbis, it's not like generally held views amongst all Jews. And some of those quotations are kind of like false. There is that. And to just assert it and say, oh, that is what these people believe, then why, to just make the assertion without really backing it up and say, that is what these people believe, then why do you support them? Why do you support people who believe that you are subhuman? It's ridiculous also. Let's even say that is true. It is ridiculous coming from a Muslim, especially when you consider the fact, like we've said over and over and over again, Surah 98 verse 6 says that the Jews and the Christians and the polytheists are worst of creatures. Subhuman means that we are less than human. But the Quran does not even see us as less than human. The Quran sees us as less than animals. The least of all of Allah's creation are the Jews and Christians. So for a Muslim to start talking about, oh, these people think that you are this, these people think that you are that, your Quran said that we are worse than anything that the Jews that you see in the Talmud. Anything that you see that describes Gentile nations in the Talmud is nothing compared to what the Quran says about Jews and Christians and polytheists, essentially what the Quran says about non-Muslims. The disbelievers, the kuffars.
Yes, I don't know if you are or not. I don't know what your position is politically. I don't
no
really
right, left,
do this
I don't believe in that. I'm Muslim.
I got you. Yeah. Yeah, let's talk about what you guys believe about the kuffar. But anyways, I don't believe in this whole like, oh, it's an ethno-state. Like, dude, that kind of buzzwords isn't going to work on me. I'm sure a lot of leftists, that probably works. Doesn't work on me at all. Most countries in the world would, by your weird definition of ethno-state, would be an ethno-state, other than maybe like some multicultural
Is Judaism
states.
an ethnicity?
Judaism or Jewish?
Is Jewish an ethnicity?
Jewish colloquially is called an ethno-religion. I don't really like the term. I would say it is a tribe of people, a nation, if you will. But sure, ethno-religion is what they colloquially call it today.
Right. So you just said that you don't believe it's an ethno-state, and so you do or you don't believe it's an ethno-state?
I think there's a lot of ethnicities that doesn't make something an ethno-state. You just asked me, are Jews an ethnicity?
Are they?
20% of the population are Arabs. Another 5% are non-Jewish, non-Arabs. 1 in every 4
That's
person
true.
you see in Israel are not
That's true.
Jewish. I'm sorry,
Okay,
what?
but Judaism is an ethno-religion.
What? Yeah, Jews
Someone
are
drop her?
an ethno-religion.
Okay. So you support this and you're not that ethnicity, you're not that religion, and they also believe that you will be enslaved because you're Goyim.
Yeah, so that's a Notori Karta belief, and it's an extremely fringe group that most Jews, including other religious Jews, condemn. So you're asking me to go off of this based off of a fringe group that's less than 1%. This is like me saying all Muslims must be Al Qaeda or the Taliban, and they think this, so Sneako must think it too. That's how ridiculous you sound.
Al Qaeda, that's separate from the Taliban. This is CIA funded, just like ISIS. This is separate.
Every Islamic terror organization is funded by the USA, created by Mossad as well. You know, this is
conversation, not representative of the religion.
That's not the point.
And if you so fair, you're going to say that not all Jews.
Are you saying they're not? Are you saying they're not Muslim? Regardless if you think they're funded by one group or not, I don't really care. Are
ISIS, Al Qaeda?
Yeah.
ISIS and Al Qaeda? No.
Okay.
Fine, but that's my point, because you don't agree with their beliefs, correct? You don't think their beliefs represent Islam?
Okay. Al Qaeda will quote the Quran. The Taliban will quote the Quran. ISIS will quote the Quran, quote the Hadiths. In fact, those people know the Quran and the Hadiths more than Sneako will ever know. You know, Osama bin Laden knows the Quran and the Hadith more than Sneako will ever dare to know. But of course, those people are not Muslims. The real Muslims, the true Muslims, Sneako and Sheikh Uthman. Those are the true Muslims. Those are people, when we are looking for what is the actual accurate representation of Islam. Sneako, who goes to clubs and order for drinks, who carries women, who you see, you know, mixed in club scenes with women. Yeah, that person represents Islam. But, you know, Osama bin Laden that is ready to fight for in the cause of Allah, lose his life in the cause of Allah. The Taliban that we are willing to wait it out in Afghanistan. And despite how uncomfortable it was for them, they were ready to you know, stay on course for Allah. ISIS that we are losing, that was losing, you know, losing soldiers, getting decimated by the United States and the Kurdish forces, you know, those people that were ready to lose their life for what they believe in. That is not Islam. But Sneako, air-conditioned room, air-conditioned lifestyle, able to travel the world, go to the UAE, visit clubs, sing Hi Hitler while he's taking shots with Andrew Tate. True Muslim. Of course.
Right. Them as a group and their actions, what they're doing, they are clearly funded by CIA, Mossad. This stuff has been proven.
Okay, how about Boko Haram? Are they also funded by CIA or Mossad or both?
I haven't looked that up.
Well, if you ask, there's a guy in Nigeria called David Hunde. If you ask him, he will tell you yes. Boko Haram is funded. Boko Haram is funded by this. You know, these people are crazy. Okay, these people that believe this nonsense, they are crazy. Okay, I can start a terrorist organization tomorrow and somehow they'll find a way to link it to the CIA. You have no idea.
Okay, fine. How about Boko Haram?
Al Qaeda? You brought up Al Qaeda. Hold on, let's. We're going off on tangents, right?
No, I'm saying your point about Notori Karta, who you're quoting and trying to apply it to Judaism as a whole, is like me saying, fine, I won't use Al Qaeda. I'll say Boko Haram
and I'm following your line of logic. I'm saying so. If you think it's fringe groups that believe that the Goyim will be slaves and they'll have 2,800, fine. What's believed in the Torah, right? Because you also agreed that this is the word of God and this is true to them.
Yeah.
They say, okay, in the Torah, it states that they will not practice the same type of banking with Goyim, that they practice with each other. So they don't.
Where is that in the Torah? Where does the Torah say that the Jews will not practice the same banking with the Gentiles? Where is that? Where is that in the Torah? And let's say it is in the Torah. How is that a problem? As in, when you talk about discrimination, as a Muslim, you at least have some self-awareness, because when you talk about discrimination and treating people differently, that is abundant in Sharia. That is so abundant in Sharia. How, for example, in Sharia, if a Muslim kills another Muslim, it's an eye for an eye, okay, a tooth for a tooth, right? There is a rule like that in Sharia. If a life for a life, right? But is a Muslim life for a Muslim life, not a Muslim life for the life of a non-Muslim. So, for example, if a Muslim kills a non-Muslim, that is a Jew or a Christian, He doesn't get a life for a life. He just gets blood money or compensation. But if that is between Muslims and a Muslim and another Muslim, then he gets to, if you kill my daughter, I kill your daughter. If you kill my son, I kill your son type of thing. That is what is operational in Islam. But that rule does not apply to non-Muslims, as in with the relation between a Muslim and a non-Muslim. So when you're talking about discriminatory treatment, it exists in Islam. It exists in Sharia. And to have a problem with that, especially as a Muslim, when you see that being done by Jews or when you claim that is being done by Jews, it's kind of ridiculous because that is obtainable in your religion too. What is the problem exactly? In Islam, the problem is always, we have a problem with other people when other people do it. We don't have a problem with us doing it. We should be able to do it, but other people should not be able to do it. That is the rule in Islam. We can't discriminate, but if Jews discriminate, why are you supporting them? They are discriminating, but you are discriminating too. What exactly is your problem with discrimination as a Muslim? Is that you don't want it to be done to you, but you want to do it to others. Because of course, the Muslims are the best of peoples. Everyone else is not a people or a person or an individual. We are not humans. So it is okay for us to be discriminated against. It is okay for us to be treated as dhimmis because, of course, we are not humans. In Islam, according to the Quran.
Charge interest on loans between each other, but to you, they do. Do you agree with that?
Okay, yeah, I'll answer that. So that's actually not really the context of the Torah, but I will answer it so I don't go off on a different topic because I know you don't like that. So I don't particularly care about what people who I don't even believe in their religion think. I care about their action, right? I don't believe in Islam. I don't believe in Judaism. Yes, I believe in some things because like you said, I believe it's the word of God, but like I don't follow the Talmud. I don't believe in it. That's rabbinical Judaism. That's for them. The Quran is for Islam. Christians, they follow the New Testament. So when you ask me like, well, this one verse says this, I don't really particularly care. Now, if they're doing it to me and there's actions today that I can see, then I'd be more than glad to. They've never done it to me, so I can't comment on it.
Where is the proof, Sneako, that Jews are doing that? That Jews give loans to fellow Jews without interest, and then when they give loans to non-Jews, they give it with interest. Where is the proof of that, Sneako?
They are right now, and the same people who purchased the land from England, the Rothschild family, they predominantly control the central bank.
People who live in Israel, let me know. In Israel, do Jews get loans without interest in Israel? Please, the people who are watching, we have Emmett Yanuka, we have some other people. If you are in Israel right now, you're watching me from Israel, we have many Israeli viewers. Let me know, do Israelis get Jews in Israel especially, do they get loans in Israel without interest, and then the Arabs and the Christians have to pay interest? Is that true in Islam? Is that true in Israel rather? Is that true in Israel? Is that what the Rothschild or whatever have established in this ethnostates that was created? That, the Jews will get loans without interest, but the Arabs and the Christians will get to pay You see, we have people in Israel confirming that Sneako is lie. You can see. This is it. My Israeli viewers are saying Sneako is just talking nonsense. You can see. It's just complete nonsense. Complete nonsense is what Sneako is saying. So where is the proof? What proof does Sneako have? He has none. He's just making this whole nonsense up. He's just making it up.
System. And this is how that system works for them, right? Christians and Muslims did not practice usury within each other. It's forbidden in those religions. Jews believe that this is part of
what? Christians don't practice usury. Muslims don't practice usury. Wait, you think banks in like Saudi Arabia give people loans without interest? You really think that? You think like banks in the UAE give people loan without interest?
Type of banking and this type of money that they make, interest on loans. This is how the Rothschild
So
family
Christians
became so
don't do that
successful.
today, or Muslims? They don't do that today at all.
They weren't doing it. Muslims don't. I mean, people have corrupted it, but at the time when Israel, even before it was
Oh
founded,
yeah,
one more time,
especially in
do they?
Europe,
sure. They've corrupted it, but you know. So what are you talking about? If they do it now, so what exactly are you talking about, Sneako? What exactly are you talking about? What's the point?
Do that today? Because I asked you about today. I said I will.
Yes.
Okay,
Muslims,
great.
Muslims
So
and Christians are involved in that type of banking. But
Okay, so what is the point? What are you then? What? This dude is a walking like product of propaganda. Everything he has is just propaganda. It's just lies. It's just made up nonsense. And he's just regurgitating them with extreme confidence without knowing that he's talking absolute nonsense.
this belief is what created the central bank system.
How
And
is
we're
it
all-
that every word that proceeds out of your mouth is complete BS, Sneako? How? How have you been able to go on in this life for so long regurgitating nonsense?
part of? That's how the Rothschild family made the money in order to buy the land that you're supporting.
I
you
do
think it's
not.
right for
Yeah,
them
sure. I
to
don't
believe that you're
disagree
so-
with people purchasing stuff. And if there is a legal purchase, I don't care if you're Jew, Christian, Muslim. Dude, Arabs were purchasing the land too. Arabs during the Russo-Turkish Wars, there were so many Muslims that moved into Anatolia and the Levant after. I'm not going to criticize them either because that's what people did. Again, you're trying to use today by keep going back to 1948.
No. But I'm talking about what's happening now, right? So they maintain so much power, and that land exists because of the Rothschild family, the same family responsible for the central bank system that all the Goyim are involved in, and that's how they created the power structure that they have. Okay, so you're supporting a people that wouldn't exist without this, and you will not benefit off of it if you really are Goyim.
America also
Okay.
wouldn't exist without a lot of atrocities either, and I still think America should exist. So I'm going to ask you a
100%.
question now
Like,
because you keep asking me.
first of all, everything he said is nonsense. Everything he said is absolute nonsense. This Rothschild rubbish is just absolute nonsense. All this, they used through usury that these Jews were able to get the money that they then used to purchase the land in Israel. All of that is absolute nonsense. It's made up rubbish. It's the product of sick minds.
You think America should be demolished? Because they
No,
also
America should not
wouldn't.
be demolished.
Okay, so perfect. I agree. So even if you were right, which you're not, but I know every time I try to correct you, you keep forcing
a
me to go back to
sickness.
this conversation. Even if you were right, though, you're telling me, well, this happened and it was atrocious. It was bad before, and you're supporting it today, so therefore you agree with it. That's as dumb as saying that I should agree with slavery because I support America. I don't believe in this whole well, it's an
You're arguing with
ethno-state.
something.
I don't care, dude. Like, I'm not a leftist. Those buzzwords aren't going to work on me. I don't care. Even if it was an
No,
ethno-state,
it's not
which
a
it's
buzzword.
not.
You also agreed with this.
It's literally
You
a
you just did
buzzword.
agree with that.
Agreed with
You just
what?
agreed that it was an ethno-state.
No,
You
I
just agreed
don't.
that
I said
Judaism was an
25% of Israel. No, I said Jews are an
Wait a second.
ethno-religion. I didn't say
And- wait,
that
wait. Okay,
Israel
fair.
is an
Jew-
ethno-state. It's so
Is
ridiculous.
Israel
Really
is Israel a
ridiculous, man.
Jewish state?
Yes, of course. Just like Germany is a German
Okay,
state.
so therefore Israel is
okay,
an ethno.
perfect. Is Germany an ethno-state? Is Germany an ethno-state?
No, not by definition. No, it's not.
Okay.
What is the problem with something being with is Saudi Arabia an ethno state? Sneako, is Saudi Arabia an ethno state? Is Qatar an ethno state? Yes. Is Japan an ethno state? Yes. So what is the problem with that? What exactly is your issue with an ethno state?
Is
Many
German
people-
is
many
one
other
second
people
is
there.
German are Germans an ethnicity?
Yes. But many
Okay.
different.
Are most people is
Judaism-
Germany? Hold on, I'm almost done, bro. You've asked me all these questions. Just let me ask: is Germany a German state?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So notice how I asked the exact same questions you asked me word for word. I just replaced Israel with Germany and Jews with Germans. You answered the exact same way I did. Do you understand how
Do you wanna-
ridiculous
do you
your
wanna
point
know what
is
the difference
now?
is?
Sure, go
The
ahead.
difference is Israel has the right to return. Where if you're Jewish, which you agreed is an ethno religion, they have the right to go to Israel and take land from people that were living there before.
That's
so
not what
Jews around the
happens.
world can go to Israel, and they have the right to go there. Even if they've been convicted of sex crimes like Jeffrey Epstein, they can flee to Israel, and they don't get.
If a country has a rule for how people can become citizens, so what? Every country has the right to order its affairs the way they see fit. If they want to, if they say, oh, if you convert to Judaism today, you can become a part of the nation of Israel. So what? Let them come up with whatever rule they have for citizenship. It is their decision. How a nation says, okay, through this procedure, you become a citizen. How they decide that is totally up to them. Why is it your problem, Sneako? In America, if you are born there, you become a citizen. That is America's decision. In the UK, if you stay for a particular period or do whatever, you become a citizen. That is their decision. In Saudi Arabia, you can stay for 10 billion years, you will never become a citizen. That is their decision. Why is it okay when Saudi Arabia have this very strict procedure for becoming a citizen? And it is okay for them to implement that, but Israel is like, okay, if you convert to Judaism, we can make you a citizen, whatever. And all of a sudden, Sneako, you have a problem with it. All of a sudden, that is the problem why Israel is not allowed to have its own ethno-state. Like, what is your problem? Exactly. Where is the consistency? What exactly is it that you have against the nation of Israel that you can say, this is the difference, this is what differentiates Israel from every other country that you seem to not to have an issue with? Other than the fact that you're just weirdly obsessed with the Jews.
Jeffrey
to
Epstein
America.
flee to Israel?
100% after 2008. You don't know this? What do you mean, okay? You're
I'm
being
talking
snarky, but
about,
this is true.
right, no, I thought you meant you believe he's in Israel right now. There's some people
No,
on
no,
X that
after-
say he is, so I was wondering if you were one of those
No,
people.
well, okay. Yeah, but after 2008, when he was convicted of
I
sex
know,
crimes.
I want to go back to the
Israel.
conversation.
Hold,
got you.
wait. This is the same conversation.
It's
the
not.
difference between
I
Germany
think it's
and
funny when
Israel-
I try to correct you on something, you do not like it at all, and now you're trying to go to. I want to go with. You said that Jews have
You
the
brought
right.
up the example of Germany,
to
so
go-
I'm comparing. You made an analogy, and I'm correcting your analogy.
Guy does not
The
want me to
difference is
speak.
they have the right to return. They believe that they are entitled to this place if they're Jewish, which you agreed is an ethno-religion. Israel is a Jewish state. They have the Star of David on the flag right behind you, even as a goy. This is an ethno-state by
So,
definition.
Islam
It's
used the
not
Star
liberal.
of David. Just FYI.
It's not a liberal ideology. This is not a leftist argument. It's something that you have also conceded is true.
No, again, you are forcing me not to answer, but a couple words at a time, and then you say I conceded all these things. I haven't conceded that. First off, the Star of David is used in Christian churches, has been used in Islamic mosques also. Have you ever been to Israel or the Palestinian territories?
Of course not. No.
I don't know why you said of course not. I don't know why that's like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Anyways, I've been there. This idea that you think
They
that...
wrote my names. Of course you have. They wrote my name on missiles. If I go there, there would be major problems.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But,
yeah.
but Israel
Wait,
is
hold
a
on.
Israel's
Jesus Christ.
is a Jewish state. Is Israel not a Jewish state? I don't know why you're like disagreeing with this.
Again,
this
just
leftist.
like
That's
I
the point
think Germany is a German.
It's not the problem. See, Sneako, you may not understand this, but here is the problem. The problem is you think Israel being a Jewish state is a problem. You think it is bad. You think Israel as an ethno-state should not exist. Like ethno-states should not exist. Or at least that's how you are sounding. I don't even know if that's what you actually believe at this point. But it's not a problem that Israel is a Jewish state. Just as it is not a problem that Saudi Arabia is an Arab state. It's not just an Arab state. It's not. You have to be a Saudi Arabian. You have to be you have to be native to that region to even be a citizen.
German state and China is a Chinese one. Yes, I do believe Israel is a Jewish state. That is true. I don't see why that's a
Right.
problem. Other than like America,
have the
Canada,
right to
arguably
return.
Australia, all of these states by your definition would be ethno-states. And by the way, I don't think that's a problem. That's the problem. Is you think like you're getting me because you're like, oh my God, this guy agrees with it. I don't
that's not, the
care.
ethno-state, that's not a gotcha question. These are definitions that we need to clarify.
By your definitions with the questions you asked me, it applies to so many countries around the world. And I think those countries are equally just fine. I don't understand what
The
this
difference is-
hyperfixation
okay,
on Israel
Do
is.
you know about the right to return, correct? Where Jewish people are entitled to this land because they're Jewish and then they have a
Some.
safe home in Israel?
Some do, yeah. It's not
Who
really...
doesn't? What Jews don't?
Yeah, some Jews actually don't. There's actually even pushes for them to take... And I'm not saying I agree with this, but really doesn't matter to me. Like if someone were to convert, reform today, as of right now, it does work. Some are trying to push that out. There's a 1970 addendum. In Saudi Arabia, if you want to get citizenship in the kingdom, your mom has to be Saudi, you have to be able to speak Arabic, and you have to be Muslim. And that's okay. They're their country. If they want to say, if a country tomorrow wants to say we are only allowing people in that have one leg, I think that's weird, but just for like a hypothetical, if they want to do that, they can do that. If Israel tomorrow wants to say this is what we want for our citizenship, they can. If Palestine ever becomes a second state and they say this is our requirement, then let them do whatever the fuck they want. If America tomorrow says this is our requirement to be a citizen, right? So what? I don't understand what your point is.
Okay.
Exactly. Why is it an issue? Why is it an issue that Israel has this requirement for citizenship? Why is it an issue?
But I was asking you, you said that not all Jews are entitled to the state of Israel. The first time I'm hearing that, so I'm asking you.
No, I'm saying after the 1970... Right, I already answered this. After the 1970 amendment that they had, addendum, there's some like patrilineals or those that have left the tribe where even if they were... Like the original point from Ben Gurion was if you had one Jewish grandparent. That was it. And the reason he said that was he was quoted saying that the Nazis determined that you were Jewish if you had one Jewish grandparent, so therefore that's what we're going to determine. It's been amended since 1970. I'm not particularly saying that's right or wrong. I don't particularly care because
amended
once again,
to what? So now it's both your parents have to, or your mother has to be. Well, what is the agreement now?
Yeah, you have to identify as Jewish, someone who hasn't left the tribe or denounced their Judaism. Right, so it's not so much based as much on ethnicity, but it still is. And there's some, it hasn't happened. There's some that are also trying to push out Reform Judaism, right? If they've converted via Reform instead of Orthodox. Again, not for me to say if that's right or wrong.
Idea. And again, yeah, that does reinforce the ethnostate idea you're against. The second one is...
He did not say he was against an... When did Nick say that I'm against an ethnostate? When? He just said that if an ethnostate exists, it is not a problem. And yet he's like, oh, that goes against the ethnostate that you said you're against. Like, when did he say he was against an ethnostate? Does Sneako have a problem with like hearing, or does he just hear whatever it is that he wants to hear?
There's so many. How many people in Israel, do you know the stats? How many of them are atheist Jews or secular Jews that don't even really follow the commandments?
Yeah, I'm not sure of that. I can look it up. I don't know the exact number. Do you?
I think it's around 50 to 60%. They're ethnically Jewish, but they're not practicing. So it's a very secular country.
When you say practicing, do you mean like atheists or just like maybe they're not Orthodox?
Practicing, consistently going to
synagogue. Doesn't even know. Like that's one thing about Sneako. He gives you a stat, but he doesn't even understand the details. So if you probe him further on whatever so-called facts that he presents, it turns out that he doesn't even know more about what he just said than what he just said. Like if he cannot expand, there is nothing Sneako tells you that he can expand on because he doesn't know much. He just knows to repeat that line. He just knows to repeat that sentence. That's all.
God, following the commandments.
That's ridiculous. That's why it's an ethno-religion. So they could be practicing. They're just not consistently going to synagogue, is what you're saying?
What I'm saying is the priority is ethnicity for them. As long as they are Jewish by ethnicity, that's what matters more to them than faith. Then Tel Aviv wouldn't be the gayest city in the world as they... Yeah. So the Times of Israel brags about how Tel Aviv is the gayest city in the world. They boast about their gay pride parades. Stuff like this is forbidden in Judaism, but it's so accepted in Israel because it's a very secular place. So even though it is a Jewish ethno-state, they still allow for so many atheist Jews and secular Jews to practice gay pride parades because the priority is the ethnicity, not the faith.
Yeah, again, there's a lot that actually disagree with that in Israel, and there's a lot that don't. That's why it's a democracy. There are parties that say it's okay, and there are some that absolutely hate that. It's
a democracy, but Palestinians get arrested in Israel if they say free Palestine. The IDF.
I literally have a video on my page at a pro-Palestinian protest in Haifa. They didn't get arrested. They were saying free Palestine. When they started chanting globalize the Intifada, and even still, many of them weren't arrested, just the ones that chanted that, then they arrested them and they were released immediately. but they were put to a stop. But they were screaming and holding signs that said "Free Palestine." You're literally lying right now, dude. I was in Haifa,
I just
which
spoke
is
to
in
two other
Israel.
people. I just spoke to two or three today and three yesterday that said the same thing.
The Tel
They cannot
Aviv
be vocal about
University,
this.
the Tel Aviv University had the Palestinian flags flying at a protest, and they weren't arrested. You're saying they get arrested just for saying
Okay,
free
well, you were
Palestine?
using anecdotal evidence.
There are people in Israel that are opposed to the nation. There are people in Israel that are opposed to the nation of Israel. There are people in Israel that say free Palestine. That is to tell you how free the nation is. You can't even have that in. Do you know you have people in Israel that say free Palestine, yet you don't have people in Saudi Arabia that say free Palestine. Think about that. You have people in Israel that say free Palestine. You have people who hold protests. There are protests that are held in Israel where they wave the Palestinian flag and they say free Palestine. But that cannot happen in the UAE. That cannot happen in Saudi Arabia.
Saying using anecdotal evidence, saying you went to Israel, of course,
That I have a video of.
and yeah, of course, saying that you saw protests. I'm using anecdotal evidence. I just spoke to two or three people, and I think it was two or three yesterday that said the same thing, that they will get arrested and they're under threat if they vocalize the fact
And the
that they're Palestinian and they don't say Israeli. And also,
and
if
the
they say
second
free
example I
Palestine.
gave up,
So
you
if
can
you're
look
gonna use-
up on the internet. It's not anecdotal.
Or if you presented it as anecdotal evidence.
No, I'm saying the second example I gave was not anecdotal. You're right. The first one was.
Sure. Okay. Let's speak about Epstein, right? Because you agree that Epstein was horrible.
Yes, he was horrible.
You don't
He
care
was an
about
awful
Jeffrey
person.
Epstein.
I don't care about how you
Okay.
keep trying to deflect. I'd like to focus
I'm not trying to deflect.
on one.
What happened to the conversation about genocide? I thought that was what all of this was about. Guys, you remember at the beginning, so I know some people joined us recently. By the way, if you're joining, please smash the like button. Destroy that like about genocide, right? You guys remember all of this? Oh, what just happened? What's happening? What's happening? Okay, I am back. Sorry guys, there was a little glitch right there. I had to check. I hope I'm not buffering anymore. Yeah, it was. I noticed it too. I noticed that even from my end I could see the buffering, but it's not buffering anymore, is it? It is okay now, right? Let me know, guys. It is. People in the chat, let me know. Okay, I am fine now. Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Thank you. I have to do my pop-out chat again. Sorry about that. Let's end this chat and pop another one out. Or should I close this one? I don't even know at this point. All right. People are letting me know that it's fine. Thank you, everyone. All right, guys. So I believe we can all remember that all of this all started with the conversation about the genocide, okay? Now, they have gone off on many tangents. I mean, they've talked about ethnostates. They've talked about goyims. They've talked about, Sneako has gone all over the place, and yet he's yet to tell us how exactly Israel is committing genocide. If you can notice, we've gone so many tangents, so many things have been discussed, except the subject of genocide. And now he's about to go to Jeffrey Epstein. So let's watch that.
You don't let me speak at all. I want to go to the original
You've been speaking
thing.
80% of the time.
80%, I promise you, it's not been 80%. You have asked almost every question, and you originally brought up genocide. We talked about it for very little, and then you moved on from it. I want to know why you think it is a genocide today.
Because they have wiped out the entire civilization. They made it clear that they want to.
They wiped out the entire civilization. Are you kidding? Woo. They wiped out the entire civilization, Sneako. They did that. What civilization? What freaking civilization are you?
To starve them out. They're cutting off the water supply. The ratio since October 7th of murder has been 70-1. This follows so many definitions
70
that
to 1
I even
what?
looked up.
7 to, yeah, well, that's a weird thing to say. Like, anyways, he will explain. So let's
70-1 what?
70-1. They said it's a war, but the ratio of deaths is about 70-1, and that's just
70-1 what? What are you
Probably
saying? Are you saying combatant to civilian? Or civilian to combatant?
This is why you're getting really angry. This is an
literally
easy ratio
not
to
angry.
No,
understand.
he's not angry. He's asking you to explain yourself. You said 70-1. What does that mean? 70-1 what? What ratio are you talking about? You said 70-1. What do you mean?
This is the ratio of deaths, right? This is
What
why I'm saying it's
dead would
genocide, not a war. October 7th, which Israel
Can
had.
you tell me what the
foreknowledge
ratio is?
of.
You still haven't told me.
I just said death.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
There's been 70%, 700% more death on the Palestinian side than there has been on the Israeli side. It's been
That's
around.
not what genocide
it's been around,
Yeah, what? Okay, so this is how you know this guy is so dumb. Sneako, right now, the United States is waging a war with Iran. Okay? Thus far, how many US soldiers have died? I think they're up to like 7 or 8. I think the last number I saw was 8 soldiers. 8 soldiers have been killed during this conflict in the past couple of days, right? Or the past few days, rather, because it's been like how many days now? I guess 9 or 10, right? So 8 people have been killed. Do you know how many Iranians, like Iranian officials, have been killed? Does that mean, therefore, that what is going on in Iran is a genocide? It just means one side is winning and the other side is not. That's just all that means. It doesn't mean, and it doesn't mean that's a genocide, Sneako. That's not how it works. That's we killed 10 people, you killed 50 people. It's a genocide. It's disproportionate. Who says that in a war, whenever you're fighting a war, you say, okay, you know what? Because we are fighting a war, you've killed 10 people. Now here are 10 people from our side. Kill them so we can be equal. Is that how it works? Like, the number of people that die from both sides have to be equal or at least close. No. One side is trying to kill as many people on the other side as possible, and the other side is trying to kill that, like, or stop the other side. And you want to reduce casualties on your own side. Okay, while you decimate the enemy as much as you can. So this talk of 70-1 or whatever, who cares? Like, okay, so what? It means that my side is better. If the death rate is 70-1, all that means is that my side is better than your side. That's all it means. It is not genocide.
Find as.
I just cited multiple reasons, and this is part of the reason why.
Right, can you tell me why
before you get angry when you ask a question.
I'm literally not angry.
And I'm answering your question. Okay, but you're interrupting, and I'm answering your question. You said, why is it a genocide? Okay, and I'm explaining. Since October 7th, which Israel had foreknowledge of, it said around 1,000 Israelis were killed. Okay?
1,200.
Maybe it was 800, maybe it was 900.
It was 1,200.
They said that there were 40 beheaded babies. That never happened.
They never
there was no
said
evidence of
that.
this.
They never said that.
What has Israel having? Let's assume you are right. Because, and again, just preponderance of false claims. That's one thing that people like this know how to do. It's called the preponderance of just false claims. In one sentence, they can load one sentence with 50 false claims. One sentence, he said Israel had foreknowledge of October 7. One sentence, he said that, the people that were killed was 1,000. Some say 800. One sentence, how many lies? Just one sentence. Just you load one sentence with so many false claims. My goodness. But still, even if we are to grant all your false claims, you are not close to talking about the genocide issue. So why are you bringing all this nonsense up?
Yes,
That was a French
Shapiro was pushing this narrative.
That was a French reporter who misquoted that
Piers
and was
Morgan
corrected.
was allegedly saying this.
Yes, they all got that
it wasn't
wrong.
corrected immediately.
Yep, it was
Okay,
actually.
they got it wrong. So the 40 beheaded babies, that was a lie.
Wasn't by Israel. That was a
lie.
French reporter who got that wrong, and Israel was the one that corrected.
If you don't think Ben Shapiro is Israel, then that's okay. That was a narrative.
Okay,
that was a mainstream
great.
Zionist narrative at the time of October 7th.
What do you mean by a mainstream Zionist narrative? A war broke out. People were trying to get information, or an attack took place. People were trying to get information. A news organization, a French news organization, started repeating a false claim that was not verified. And people were like, because it just happened. People don't have details. So they see one and then they start repeating it. Oh, it was a narrative that was manufactured and pushed by the Zionists. No. It happens all the time in conflicts like this. When something bad happens, especially when have you been on X recently? Do you know how many times I've seen the same building get demolished and they say this is the 16th time that Iran is firing into Israel? Like, do you know how many times I've seen this person has been hit? Israel has been decimated by Iran. And it turns out it is the same clip, the same picture. They repeat it over and over again, and all of it is just false. Have you been on X recently? They show you a crowd and they say, this is to show you how much the Iranian people are supporting their own people. Look at the crowd of Iranians that are now coming on the streets in support of the Islamic regime. It turns out that video is from like 7 years ago. Like, have you been online? False claims are floating around. In fact, at one point, Twitter had to ban the use of AI. Like AI videos, or posts with AI videos or AI pictures. We are not getting as much, like, they were restricting the reach of such posts, especially when it has to do with Iran or the war in Iran, because of how much false information was being pushed out there by this kind of AI-generated pictures. And you are complaining about Israel and just one mistake that was quickly refuted or corrected by the nation of Israel. I mean, talk about all the starving children that turn out to just be children with pre-existing condition. It's so interesting that this person is always there. Like, you are fussing about over one claim that turned out not to be true. And some of them, I've even seen people go out of their way to make the claim then that because of the 40 beheaded babies was a false claim or was not true, therefore children were not killed during the October 7 attack. And I'm like, no, children were killed. Children were killed. That is true. 40 babies were not beheaded, but children were killed.
Since then, the ratio of deaths on each side is 70 to 1.
Says.
You look like you do.
You said the Israeli government said it. If Ben Shapiro said that and got it wrong, then great, he's wrong.
I didn't say that.
So when you said they, you meant Ben Shapiro? That's your argument?
I meant
the nation of Israel is Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro is the spokesperson for the Likud party.
Supremacists and Zionists as a whole, not the Israeli government, which you said.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Can we get back to what Israel did and how it's a genocide then? Not their lies that you think they did. Just why is it a genocide? Just tell me why it's a genocide.
I'm answering you to keep interrupting.
Got it. It's a genocide because Ben Shapiro lied about.
Wow, I can't answer the question. I can't answer the question. Wow.
You answer the question. That'd be great. Yeah.
You're not letting me talk, and you keep going. Do you want to hear the answer?
If you answer the question asked, yes, I do.
Okay. Are you okay now?
I'm literally waiting.
You're good? Okay.
We are waiting, Sneako.
Since October 7th, 70 times more Palestinians have died than Israelis. Israel
that is pointless.
Had foreknowledge of October.
That is neither here nor there. Okay, so what?
7th, they allowed this attack to happen.
Okay, let's even grant that is true. Let's grant that Israel had foreknowledge of October 7th. That does not make the war in Gaza a genocide. Okay? Let's even assume that you're right, which you are not, by the way, but so?
They use this to justify killing, bombing, destroying Gaza completely. Now it's completely leveled.
Okay, Israel having foreknowledge of October 7, does that mean that October 7 was not carried out by Hamas and citizens from Gaza? Does that mean that those people did not actually break the fence, get into kibbutz in Israel and massacre Jews and kill babies and like really carry out heinous attack? And like what they did was, and rape and all whatnot, like all of that did not happen. Like, oh, Israel knew, they allowed it to happen. Okay, I really want people like Sneako to really think. Does that, the fact that Israel, let's say, which of course, I want people to know that I'm not saying that Israel allowed this to happen, or that Israel knew that it was going to happen and then it just, maybe somebody gave a stand-down order like some people have suggested. I'm not saying none of that is the case. We are yet to really know what actually happened, that the lapse in intelligence that allowed Hamas to carry out the attack that they carried on October 7th. But let's assume that Israel allowed it. Does that mean that Hamas did not do it? It's like a thief come to my house and rob me, take all my property, right? And then somebody said, well, you did not lock your doors. True, I did not lock my doors. That does not mean the thief did not come in and steal. I was not robbed. It doesn't mean that they did not point a gun to my head. And let's say as a result of them coming after me, I decide to go after them to get my stuff back. You're not going to say, oh, because you did not lock your doors and then they found their way in, therefore you should not go back to try to reclaim your stuff, or at least, get them arrested. Just because a thief robbed me because my door was open does not mean that they should not be apprehended, that justice should not be served. So let's say, yes, Hamas did it because, Israel allowed them. Does that mean that they should get away with it?
No buildings there.
Does that mean they bear no responsibility whatsoever and they should not suffer the repercussion of their actions?
Mostly people live in tents. This is not.
Does that mean that they did not kidnap people and refuse to release them? Like, what are we talking about exactly? And that the Jews, and that, I say the Jews, and that Israel should not try to get back those people that Hamas kidnapped and we are holding hostage? Like, what exactly is this?
City that it was beforehand.
Like, does that mean, like, there's so many things, the more I think about it more, does that mean that, I mean, this level of mental retardation is unmatched, is extraordinary.
October 7th was a pretext.
Wasn't a city before.
Most of the people in Gaza,
let's back this up a little bit, because I know there are some things he has been saying that I may have missed because of my does that mean?
Oh, that's your argument?
I meant Jewish supremacists and Zionists as a whole, not the Israeli government, which you said.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Can we get back to what Israel did and how it's a genocide then? Not their lies that you think they did. Just why is it a genocide? Just tell me why it's a genocide.
I'm answering you to keep interrupting.
Got it. It's a genocide because Ben Shapiro lied about.
Wow, I can't answer the question. I can't answer the question. Wow.
You answer the question.
So you
that'd be great.
Yeah. You're not letting me talk, and you keep going. Do you want to hear the answer?
If you answer the question asked, yes, I do.
Okay. Are you okay now?
I'm literally waiting.
You're good? Okay. Since October 7th, 70 times more Palestinians have died than Israelis.
So
Israel
what?
had foreknowledge of October 7th. They allowed this attack to happen. They used this to justify killing, bombing, destroying Gaza completely. Now it's
False,
completely level.
but if true,
there are almost
so
no
what?
buildings there. Mostly people live in tents. This is not the city that it was beforehand. October
Gaza
7th
is not
was a
a city.
It wasn't a
pretext.
city before.
Most of the people in Gaza, yes, it was. Most people
It's
in Gaza
not.
are children. They have predominantly, I think over 50% of the population are under 18. Since then, there's many videos of IDF trying to shoot the electricity supply to turn off the power.
That's not
Still
that's
waiting.
not
Water
genocide.
supply.
Just genocide. I'm still
This is
waiting
what
for-
genocide is.
That's not what genocide
Starvation
is.
is part of.
That's not what genocide is. Go and look at what is happening in Sudan. Sneako, go and look at what is happening in Sudan. These people are not shooting electricity poles. Okay, that's not what is happening in Sudan. Okay, this murderous, I've forgotten what they call them. They're not just shooting electricity poles and water supplies. They are shooting people. They are rounding up individuals. Like, they are shooting people so badly that from satellite footage, you can see the decoloration of the earth with the blood of the people that they have killed. That is what you call genocide. Sneako. You people are cheapening that word. You've made the word to have no meaning.
If they just wanted to retaliate, if they just wanted to defeat Hamas, they said that they were using human shields. This is how they justified bombing hospitals.
At what
this
point
is how
do
they
I get
bombing
to
schools.
answer? I got it. You're bringing
Answer
up
what?
possible war crimes. This is still not genocide, but a couple
100%.
things. You
They
said that
followed so
I'm just
many
gonna
war
go.
crimes. I didn't even finish. I didn't even finish.
Are you going to get to the genocide part? The dolus
I'm explaining
specialis?
so many reasons why it's genocide.
Okay, it's
Sniping children in the
concreticide,
head.
you guys. They destroyed all the buildings. Got it.
Yeah, they destroyed all the buildings. It's electricide. They destroyed the electric poles. It's water side. They destroyed they cut off the water supply. Oh my goodness.
No, I said that they killed 70 times
Also, he
more.
thinks the
They
Gaza
have-
Strip is a city.
Yeah, not anymore.
It wasn't a city
There's
before.
The infrastructure is completely leveled.
All right, just so you know, Gaza
Second-
Strip, FYI, the Gaza Strip is not a city. It has cities in it. It's actually
Okay.
5 governance, just FYI.
The point is, I'm differentiating between war and genocide. If it was a war, then the human shield lie that they purported, they said Yahya Sinwar was hiding behind human shields. They found him fighting on the front lines without human shields.
He wasn't
They
in the
said
front
Hamas was
lines. The
hiding-
front lines was in
Yeah,
Gaza City.
Sinwar was not. Oh boy.
At the
Yes, he
time.
was.
He was in Rafah, which is on the other side of the Gaza Strip. It's not even close to
But
the
he
Gaza
was not
City.
hiding. The important part was he was not hiding behind the
He
human
was
shields.
with
that they
2
lied about.
bodyguards.
Not human shields. This is
Right,
the justification
so-
they use to bomb every building, to bomb hospitals, to bomb schools.
Can I answer at any point?
They said they were human shields.
So bombing of hospitals and bombing of schools and bombing of buildings is genocide. Is that what genocide is? Based on the Google definition you showed us earlier, Sneako, is that what genocide is? When you bomb buildings, you bomb hospitals. Let's even throw in churches and mosques. If you bomb that, then you are committing. That can be possible war crimes, yes, but that is not genocide.
And they said we need to go get Hamas. We need to go kill Hamas. Okay.
Right.
The hospitals that they destroyed, Hamas wasn't there. They were
Great.
fighting.
So
You-
Mohammed
you're putting
Sinwar
your-
was where?
Yahya Sinwar.
Mohammed Sinwar, his brother, fucktard? The other guy? The other Sinwar?
Why do you get zesty when you talk about genocide? This
It's
is a
not about that. You
complicated-
try to correct me. You don't even know.
He told you that Mohammed Sinwar was killed. Was killed in a hospital. He was in a hospital. Sneako, that is the point. Mohammed Sinwar was in a hospital. If he was not, if these people are not hiding among civilians, right now in Iran, the Iranian officials, there was a photo that came out. I don't know how true it was, but they were having a meeting. In Iran right now, the officials, the military, those in the military, those who know that they are targets, we are having a meeting in a school.
Know who Mohammed Sinwar is. You're like, you mean Yahya Sinwar?
Okay.
Mohammed Sinwar is the other
Okay.
dude.
I mentioned
Right,
Mohammed
where was
Sinwar,
he?
which is why this.
I understand. You said there was no Hamas guys under hospitals. I'm asking you.
I'm not talking about his brother. This is what they said.
He's bringing up his brother to prove a point that these people were in hospitals.
Yahya Sinwar was hiding behind human shields. He wasn't.
First off, I don't know anyone that
They said
said that. They came out and said they killed him in Rafah. He was about a
Google it
week
yourself.
or two.
This
I'm just
was
going to
countless
answer you real
reports.
quick.
They said-
About
they said
2
he was
weeks.
coward. I haven't even finished answering your first
But
question.
you're
about
going so
genocide.
many points. At what point do I get to at least
Because
answer
this is
one of the
proof
points?
that it's not war. This is proof that
Yeah,
it's
but
not
you
war,
don't
it's
want
a
to
genocide.
hear-
What Sneako is doing is called the preponderance of false claims or the preponderance of false accusation. It's a style of argument that people have mastered. So when you're having an argument with them, they just load you with false claims. They can make in less than 5 minutes, they can make up to 100 false claims, such that even if you end up debunking one, they will say, well, You did not answer the remaining 99. You did not, even if you debunk 10 of their claims, they will say, well, the remaining 90, you did not refute them, and therefore you did not win the argument. So it's kind of how they argue is a preponderance of false claims, as many as they can manufacture. They just keep putting it out there, putting it out there, putting it out there, putting it out there. And when you answer one, they pivot to the next one. When you answer the next one, they pivot to the next one. When you answer the next one, they pivot until they wear you out. And then they say, oh, you see, you are running, or they say, you see, this is to show that these Zionist shields don't know what they are talking about, and they are defending a genocide. And that is how they argue. That is how they argue. It's just preponderance of false accusations, preponderance of false claims. Just keep loading and loading and loading and loading. That is how people like Sneako got convinced. So that's all they have. Just false claims upon false claims upon false claims.
But you don't want to hear any counters because you're scared to hear the counters.
I'm not scared. Do you think I'm scared of you? If they are purposely targeting innocent civilians, if they're definitely targeting innocent civilians under the guise and under the lie that they're just attacking Hamas, that is proof of genocide and not war.
Great.
They don't care about eradicating Hamas.
I get
Hamas
to
propaganda.
answer. You guys notice how he doesn't want me to answer? Okay, perfect.
Because I haven't finished it.
I understand you probably have many buzzwords and points. I'm sure you do, but we can talk about it. Sneako, got it. We can still talk about something. It doesn't mean it's over after that. We can expand after. I know you know how conversations work. It's okay. If you go down, it's very easy.
You got angry. You got angry that you couldn't ask a question that I would. You said, "I'm afraid of your question." While I'm answering your question,
I got you.
While I'm answering the question that you got angry about,
I'm literally not angry. I know you keep saying I'm angry. I'm speaking at a very normal voice. I'm not angry. And I know this is like what people say when they're like crashing out. They're like, "Oh, you're so mad." I'm not mad.
There's no one crashing. You're doing like snarky things. You're like, ugh. You're like,
that doesn't make someone mad. That just. Okay.
Then sassy. Then you're being. I'm answering your question and you become sassy.
Okay, and you're answering incorrectly, and I can't tell you why it's incorrect. So you've said a lot of things. So you said amongst many things, because it's very easy to label 30 points in 30 seconds. It's not easy to break down 30 points in 30 seconds. And I know you know this. You debate. You understand this. And so that's what a lot of pro-pallies do, is they want to, no, I'm still answering. And they go, ba. And then if you get to maybe answering 1 or 2 points, then they pretend they still won because 28 points weren't answered. So
that is the way they debate. That's the way they debate. That is what they call, it's the same thing that Candace Owens does. It's the same thing that Candace does. By the time she makes one claim about Erica, you are trying to answer that one claim about Erica, she makes like 99 other claims. And by the time you are done responding to the 99 other claims, she has made 1,000 more. By the time you are getting to 50 of the new 1,000, she's made 1,000,000 more. And then when you talk to her audience, they say, look at all this evidence. That's what they will say. They say, look at all this evidence. No, she has not brought evidence. She has only brought claims. She has been making claims. And all it takes, and here's the thing about her audience, and people like Sneako too, his audience too, all they need is for one of the claims to be true. Once one of the claims turn out to be true, then this person is onto something. And they are going to ignore the many times that this person has, like, the person is going to make 9,000 claims, right? 4 will be true. And their audience will be like, well, see, 4 turned out to be true. This is why we know that everything, Candace Owens is on point. She's saying something. She's onto something. This is one of the women who is speaking the truth, and nobody has been able to debunk her. They've not been able to debunk her. And then they ignore the other times, like the overwhelming number of times that she has been proven wrong. All of that doesn't seem to exist because, look at these other claims that she has made that people have not even gotten to. Therefore, she is right.
You said no Hamas members are hiding in hospitals or under them or anywhere near them, right? And I asked you, what about Mohammed Sinwar, who was the leader of Hamas after his brother died? He died hiding underneath the European hospital, right? So yes, they do. And furthermore, with the water being cut off, let's start with that. That was one of the first things you mentioned. I forgot a lot of what you said. So the water being cut off, are you saying the water was cut off like permanently or just temporarily? Because about only...
There's videos of IDF soldiers shooting the water supply.
Right. So about 85 to 90% of water actually comes from inside Gaza via aqueducts and desalination. right? Only about 10 to 13% of water comes from 3 separate pipelines from Israel. So even if you're saying they're shooting the pipelines, that's not cutting off the water. That would be one pipe, assuming you're telling the truth, but that's not cutting off the water. First off, how long do people live without water?
Supply.
Well, no, first of all, I don't even know what you're. I have no idea what you're talking.
I want Sneako to think. Well, he doesn't. But if Israel is cutting off the water supply, how come the people in Gaza? What are the people in Gaza drinking? Essentially, if they don't have water, how come they survive this long despite Israel cutting off the water supply?
Talking about, but regardless, this idea of they cut off the water, first off, they would all be dead. All 2.1 million people in Gaza would be dead.
That's the intention to shoot. That's the intention to cut off.
So why are they not dead? If they are cutting off the water supply, how come people in Gaza are not dead?
Why wouldn't they just cut off all water if that's what they wanted to do? If that's what their intention was, just do it all then.
Yes, obviously that would be horrible optics upon Israel, but their soldiers are doing it. They definitely took orders to do that. But if it was that explicit, then people like you wouldn't be shilling for them.
So wait, hold on. So you're saying that that's their intention. They were ordered to do it, but they also at the same time don't want to do it because it would be bad optics. How the fuck does that make any sense? Was it really bad optics?
Definitely got specific orders. Maybe it was the specific intentions. Obviously, they aren't being punished.
So how do you know it is their intention? Like, I don't even understand. Okay, they want to cut off the water supply, and the goal of cutting off the water supply is so that they can, exterminate the entire population. Yet they don't go ahead to cut off the water supply. All they have is one soldier shooting a pipe or whatever, and that is them cutting off the water supply. Yet these people still have water. But their goal is to cut off the water supply, and they can't cut off the water supply, but they don't cut off the water supply because if they cut off the water supply, it's going to look bad. But they want to cut off the water supply. That's why they have soldiers who are shooting pipes. Because when they shoot pipes, then the people in Gaza are going to not have water and then they are going to die. But the people in Gaza are not dying. They are still alive. Their population keeps increasing. Because Israel has not cut off the water supply and these people still have water. And Israel wants to, but for so many years, they still have not. Even during this war, they still have not. Okay, but they are shooting the pipes, but... Oh, this is wisdom. This is uncommon knowledge, ladies and gentlemen.
They're able to do it that way. IDF soldiers are shooting the water supply. Whether or not they got specific orders, maybe it was not a...
Wait, so you're admitting you made that up then?
No, I didn't make it up. There's videos of IDF soldiers shooting the water supply.
No, I meant the getting orders from the higher... whoever, whether it's their security higher up or the government or Bibi himself, I don't know.
The point is, if they feel comfortable enough to do this, they know they can get away with it. So, yeah.
So if they could get away with it, why have they not done it? It's not good. It's not be good optics. So, but they could get away with it. So why would they care about optics? If they could get away with it, why? Well.
I asked you. You said they got orders from the higher ups. Did you make that up?
No, I said potentially. Potentially.
Okay, good. So you made it up. Perfect. So next point.
No, I said the IDF. No, I didn't make up the fact that IDF soldiers are shooting off the water supply.
You know that's not what I said.
Supply.
You know
these
that's
videos
not what
exist of them destroying the eggs when the food goes in.
Sneako, he's saying that you made up the fact that these IDF soldiers that you claim you saw, we are receiving orders to shoot the water supply. And I don't even know how you shoot water supply. It's kind of, what are you shooting, a pipe? What are you shooting, a reservoir? What exactly were they shooting? They shoot the water supply. They saw the water supply. They're like, water supply, poof, poof. Fantastic stuff.
An effort to starve them out. And IDF soldiers are making an effort to make them.
So over 2 million tons, according to UNRWA, the United Nations, and even the Israeli government, but you don't believe them, so I'll go with the other two. Over 2 million tons of food had went into the Gaza Strip. According to the World Food Program, about 90,000 tons lasts the Gaza Strip about 2 months, right? Because they said it's 1 million people for 4 months. There's about 2 million people in Gaza, so for about 2 months. Even if you reverse do the math, that would be about 2.5 to 3 years of food, give or take, right? Just doing quick math. According to the World Food Program, this isn't like some Israeli source, it's the World Food Program. That's what they said would last the Gaza Strip. So when you're saying they're trying to like starve them out, why would they allow over 2 million tons of food to go into the Gaza Strip? And this wasn't 2 million tons that they wanted to but didn't. This is the ones that actually went into the Gaza Strip.
The point is, it's genocide because cutting off the food and water
Can
is
I
not
answer that,
intentionally
or-
to get Hamas.
Okay.
All the civilians they all need food and water. And if you don't believe it, the UN agencies, particularly the UNRWA and the WFP,
Are you
It's
saying
called UNRWA.
the World Food
UNRWA?
Program. Yeah, they have reported that this is
This
the
guy's level of
abbreviation.
UNRWA
ignorance
is a
is
Palestinian
astounding.
organization, just FYI.
Right. The UN, but this is coming from the UN agency. They report Israeli
It's a
authorities.
UN agency for Palestine. UNRWA does not function anywhere else other than Palestine.
Right.
This is not just soldiers. So I stand corrected. These are Israeli authorities, not specific soldiers. They have blocked and restricted food convoys into Gaza.
Right, for 2
And they've
months they
limited
did that,
aid.
which is allowed per Article 51 of the Geneva Conventions. It specifically says that you're allowed to temporarily block food, right, for security measures as long as adequate food's in there. They had 8 months saved up before that moment when they started. I think it was from January to March. It was about maybe 2.5 months. I think it was the middle of March that they blocked food. They're allowed to do that per Article 51.
They're allowed to block food in a such genocide.
Temporarily, correct, as long as there is adequate food, which
So
the UN has
temporarily
determined was
starve them.
about 8
So
months.
how long?
It's not temporarily
It's 8 months
starving
when-
them.
Okay, when did that happen?
That was actually before the starvation claim even actually came out by the IPC report. So there was actually no even starvation
what
claim
year?
even when that was happening.
What-
That was
what year
the
did that happen?
2024, I believe it was.
Okay, and then again, they did it in 2025. The World Food Program reported that food stocks for hot meals, they ran out on April 25, following a 7-week block on aid. So Israeli authorities.
so then it was
blocked food from
2025
coming
I'm
in
talking
for
about.
7 weeks.
Right.
No, that's a separate one. You said it was several months. This is 7 weeks, and this is afterwards. This
No,
is a
I
separate
said 2
starvation.
months. I hope you know 7 weeks is about 2 months. You understand that, right, Sneako?
But you said it was years prior.
I said it was
wasn't in
January to
2025.
March. I couldn't remember if it was 2025 or 2024. I'm assuming you're reading January to March of 2025, right?
No, this is April.
April?
April 2025.
Right. That's
World
after.
Food Program report.
Right. You said that was after the
Yeah.
blockade, so you are talking about January to March. April would be the month after March, so it's talking about what already happened.
Yeah, but you're
correct?
starting in January. 7 weeks. 7 weeks is not until January. The point
It
is
is
starvation.
January plus
Okay.
7 weeks would get you to March, unless you not January 1st. I'm saying in January. Do you understand? There's 4 weeks in a month, right, Sneako?
Yeah, 100%. The point is that this is intentional starvation. That's the point.
Okay. So
Cutting
how
off
many
the food
people
and water supply
starved? How
is
many people
intentional
starved?
starvation.
How many people
Does he even understand what starvation is?
starved in Gaza? Like died from starvation?
They're saying, okay, from the humanitarian crisis, this is again from the World Food Program, over 2 million people in Gaza are severely food insecure with famine-like
No,
conditions.
I asked you how many
2
people
million
died from
people.
starvation.
Famine-like conditions or not having enough food is common during war, which is one of the effects. This is why you shouldn't start war, Sneako. Maybe you should communicate that to your Gaza, to your Hamas friends. Now, you shouldn't start war because it leads to very dire humanitarian conditions. Okay, it is really something that is not desirable for the reasons that, that are obviously manifested in Gaza, right? But that does not mean genocide. Just because people are starving does not mean genocide.
I don't have that stat off the top of my head.
According
but I
to
have 2 million
Hamas,
people.
yeah, according to
They have
Hamas,
2 million people. The World Food Program. So, okay, people can die for many causes. Starvation is a gateway to different diseases, to different sickness. This is a way to kill people slowly. So say they have COVID after they have been starved with famine-like conditions. Then
When
it
did
will
they
be
start
reported as a
starving
COVID
them?
death. They are still being
I got
starved.
you. I'm telling you why you're wrong. So when did the starvation start? Was it October 8th, 2023? When did they say we are now going to start starving them?
October 7th, 2023.
Okay, so and it went throughout the entire war, correct?
So they've been starving these people since October of 2023, and they are still alive. You've been starved since October of 2023, and these people are still alive. Wow. Powerful stuff.
On and off since then, yes.
Yeah, the starvation has been on and off. There's like a switch button for starvation. On Monday, Israel will turn on the starvation switch, and then on Friday they turn it off. My goodness. This is ridiculous.
Okay, so for about 2 years, these magical people were being starved, which starve is when your body literally starts to eat itself. You're saying that these people, strongest people in history, I guess, they were all being starved. Yet
On and
somehow,
off.
even at the end of the war, Hamas claimed those that died from not just starvation, but just malnutrition was less than, according to Hamas, I don't believe their numbers, but let's go with it, was less than 400 people in a society of 2.1 million. Hold on one sec. 2.1 million people. Hold on one sec. Hold on one sec.
2 million people with famine-like
here we
conditions.
go.
2 million people. So you
you
just want
said
to report specific starving
okay.
to death.
That's
Literally,
not the
your
same
body
thing.
incapable.
No, starvation
Okay.
is level 5. Okay, I'm trying to answer you, but you keep cutting me off. So starvation,
The point is
according
you're trying
to
to kill them.
wow,
You want to
he
define
really
starvation.
doesn't want to.
The point.
He really doesn't want to hear
the bigger
the
point.
answer.
Okay, you want to.
So just so everyone knows, level 5 is what's required for starvation. Level 5 is what's required for starvation,
the
according
point is
to the
they
IPC.
are cutting off the food supply to kill them. That's
So
the bigger
no,
point,
that's
not the
actually
definition
not
of starvation.
true.
I know you want to harp on definitions. 2 million people have reported having famine-like conditions according to the World
Famine is
Food
not
Program.
even close to starvation. Most war zones have famine-like
I am
conditions.
aware, but
So you're changing, you're moving the goalpost from
What then do you say about Yemen? What then do you say about Yemen? What then do you say about what then do you say about Sudan?
starvation to normal things that happen in a lot of wars, especially in urban warfare conflict. I agree with you. There was a lot of people that had food insecurity. That happens in urban warfare. You didn't say that. You're moving the goalpost because you're getting proven wrong. You said they
Not
were
moving the goalpost,
starving
no.
to death. You understand the difference between starvation and famine?
Oh my Lord.
Let's do a quick Google search so that we ourselves can understand the difference. Famine. Famine generally refers to either famine land. What is this? Look at me. Famine is an extreme widespread food shortage causing mass starvation, malnutrition, and death, classified by the IPC as phase 5 catastrophe. That is stupid. This AI is stupid. How can phase 5 catastrophe be famine when it is mass starvation is... Let's look at Merriam-Webster's. An extreme scarcity of food is known as famine. Then it said synonym, that's a cake meaning is starvation. And then 4 is a great shortage. So the archaic meaning of famine is that it is often used synonymously with the word starvation. But in modern society, with our modern understanding and the way we kind of categorize things right now, famine is not actually starvation, okay? Starvation is when your body literally begins to eat itself, right? But famine is when there is like food scarcity, or when there's like shortage of food, where you don't have as much food as you used to have or as you normally would have. Then you have a scarcity of food, then you have famine, right? But famine and starvation are not the same thing. They're definitely not the same.
Famine has 5 levels according to the IPC. Level 5 would be starvation.
It's a slow process, and the intention is to weaken.
It's so slow that
them.
after 2 years, less than 400 people died, according to Hamas, by the way. Very, very, very slow process. They had 70,000 birds. People. You know what happened?
Do you know in the Nigerian Civil War, do you know how many people died from starvation? In the Nigerian Civil War, almost 1 million people. In the Nigerian Civil War, almost 1 million people died from starvation. And that war was not up to 2 years. It was 1 year and a few months, I think. I think roughly 2 years. Roughly 2 years, the Nigerian Civil War, roughly 2 years, and over 1 million people died of starvation. After the war ended in Nigeria, you could see children with this condition known as kwashiorkor, where they have thin hands, thin legs, and big heads and big stomach. That was the condition that children had in Nigeria after the Nigerian Civil War. that over 1 million people died of starvation. And the Nigerian government that was fighting the Biafran forces, we are actually restricting food such that even humanitarian agencies that were trying to fly in food, you have your helicopter or whatever shut down by the Nigerian government. No food was being allowed. None. Like, the Nigerian government employed starvation as a weapon of war. That was in Nigeria. Yet, that is not being recognized or categorized as a genocide. Although even I think that was a genocide, or at least, of course, the Nigerian government to say this was to win the war, and the goal at the end of the day was not to wipe out the Igbo population, but to get them back into Nigeria. Granted, you know what, I will take that. But that was used as a weapon of war, and that should be at the very least a war crime. But you have Gaza, after 2 years of a war where you are claiming that, you know, the IDF used starvation as a weapon of war. Only 400 people were reported to have died from this starvation in 2 years. And Israel was trying to reduce the population or commit a genocide. I mean, the Nigerian government during the Biafran war claimed that they were not even trying to commit a genocide. Yet, using starvation, they were able to kill 1 million people. But the IDF that you claim was out to commit an act of genocide using starvation, we are only able to kill 400 people. Do you see how ridiculous this whole claim is?
During starvation? Got it. Do you know what happens? Right.
2 million people with famine. What's the other intention besides killing and weakening?
Yeah, that happens in urban warfare. That's not an Israel-specific thing or Gaza-specific thing. Urban warfare creates these conditions.
Is that correct?
I think war is always wrong.
Hamas is not starving Israel.
Sure, I'd be more than glad to answer you. I think war. Okay, you don't. It's funny how you ask me a question, but you don't want to hear the answer. This is what people do when they're losing a debate. I understand.
Wow. I'm getting.
Do you have something to say? I'd love to hear it. You asked me a question.
The intention of cutting off food supply is
so you're just repeating yourself.
That's the bigger point.
Yeah, it's even the funny part.
The greater point.
Yeah, it's even the funny part. If Israel was using starvation as a weapon of war, that doesn't even mean that they were carrying out an act of genocide. It is a war crime, but it's not an act of genocide. Because even if you are using starvation, you have to show that your goal with that starvation is to exterminate the population, to destroy the population of that people, or to destroy the ethnicity, to deal with them a very heavy blow that would decimate those people, that group of people. But if the goal is you are prosecuting a war and you want to win, and one of the ways you try to win that war is through starvation, that is probably a war crime. That is arguably a war crime, but that is not genocide. Still, at the end of the day.
Right? Israel is trying to starve them to death.
Okay, can I answer now? Because you're just repeating what you've already said 3 times.
I didn't ask you a question.
Actually, you did. You asked me, do I think it's wrong? You did literally ask a question.
And you agreed.
I didn't agree. You said I agreed. I never did.
You just said this act of war is wrong.
No, I didn't say that. See, that's the problem. I said it. Okay, see, this is the problem when you're losing so bad, you're trying to just yell over me.
We all heard it.
I'm literally recording this. I promise you I didn't say it. I said I believe war. I got it. I said I believe war is bad. That's true. I didn't say what you said was bad. War does create conditions.
Urban warfare. You said starvation is urban warfare. Then you said war is bad.
I didn't say starving
that. People.
No, I said famine, not starvation. I said famine
it's conditions. It's an act of urban warfare.
Right, not starvation. You notice how you change my words? So I didn't say starvation.
Sneako has a problem with understanding. Sneako has a problem with adequately representing someone. Sneako has many problems, and they are all mental. Like, he has real mental challenges. Like, Sneako has so many mental challenges that he's not dealing with properly.
Okay, he's cutting me off again. Go ahead.
Okay. What, you want to follow these legal definitions? Do you think it's wrong?
That's actually not a legal definition. This is just reality. I'm not even saying anything legal right now.
Just ask you as a person.
Okay, so you're not going to let me answer. Okay.
I'm not asking. This is the question I'm asking you. Do you think it's right that 2 million people in Palestine have famine conditions?
Do I think it's right based off what? Like, do I think Israel's doing it, or do I think the
Do you
war
think
conditions
do you think
doing
that's
it?
more? Do you think that's morally right?
I think it's
while
very,
the world is watching and you're you're defending a place and you're against it, right? 2 million people have
Not
famine-like
against
conditions.
it.
Is this something you're okay with?
Yeah, so I'm going to answer this, but I need you to let me answer, okay? I think it's very easy to ask these virtue signaling questions like, hey, do you think cancer's wrong? Hey, do you think war's bad? Hey, do you think, yes, Sneako, I think all these things are wrong. What I don't want to answer is when you remove context from a situation and force this like leftist style argument where you force people to answer.
Okay, so who's responsible?
I'm trying to finish. One more sentence and I promise I'll let you go. When you force these arguments to ask vague questions, and when someone answers that vague, like, do you think cancer's bad question? And I say yes, then you go, see, he says cancer's bad. Why doesn't he put more funding into it? That, yes, I think war's bad, Sneako. Oh my God, is war bad? Yes, right. I do.
So you agree it's bad that 2 million people have famine-like conditions in Palestine. Do you also agree that Israel is the nation responsible for this famine?
No.
No, they're not responsible for it. Who's responsible?
Hamas.
Just real quick, I'm going to ask you a question.
Hamas is responsible for it.
Oh my Lord!
I'll tell you
Every atrocity,
So-
every humanitarian crisis that resulted from the war in Gaza is solely and 100% the responsibility of Hamas. They caused it. Their action on October 7 led to all of this. If October 7 did not happen, none of this would have happened. And that is a fact. Give me a second, guys. I'll be back. Just give me a second. Anyway, let's continue.
So this is according to the NGO challenges that say that nearly 90% requests for aid were rejected. I provided evidence that Israel's cutting off the food supply. So they are clearly directly responsible.
Right.
This is coming from the UN. This is coming from the World Food Program, that Israel is responsible for the famine of 2 million people.
Great. So yeah,
you're saying that it's close to cancer. Yes, cancer is it's bad that people have cancer, but if we could prevent it, we should. So we can prevent.
Yes, if you can. Good, beautiful. Sneako, yeah, good, beautiful. So if you can prevent starvation, you prevent it. How do you prevent starvation? You don't start wars. So who could have prevented this starvation, this so-called starvation that went on in Gaza that only killed 400 people? Who could have prevented this? How about Hamas? How about Hamas not, starting this war? How about Hamas not breaking the fence, going into Israel, killing a lot of people and taking hostages? How about Hamas not doing any of that? Do you know, Sneako, here is a crazy idea. How about Hamas and Palestinians try to live peacefully with their Israeli neighbors? How about that? How about they try to live peacefully? They try to grow a nation, try to, have a prosperous nation. Try to be the Singapore of the Middle East. They have the funding. They have people who are really ready and willing to fund that. And everybody will want for that to happen. How about they do that? I'm telling you, if they do just that and they strive for peace and they seek for peace with their Israeli neighbors, even a two-state solution, they drop this obsession with the so-called Palestinian cause where they will one day finally be able to kick the Jews out of the region. If they abandon that, I say, you know what, let's live in peace with our Israeli neighbors. Let's have a two-state solution. Let's not seek war. Let's just pursue peace and progress and prosperity like is happening in the UAE. Let's do that. Do you know that they will not have the issue with starvation? It will never happen. In fact, we will not even be talking about preventing it, because Gaza will look like a place that can never experience starvation because of how advanced, how developed, how prosperous they would be.
Starvation.
You cannot.
And you're supporting
no,
the
not
nation that's
starvation.
responsible for it.
It's not starvation, and I'd be more than glad to answer, but you really don't want me to.
Famine. The nation that you're defending is responsible. Is the nation you're defending responsible for this famine?
You already asked that, Sneako. Do you forget already?
Okay. You have many sources why. There's no. What's the other explanation?
Yeah. So again, when you remove all context with these vague virtue signaling questions, it's very easy to just get yes or no's because that's what you're looking for. You're not looking for explanation. So what I'm going to say is, can you name for me? Because I'm going to ask you a question. I know it might be hard. Can you name for me any urban warfare where even a city, a state, borders, whatever you want to call it, big or small, that was isolated by the other belligerent, that gave more food or even as much food as Israel has sent in, even with all that 90% denial, has sent into the Gaza Strip? Can you name one time in all of even just, I was just going to say modern history, but even history, where they allowed more food or even as much food as, even according to UNRWA, the United Nations, has gone into the Gaza Strip? Can you name? How about Saudi Arabia with Yemen?
Exactly. Good example. How about Saudi Arabia with Yemen? You go to Saudi Arabia, you support them with the Hajj that you always go for every year. But do you know what they did to Yemen? And how they use starvation as a weapon of war, essentially?
Has Saudi Arabia in 10 years given more food? You're not going to answer.
And how people actually, this is the funny thing. In Yemen, people actually, the numbers are in the hundreds of thousands of people who died from actual starvation. That's why I find the whole, if only people know how some of the things that has been said about the conflict in Palestine and how ridiculous some of the things they are making, the claims they are making, and how it is that what is happening in Gaza, what happened in Gaza, is unusual compared to other places, and unusual in a good way.
So you're not going to answer the question. The question was, who's responsible for this starvation?
Yeah, so I think war, again, I don't think there's a mass starvation. You are trying to use the word famine, apply mass starvation. First off, even the IPC didn't even say there was starvation across the whole Gaza Strip. They only classified that for the Gaza government.
Well, you want to bring up the IPC?
Please bring it up. I read all 87 pages. Please bring it up. I will fucking school you on the IPC report. It says Gaza government was labeled as a level 5. Do you know what the Gaza government is, Sneako?
641,000 people.
Gaza does. I say Gaza. Sneako does not even know what starvation is. Sneako cannot differentiate between starvation and famine. You think Sneako knows what the? Come on.
Projected to be an IPC phase 5 starvation.
Right, projected. When did they actually claim it? Projection is not when they actually label it. So can you tell me?
This is a lie?
No, of course not. What I said is projection is what they do. The way the IPC reports do is they make a projection and then they determine if that projection is correct. There was only one time that they actually determined that, and it was for the Gaza government. Do you know what the Gaza government is? For the second time I'm asking.
You're still deflecting.
It's literally the same exact subject.
Who is responsible?
Sneako, he's not deflecting. He's giving you specifics. He's trying to expatiate on the entire topic that you're talking about. But that is something that you cannot deal with. You understand? You see how you use something to make your brain stay in, to close up your mind. That is the problem.
Vote for the famine.
I've already answered this. War and urban warfare
So war is responsible. War is responsible for the famine.
So no, I'm trying to answer beyond that, but you only let me say 1 or 2 words, and then you cut me off.
So war is not. There's people that are cutting off supply. War is not responsible for the acts.
You notice how he was very cordial at the beginning, and then when he started losing, he cuts off a lot.
Very, very cordial right now because you're
not letting me answer beyond 1 word. I was trying to answer.
War is a very.
You're correct. That's a dumb answer because it's not the full answer. You're right. That's true, Sneako.
Okay.
When you cut people off after 1 word, it does kind of.
Because it's a people responsible for it. What people are responsible for?
Well, actually, that's not particularly true. I say it's a group. I wouldn't just say it's just a people.
What group of people?
So what I would say is who started the war. War causes these let me say more. I can already tell you're about to interrupt. War causes these conditions in every urban warfare conflict in all of modern history. The fact that you think it's like some kind of specialty for just Gaza or Israel is laughable. So when you ask who started the war, very clearly, this war post October 7th was started by Hamas and the collaborators of Hamas, like the PIJ, PFLP, DFLP, Army of Islam, PRC, Mujahideen brigades, etc. So that's the full answer. I just needed to get to it. Go ahead.
They have been bombed, and we started with 1948, and I'm very glad we started.
Why
that.
did we start?
Oh my goodness! Do you see? He has. My goodness! Do you see? Sneako just he cannot answer anything. He cannot follow up. There is no follow-up response from Sneako, so he has to revert back to 1948. Oh, this is so glorious to watch. Sneako, my man. Sneako, my manest man. Sneako, my dude. My G. Sneako. You are way out of your depth on this one. You've met somebody who is not ignorant. And this is really a bloodbath, because you could not follow. Did you guys just realize that Sneako was just got owned, and he's now pivoting to 1948. Let's go back to 1948, because he doesn't know what to say next.
With 48. Why would you start with 48?
Because they've been kicked out of their homes, because this does not start on October 7th. This has been
I
going
agree.
on.
It didn't start on October 7th.
This is when it was declared a war. You said that war was responsible. We have clarified in the beginning who started taking the land. Therefore, the people that moved in there was already a civilization. They are responsible for the war.
There was already a civilization. The way he keeps saying there was already a civilization. What does that even mean?
Oh, okay.
They are the ones who started.
So when did the war start? You said 48?
Yes.
In 1936, when they targeted and slaughtered 510 Jews during the Third Jaffa riots, what was the reason for that if it didn't start till 48, Sneako?
Mm-hmm.
Can you answer that without deflecting?
We're talking about this land, these people.
It was literally, I'm talking about the exact same land, Sneako. I'm not talking, literally in Palestine. Why did they target and slaughter 510 Jews?
Sneako, you know where Jaffa is, right? Oh my goodness, this is fantastic. This right here is fantastic.
During the Third Jaffa riots, that was 12 years, started 12 years before 1948. So you said, and I quote, it started in 1948. I wanted to make sure I heard you say that. So can you explain, without deflecting, can you explain why they did that?
No, we're talking about the states of Israel and Palestine.
Oh, so you want to purposely start it only on the convenient year for you, and you want to ignore everything before?
Because you will move, because you are trying to talk about it's a conflict between two nations. So if we're going to talk about conflict between two nations, because you're saying
it's not a conflict between two nations, okay? It is a conflict between one nation and a terrorist organization. That is what the conflict is. A nation and a terrorist organization. That is what this conflict is all about.
Two nations. Hamas is not a nation. That was a stupid point. That was a really stupid point.
Right. Okay,
Never said two
that's
nations.
Clearly the resistance. That's the resistance.
Not of a nation. Not of a nation.
That's like
Gaza
saying,
is not a nation.
The IDF is Israel. What is Hamas?
Yeah, Israel
it's a political organization that
not of a
nation. Voted in.
Not of a nation.
According to you.
According to international law, according to anyone that's not delusional.
Keep on going about semantics. So you're saying that war is responsible, so it's between.
It's not semantics, okay? Israel did not wage war against Gaza. Israel waged war against Hamas. It's not semantics, it's just facts, Sneako. The war is not between Israel and Gaza or Israel and Palestine. It is actually between Israel and Hamas.
Two groups of people.
Right, so answer my question about 36. What was the reason? You notice how he won't answer it. Why, if you said it started in 48, what was the reason for slaughtering 510 Jews in 36? Why is that such a hard question to answer? It's not a ridiculous question. You said it started in 48.
Tell me.
Well, I can tell you it's because it isn't just about Zionism or Israel. It's about Jews.
It's about Jews.
You don't believe that, so I have to ask you. Don't ask me to answer for you just because you don't have an answer.
No, Sneako knows that. Sneako knows that. He's anti-Jewish. I mean, Islam has taught him to be anti-Jewish. And he understands that. He reads it in the Quran. He knows he did not start in 1948. He knows that he started in 7th century Arabia. That is where it all started. This whole conflict did not start in 1948. It started in 7th century Arabia. That is where it all started.
Why would I answer for you?
I'm answering your question. Between two groups of people, this could only be because you're going on about semantics and legal definitions. It started in 1948. This is when this conflict started.
Wow, how convenient.
This is what is the pretext for what happened on October 7th. It's not convenient.
So the Balfour Declaration wasn't involved at all? Because that was in 1917.
It did not come into action until 1948.
Actually, the Balfour Declaration never came into... Wait, stop. You just got something else wrong. The Balfour Declaration never applied because the Balfour Declaration was prior to 1921 when the British... Correct. The British created the Transjordan, the Emirate of Transjordan in 1921. So the Balfour Declaration actually referred to all of today's Jordan and today's Israel, Palestine, whatever you want to call it. And they took 77, really 78% of the land, gave it to the Arabs, kicked out all the Jews, by the way, that lived there and legally owned land there, kicked them all out and said no Jews were allowed to migrate there. Ironically, Jews didn't seem to become fucking terrorists after that. They didn't start screaming. Actually, why is there no free Palestine movement in Jordan today? They took the Palestinian land. They don't call it Palestine. The governing power in Jordan are not Palestinians. Why is it that they don't call for a free Palestine? And we're not talking about a tiny portion. It's 78% of the entire land.
Okay, so now you went to Jordan. We went off of several different topics.
We don't have to go to Jordan if you want to answer about 36. That'd be great since you deflected from that.
Right. So, I mean, Jews have been kicked out of land. They've been kicked out of 100.
That is a good point you brought out about Jordan. Like, that is a really good point because most of the land that in question is now Jordan. And yet there is no, and Jordan is not a Palestinian state. The government in Jordan are not Palestinians. The king of Jordan is not a Palestinian. Even though most of the people in Jordan are Palestinians, but the king of Jordan is not a Palestinian. It's not. In fact, the people who are in Jordan, the Palestinians in Jordan, are seen as refugees. They are not citizens. But there is no free Palestine movement in Jordan, only in Israel. That is because all of this has to do with the Jews.
But that has to do with my question. This is a total deflection. Right. Why did they, if it didn't start...
This is a deflection. This is a separate subject.
If it didn't start until 48, then why did they kill Jews in 1936 if it had nothing to do with this conflict? Because you said it didn't start until 48. So please,
if you want to take, but the reason it's a deflection because if you want to talk about the expulsion of Jews, if you want to talk about the fact that
it's not about the expulsion of Jews. It's not about the expulsion of Jews. It's the massacre of Jews that took place in Palestine before 1948. That is what the question is about, Sneako. Do you comprehend that?
Not talking about that at all. You're talking about that. I never mentioned that once. I said, why did they...
separate from Israel and Palestine.
Literally talking about in Palestine, in the land, in 1936, they slaughtered 500... How about this? 1929 in Hebron. Do you know where Hebron is, Sneako? Do you agree that's Palestine?
Separate conversation. So
it's the same thing. We're talking about the conflict. So in 1929,
is a brain. This is Sneako is a classic case of somebody whose brain is not able to comprehend more than just memes and talking point and buzzwords and popular statement on Twitter that people see as got you or deep. I don't know. This is somebody's brain who thinks that way, who thinks in terms of Twitter algorithm. And then he's in the real world having a conversation with a real person who understands the real situation. And he's finding it difficult to respond, to interact, to deal with what is being presented in front of him. He's just confused. He's glitching right now, literally glitching.
Let's answer this one. You said 1936. So
you do want to answer it. So somebody finally gave you the answer. Okay. Cool. Let's hear it.
All right. You've been listening to AI and reading your thing.
It was literally
riots, and even then, it's reported
literally looking at the screen.
It was riots, right? So people die in riots. There's always infiltration from different intelligence groups, and actually Arabs defended
different intelligence groups during a riot in 1939. was there intelligence groups during the conflict in Arabia during the 7th and 8th centuries? This guy is interesting. Anyways, it was a riot. It's like saying, let me explain to you how ridiculous Sneako's "it was a riot" is. In Nigeria, I use Nigeria because this is where I live and I'm familiar with the history of the country. In Nigeria, there was what is known as the Kano riots. Okay, now the Kano riots should not be called the Kano riots. It should just be called the Kano massacre. But it was a riot because they were burning buildings, burning cars. But essentially what happened was that the Hausas and the non-Igbos in Kano State is a state, Kano, Kaduna. In fact, it wasn't just in Kano. It was like most of northern Nigeria, right? So they were hunting down Igbos. They were hunting down Igbos to kill them. It was called the Kano riots, right? But what they were doing essentially was hunting down Igbos to kill them. They were going door to door, house to house, looking for Igbos, looting their stuff, killing them. Igbos were running for their lives. Many of them were like, when they made it to the east, they were with bruises and all whatnot, and they were telling horrific tales of how they were brutally massacred. We even had missionaries in northern Nigeria, like foreign missionaries, who witnessed this happen and said that this scarred them for life. That is the Kano riots. And there is around, or Muslims, but in Kano, it was not just Muslims, it was just Hausas or Northerners going around looking for Igbos to kill, right? And some Igbos eventually found safety with some Northerners. Yeah, this happened in Nigeria. Some Igbos found safety with some Northerners who were not part of the craze or the madness that was going on. And those Northerners were the ones that kind of saved them, right? But the people that were doing the killing were the Northerners. The people that were hunting down the Igbos were the Northerners. And some of the Northerners were not part of it. So they helped to save some Igbo people and get them to leave the north and move to the south. Okay, that is true. But it doesn't change the fact that people who were hunting down Igbos to kill them were Northerners. That is similar to what happened in the Jaffa riots. That's why I said it is best to call it the Jaffa massacre. So it was like, it was a riot. It's not like BLM riots, okay? It's not like a BLM riot. They were just destroying buildings. It's not like BLM riots. It's BLM riots if the rioters were seeking to kill human beings, and we are going house to house looking for the human beings to kill them.
The Jews in these riots.
Oh, really? That's why they slaughtered them. Interesting. Yeah. How about in 1929 in Hebron?
How do you blame that?
In 1929,
how do you say about the Arabs that were defending the Jews?
Yeah, so
it happens.
Again,
it happens that even in the midst of there are Arabs that are Israeli citizens. They could have been part of Palestine if they wanted to. There are Muslims that are part of the Israeli population. They could have been Palestinians if they wanted to. They chose to be part of Israel.
And I'm telling you about what happened physically, right? This idea, whatever your friends sent you, is ridiculous. In 1929, they went to an anti-Zionist community. Ones that were so anti-Zionist that the Haganah went to go defend them, and they said, "Get out of here, you Zionists." They went to them and they great. They went Haganah. No, you're thinking maybe Irgun, but Haganah. What are you talking? Whatever. You're just trying to deflect. 1929, they went to an anti-Zionist community and slaughtered them. Why did they do that? I thought it was about Israel and Zionism. What was the purpose of slaughtering anti-Zionist Jews for?
Well, the Arabs were defending. To call that a genocide is not equivalent to what's going on.
I didn't call that a genocide. I never called that a genocide. I don't even know why you said that. That was a stupid answer.
Applying this response completely to Arabs or Muslims is
I'm applying it specifically to you saying the conflict started in 48. I think it's very convenient to say it started. I think it's ridiculous when people say the whole conflict started on October 7th. It's stupid. It's dumb. Of course the conflict didn't start on October 7th. This specific context started on October 7th, but the conflict, of course it didn't. It's equally as stupid to say it started on this arbitrary date. It's ridiculous. You sound just as dumb. You sound just as dumb as people who say it started on October 7th.
It started.
I sound dumb. It's as stupid as somebody like you, a goyim, defending a state that would not
exist. Goyim is plural.
In the 7th century.
Just an FYI.
Started in the 7th century.
You're a goy, whatever. Perfect. I'm glad you know it because you are one and you're one of the top.
Yeah, it means nation in Hebrew. Stupid. I know, crazy.
There's nothing more stupid than somebody here who's defending a state that was using pedophile blackmail to get American politicians money. Right here. So who did Epstein work for? If you're going to say I'm stupid, you're here.
Epstein really wants to change the subject.
If you really are white.
All right, now we get to Jeffrey Epstein.
This is about stupidity. There's nothing more stupid. There is nothing more stupid than a goy sitting here defending a state that allowed Epstein.
You're right. I should defend Muslims.
To rape children.
I guess I should defend Muslims then.
Why are you supporting a state?
No, convince me. Tell me why I should defend Muslims.
No, no. Don't deflect now. Don't deflect
now. The guy that deflected to Epstein doesn't want to deflect.
I mean, you went from talking about genocide to now you're talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Dude, you are the king of deflection. You are the deflector in chief right now. Sneako, you are the king of deflection. Dawa is deflection, like I always say. There is nothing about the way Muslims argue that is not just deflection 101. Deflection and the preponderance of false accusations. That is just how you get, or whataboutism, or give us the context. They are taking it out of context when they are not. Well, of course, you're not even taking anything out of context. They will claim that you are. They just say it. Even when the context does not help them, they will say you are taking something out of context. And he's talking about deflection when he's literally just deflecting. You're not winning the genocide argument, and then you are pivoting to talking about Jeffrey Epstein. That is what you are doing, Sneako. You're accusing someone else of deflection. My goodness. The lack of self-awareness is really what it takes for you to be a Muslim.
He was pedophile prophet. Wow.
Honestly, the lack of self-awareness is really what it takes for you to be a very good Muslim. Because you are a Muslim, you cry when other people treat you like animals, but you can't wait to treat other people like animals. You cry when you are not allowed to practice your religion as much as you want, but you will not even allow other people to practice their religion if you have control. You cry when they insult your prophet, but you can't wait to insult other people's prophet. You cry and you want to kill somebody when they say something that you consider blasphemous, but your entire religion is blasphemy against every other religion. Like the lack of self-awareness. You cry when people are, when a foreign government is, let's say, in charge of your state or in charge of a nation that you guys are the majority of, right? But you can't wait to go to other places and become the government there and subjugate those people. You cry colonialism, but you people are the biggest colonialist entity that has ever existed in the world. You cry about everything that you are, and you can't wait to do. Now this dummy is about to talk about Jeffrey Epstein when his prophet is Muhammad.
Call me, I'm shocked. I'm so shocked. He deflected to Epstein when nobody brought up Epstein. But the second I brought up Islam, he's like, no, please don't deflect.
We can talk about that. We could talk about
No, we don't have to. I just find that hilarious. I find that ironic as fuck.
There's nothing more hilarious than a goy defending a state.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, you've said that already. I got it.
True.
Yeah.
Then what? He said there's nothing more ironic than a goy defending Israel. You know what is more ironic? Is a gay person defending Gaza. Like, do you understand? When it comes to irony, the whole Free Palestine movement is a living, breathing, walking irony. Sneako, who wants to live the party lifestyle. Sneako, we all know Sneako is running trains on women. Sneako is doing drugs. Sneako is partying like a party animal. Sneako is taking drugs. We all know this about Sneako, right? And we know that somebody like Sneako cannot survive in a Muslim country. Yet somebody like Sneako is promoting Islam. That is an irony, a very big irony. Every once in a while, you catch him on camera taking a Red Bull or doing something like that during Ramadan, or you catch him eating pork. We know he does all these things in private, yet this guy is promoting Islam. Is that not ironic, Sneako? Or are you not aware that you are that? My goodness. This is fantastic.
Okay,
I'm the best boy.
So let's talk about this. We'll talk about anything that you want to talk about. Let's talk about Epstein right now. Who did Epstein work for?
So you're allowed to deflect to something else, but I can't deflect.
You don't want to talk about it?
It's not about wanting to talk about it. I just find it ironic when this whole time you keep saying I'm deflecting. You didn't even come close to answering any of my questions.
We went to October 7th. We went to your famine definition. We went to your starvation definition.
Keep embarrassing.
Who did Epstein work for?
Yeah, again, This idea, Epstein was a disgusting piece of shit, just like the Prophet Muhammad. I think they're equally bad. I don't like pedophilia. Disgusting. If anyone's a pedophile, they should be castrated. Just so you know, Muhammad's Aisha was 4 to 5 years younger. 4 to 5 years younger than Epstein's youngest victim.
Yes, screaming from the rooftop. She was 9 years old. She was 9 years old.
And they're both equally disgusting. See how he doesn't want to? No. I don't want to talk about that, please. Mashallah, please.
I thought you were a Hadith expert. First off, this is not confirmed and reliable.
It's
Hadith.
Shut your stupid mouth. Shut your stupid mouth. What do you mean it's not confirmed? Sahih al-Bukhari. Sahih al-Bukhari. It is in Sahih al-Bukhari, is in Sahih Muslim, is in Ibn Majah, is in Ibn Abu Dawood, is everywhere. It is everywhere. It is over 200 hadiths narrated by Aisha herself. It is not up for debate. The only people who debate it is just people who want to have an argument. In the Muslim world, nobody's like, did it happen or did it not happen? It's like settled fact. That is why in many Muslim countries, you don't have... That is why in many Muslim countries, you don't have an age limitation for marriage. It is simply because of this. Come on, Sneako.
5133, narrated by Aisha herself. It says he married me when I was 6.
When Epstein,
Epstein's disgusting.
This is not part of the
Sahih al-Bukhari.
You want to talk about Jeffrey Epstein? Do you know what is worse than... Look, people always talk about Epstein Island. Muslims have their own Epstein Island. Okay? There is their own Epstein Island. They have it. It exists in this world. It is called the UK. Okay? The Muslims have an Epstein Island and it is called the United Kingdom. Go and read on the grooming gangs and what they did to those girls and compare that to what Jeffrey Epstein did to his victims. What the grooming gangs did in the UK to girls, and the authorities were turning a blind eye to all of this. What they did to children and the number. In fact, some of their victims are younger than Jeffrey Epstein's victims. There is an Epstein Island for Muslims, and it is called the United Kingdom.
Sahih al-Bukhari, the most accepted hadiths in the world.
Nick is so hot right now.
You still haven't answered the question. I've answered every single one of your questions. You're going to Hadith, you're going to your different thing.
He said Sahih al-Bukhari is not accepted. That is insane. It's the most accepted hadith in the entire world.
Not accepted as confirmed. What rubbish is that? Not accepted as confirmed. Oh, God, this is a Google Muslim right here. Google Muslim right here. Not accepted as... What does that mean? Sahih al-Bukhari. Sneako. The person that did this... There's something we say in Nigeria. We say the person that did this to you don't die. As in the person who did this incantation for you, who went and did this witchcraft on Sneako, the person that cast this spell on Sneako, the person is dead. But we say that in Nigeria is because whenever a spell is cast on you, it is believed in Nigerian traditional religious belief that for a spell to be broken, you have to meet the person who did the spell. Like the person who cast the spell, you have to meet the person so that the person can, reverse it. But if the person is dead, then it cannot be reversed. So that's what I'm saying. The person that cast this spell on Sneako, the person is dead. And this is a spell that cannot be reversed. My goodness.
What does Sahih mean? What does Sahih mean? What does Sahih mean?
Answer the question before you keep deflecting. I answered all your questions. Who did Epstein work for?
Who did he
My
work
husband
for?
is so hot.
Yes.
I have no idea who he worked for.
You have no idea.
My
Okay,
guess,
so
I'll answer my guess.
Okay,
I
great.
think he
So-
was
so
a.
you-
I'm
you
going to
know about
answer.
Hadith, you have no idea who he worked
Sure,
for.
I'd be more
Who
than
funded
glad.
him?
I will tell you, there are many people that he had connections with, including Israelis like Ehud Barak, disgusting. He had relations with a lot of Arab leaders, including getting the Kaaba to
The Kaaba cloth. Yeah, he was able to get the Kaaba cloth delivered to him personally. Maybe But he wasn't working for the UAE. He wasn't working for Saudi Arabia. No, he was working for Israel, of course.
Off of the Kaaba to his own personal self.
You're talking about Ehud Barak. What about Bill Clinton? What about Prince Andrew? Doesn't that mean that he was working for MI5 or MI6, whichever one is engaged in espionage? What about those people?
Also disgusting people. He had relations with U.S. government personnel or government officials. Also disgusting. He had a lot with Russian. Also disgusting. I think they're all equally disgusting. In fact, the Israeli government people like Benjamin Netanyahu and Smotrich both called out Ehud Barak years before America was even talking about it because of his relations with Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, you're correct. He had relations with a lot of people.
No.
You believe he worked for the Mossad. You believe he worked for the Mossad.
I'm asking what I believe. I'm asking you, who did Epstein work for?
I have no idea.
You have no clue who he worked for.
There's over 4 million pages that have been released so far. I have not read them all. Why don't you tell me who he worked for?
You have no idea what state he supported. You have no idea about the emails calling other people goyim. You have no idea about
I've read those.
Former Israeli prime minister. Okay, you've read those. So you have the Israeli flag.
I'm just confused real quick. Do you think goyim is automatically? I'm answering your point. Do you think goyim is like automatically just like a derogatory term?
You're deflecting again. And Epstein.
You literally just said it, dude. How am I deflecting? You just said that. You said the email saying goyim.
And I'm answering you. Yeah, Epstein definitely used it as a derogatory term. Ehud Barak.
Do you think I'm going to defend Epstein? He was a pedophile. Yeah,
sounds
he's
like you
a disgusting person.
Yeah, you 100% are saying that he worked for Russia or worked for Saudi Arabia.
I didn't say that at all. I said he had relations with these people. He literally did. Are you denying? Wait, real quick. Can you just say that for the camera?
Wait.
Are you denying that he didn't have any relations with these people?
Of course, but who was he working for was the question, and you deflected off of that.
I didn't deflect.
He told you he doesn't know. It's not a deflection. He told you he doesn't know who Jeffrey Epstein was working for. He has said it like 1,000 and million times at this point. He doesn't know who Jeffrey Epstein was working for. The guy had a lot of relations with a lot of powerful people. And that was kind of like his thing, to be in a relationship with powerful people. My audio is not moving. Can you guys hear me? Give me a second. Let me restore the audio. My audio is not. What is all this? What is going on now? Can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, let me know, because I can't see my audio move. It's kind of weird. I don't know why I can't see my audio move. Can you guys hear me? Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me. Jack said, yes, we can hear you. John said, yes, I can hear you. Okay. Okay, sorry. Just that I can't, my audio is not displayed and I'm like, oh, what's going on? So they say, can I have a break to bang my head against the wall? This is frustrating. Sneako is embarrassing. Please don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself, please. Don't hurt yourself. Sneako can do that to the human mind. Please don't hurt yourself. Thank you guys for letting me know that you can hear me. That is very good to know. So what was I saying? This guy has said like 1 billion times now that he doesn't know who Jeffrey Epstein was working for. The guy had a lot of relationship with a lot of people. He had Russian contacts. He had people from Turkey. He had people from the UK. He had people from America. He had friends in Saudi Arabia. He had friends in the UAE. He had connection in Israel. But of course, when you want to, form a narrative, you just, one thing I say about these people who claim to be noticing, the noticers who are noticing the Jewish connection. My problem with them is not what they are noticing, it's just what they are ignoring. Okay, these people are not noticing things, they are ignoring things. Okay, to make that connection between Jeffrey Epstein and Israel, you have to ignore a lot of things. So what they do is that they ignore Jeffrey Epstein's connection with Saudi Arabia. They ignore Jeffrey Epstein's connection with the UAE. They ignore Jeffrey Epstein's connection with Turkey. They ignore Jeffrey Epstein's connection with the UK. They ignore Jeffrey Epstein's connection with the Russians. They ignore Jeffrey Epstein's connection, his many vast, wide connection with the United States. I mean, most of his contacts were from the freaking United States. And that will be ignored because you want to favor the narrative that he was working for Mossad. So they are not noticing, they are ignoring. That is how you become a very good conspiracy theorist. It's not by noticing patterns and recognizing things. No, by ignoring a lot of things to push a ridiculous narrative. That is what Sneako is doing right now. He's not noticing the Jewish whatever. He is ignoring a lot of things.
I have no idea.
No, you said relations when the question was work. Somebody running cover.
My very first answer. My very first answer was I have no idea who he worked for. He is crashing the fuck out.
You are running cover for Epstein right now.
How is me? Can you just answer a quick question before? Can you just answer a quick question before
How is
you
the person who has said repeatedly that Jeffrey Epstein is a despicable, disgusting person running cover for Jeffrey Epstein?
away?
No, you're not answering my question. You said you have no idea who he worked for. So I'm going to follow up.
I don't know.
Because let's stay on this.
Just tell me who he worked for.
Okay. I tell you, I'm just like you. I'm doing research. We're trying to find.
Right. So why is your answer different than mine?
Don't let him run.
You said you have no idea, right? But you know that Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister,
can I
not
answer
only
more than a couple words?
No, you can't.
He's crashing the fuck out.
He visited
he doesn't want to hear an
times.
answer.
He said that he was going to meet with your prime minister Netanyahu, whose flag you have behind you. You're representing a flag
he didn't say
where
that.
The prime minister visited Epstein, allegedly 30 times, and
What are you talking about? You said the former prime minister of Israel visited Epstein multiple times. What about Bill Clinton? What about freaking Bill Clinton? Do you know how many times he visited? Epstein had paintings. There are photographs of this. Like, what are you talking about? Oh, so the interaction with the former prime minister of Israel meant he was working for Mossad. But interaction with Bill Clinton doesn't mean he was working for the CIA. The way these people think is outstanding. Is remarkable.
And Netanyahu visited Epstein?
I said Ehud Barak did, dummy.
I think Ehud Barak is disgusting.
He was gonna okay, the former one, just not the current one. He said he was going to meet
just
with
like I think Clinton is disgusting the former president. What a stupid point. If Clinton was the former president, I think he's disgusting too. What was the point?
Look at you deflecting and trying to talk about his
I'm saying I think it's the same thing. What's the point?
You have to consider everything. You don't just take one. It's not a deflection. You have to put all of this into consideration when you are making your claim. If you say this, then we say, okay, but this person also did this. This person also. What about every other person around the guy? You want us to ignore every other person and focus on the person you are focused on and make the weird connection that you are trying to make. Because, like I said, the only way you can make your point is not by recognizing facts, it's by ignoring them. And saying we all must ignore them with you. Because that's the only way we'll come to the conclusions that you are coming to.
What state was he benefiting and who was he working for?
He's
definitely going to run,
him, was he Russian?
Thank you.
Leslie Wexner, was he Saudi? This is the people that turned him into a billionaire that funded this island. Were these people
they're all wrong.
Spies for Qatar? They're all wrong. So
once again, they're disgusting.
It's disgusting. Now you are willfully ignoring the evidence in front of you. Okay, so Jewish Zionists funded him. His girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, right?
Ghislaine.
Her father was Mossad. What?
Her father wasn't
That's
the
her
Mossad.
father.
Her father wasn't the Mossad. That comes from a book, just so you know. Can I answer?
You're saying Robert Maxwell was a Mossad?
No, I'm saying it's not been confirmed. Let me just answer more than a couple words. You're like literally yelling and screaming.
I can
Tell him to
yelling
take
and
a breath.
screaming. Oh, don't
Just
victimize yourself now. You're
Sneako, can you take a
you're running
breath?
cover for Pedophile Island. I can't take a
He
breath. because
really
you're-
doesn't
you're-
want me to answer.
You're ignoring
He
right
is-
now. No.
Can I
Robert
just?
Maxwell was 100%
He's literally
Mossad.
okay. Can you just
He
tell
was
me how? Maybe I'm
100%
wrong.
Mossad.
Can you tell me how you know that?
He's been credited by Israeli officials at
Right,
being
where does
the
that come
founder
from?
and being the arms. This comes from Israeli officials. This comes
Right,
from
who?
the fact
Can you tell
that
me who?
He was being paid by Mossad. He was being paid by Israeli government.
Right, can you just tell me who? You just keep saying that this happened.
tell you
Trust me,
exactly
bro.
who.
Perfect. See, you have to Google, so you don't know. It comes from the book that was actually promoted on Candace Owens' show. I actually read that book, and in it,
long before. No, this came along before Candace Owens.
if you just no, I said she promoted it on her show. I didn't say she
dude is
wrote
not
the book,
listening.
dude. You
He's
have
not
to
listening to
listen
you.
before
He
you
just-
answer.
You said it came from a show.
I
He's just
didn't. I said she
vomiting
promoted.
words out of
Again,
his
I'm
mouth,
recording
man.
it. You'll see the clips. I said she promoted it. I promise you, I said that. Anyways, you guys, shout out to my YouTube.
Okay.
You'll see this. Anyways, so
No one's gonna
it
watch.
said, yeah, okay. So again, she promoted it. Not it came from her show. Of course, Candace Owens doesn't write that shit. So, anyways, what it says is this guy who wasn't even actually an official anymore. He said that it was alleged that there were people who believed, and this is what his book says, that Robert Maxwell did work, not even worked for the Mossad, but did work with the Mossad. Now, it's possible. Hold on one sec, relax, don't crash out again. You're doing good. So it's possible because he said that somebody alleged that this is true. Now, is it possible he's right? Of course it is. But that's not the same thing as evidence, Sneako. That's someone saying that he heard someone else say it. Of course it could be right. And guess what? If it is right, well, I'm not going to blame him, but Ghislaine, absolutely disgusting. She shouldn't even be in just prison. She should be executed. Jeffrey Epstein, I wish, could survive, so they castrated him. You're saying I'm running cover for a guy that I'm literally saying is disgusting.
Because it's very clear who we work for. He fled to.
It's not very clear. Maybe when you listen to Tucker Carlson too much, you say, "Oh, it is obvious. It is a fact." You know. Let's assume that Robert Maxwell worked for Mossad. That does not mean that Jeffrey Epstein worked for Mossad. Do you like it is even if we grant that Robert Maxwell worked for Mossad, that does not mean Jeffrey Epstein worked for Mossad. That's like saying because I work for the police, therefore somebody who is friends or related or does business or is in a relationship with my son also works for the police. That is not how it works. You don't become Mossad agent by relationship or even distant relationship. That is not how it works. So even if we grant all of that, that does not mean that Jeffrey Epstein was a Mossad agent. Jeffrey Epstein probably had friends who worked even for American intelligence. That does not mean because his friends are working for American intelligence, therefore he is American intelligence. Even if Jeffrey Epstein had friends that were working for Mossad intelligence or not Mossad intelligence. That does not mean because his friends are Mossad agents, therefore he too is a Mossad agent. You don't prove somebody is a Mossad agent by saying, oh, look he had two friends that were Mossad agents. It doesn't work like that.
Israel after
but
sex
you have
crimes,
no
and they
information.
protected
You
him.
just Googled. Tell me what you read.
Okay, this has been suspect that he was smuggling weapons. He has
No,
ties to
I meant
Mossad.
about the no.
Okay, you want
Did
to
you
hear
just say
actual
it's been
information?
speculated? You just said it's been speculated. That's what I said. How come what you're saying is
At the
wrong?
time, it's like I'm going to.
Wait a
I'm going to
minute.
bring.
Sorry, my stuff went out for a moment. I had to wait for it to be restored. Sorry about that.
Secrets that Mossad had. Only a Mossad agent has Mossad secrets to that extent.
Jeffrey Epstein said that he was a Mossad agent and he was executed for.
Epstein said that Mossad allegedly
Keep liking,
assassinated
keep
Robert
sharing.
Maxwell because he tried to extort Mossad of their secrets. Only an agent is going to be able to have secrets of Mossad at that level.
Okay, what are you reading right now so I can look into this? Listen, Sneako, you have to understand,
That's
and
in
you
the Epstein
admitted
files.
this is
That's
you
in the
admitted.
Epstein files. That's
Okay,
that's off the top of the dome. Go look at the Epstein files for yourself.
Let
You've
me
done all
just-
this reading. Oh, I read all this
Jesus
Hadith.
Christ.
You don't read the Epstein files. You have the
first
flag of a
off-
country behind you where
well,
Epstein's
first off,
fingerprints
I've read
are all
it-
over it. You don't research that.
you
look away
are
on this. For Hadith,
crashing
you're an expert.
out. You are crashing out.
I'm not crashing out. This is how.
I'm trying to
ridiculous-
answer you the
and this is
difference between
your
the
line of
Epstein
thinking is.
files. I'm trying to answer you the difference between the Epstein files and 20,000 Hadiths. Hadiths are sometimes a sentence long to maybe a paragraph. The Epstein files are over that has been released. I think it's 4 to 5 million pages. It's so stupid to say, well, you've read this many Hadiths and you haven't read the Epstein files. Dude, have you read all the Epstein files? Of course you haven't. That's rhetorical.
I've
Yeah,
read.
he hasn't. He just read the ones that had to do with Israel and say, you see, that is what he did.
I read enough to make conclusive to have a conclusive claim that he worked for Israel. Again,
Right, I'm gonna look this up. Did Epstein?
Prime Minister.
Well,
okay,
I'm
you're
gonna look up.
Yeah,
I'm gonna look it up to see if you're even telling the
Good boy,
truth.
look
Say
it up.
Robert
and you should probably
Maxwell
rip down that flag.
was
If I can prove to you
assassinated.
that Epstein, if I could prove to you that Epstein was an Israeli operation, are you gonna rip that flag down?
Israeli operation
Yes.
by
Jeffrey Epstein was an Israeli operation.
a what? By current Israel today, like the people in government today, or before? I'm just confused.
Yeah, Netanyahu was still in charge. He said he was going to meet with Netanyahu. He said a meeting set up. If this was an Israeli operation to get Epstein to blackmail American politicians to support Israel, will you rip down that flag?
I don't think you'll be able
said
to
it's
prove
disgusting.
that whatsoever.
Okay, do you want to hear while you Google things like a good boy? Prime
So
Minister.
I'm already
Yitzhak
real quick. I
Shamir-
already looked up the first thing, and that's not true. So can you provide where you're getting that from about Epstein saying that Robert Maxwell was assassinated by the Mossad?
I'll give all of that to you. The second one,
No, I want that one first.
I don't really care what you want. You're covering up for Epstein. Prime Minister Yitzhak
Yeah,
Shamir
so no,
reportedly
stop,
stated
stop.
that
So you're
Maxwell
crashing
has
out.
done
You-
more for Israel today that can be said. Prime
Great.
Minister, Israeli Prime Minister said Robert Maxwell has done more for Israel than can today be said.
Cool. I will be more than glad. Can you prove your first point instead of running away from it because you lied?
You don't like this one?
No,
You
it's
don't-
not
you don't
about
like the Prime
liking it or
Minister
not.
saying-
I don't particularly care what
Okay.
people in the past said. If you want me to say
You
they're
don't-
disgusting, they're
You
disgusting.
don't care about, but you have the
I
nation
think
of a,
this
you have the
is-
flag right here, and the former
Sure,
prime minister
sure.
of that country
I can answer
says
that.
Robert Maxwell
Okay.
did more for Israel than can today be stated.
that's
and you said
amazing.
you don't care.
That's
If
amazing.
you don't care what happened in the past,
it's
wait
not
a
about
second,
that.
You said you don't care about the past. Then why are you harping on
Why
about
would- wait, are you
1936?
asking me-
Why are you harping on about 1927?
Can I answer?
Why do you keep talking about October 7th?
I'd be more than glad to answer. You guys notice how he doesn't let me answer. Be more than glad to answer. Are you telling me
your line of logic?
he's
I'm
no?
following
You're
your line
not
of logic.
because I didn't say I don't care
You
about
said
what
you don't care
happened
about what
in
happened in the past.
I didn't say
You
that.
don't care.
I didn't say that. I said I don't care about
Don't
what
let him
someone just
in.
said in the past. I didn't say I don't care about the past. Specifically with Robert Maxwell, are you telling me Robert Maxwell was doing something with the Epstein Island? Should I condemn Robert Maxwell? I thought the only reason you brought up Robert Maxwell was because of Ghislaine Maxwell. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what
Because
does
you said-
Robert
I don't
Maxwell
know,
doing?
because-
Hold on. What does Robert Maxwell doing so much for the state of Israel have to do with Epstein?
Right. Ghislaine Maxwell was his girlfriend, correct? So
I
now
agree
we
with
have
that, but
confirmed-
what does Robert Maxwell doing so much for the state of Israel? Why is that a bad thing? I'm confused. Is Robert Maxwell
That's
a bad
one of
person?
the 100,000 pieces of evidence that Epstein worked for
Wait,
Israel.
hold on. You're not
fact that
answering the question.
The people.
I said
I am answering the question.
I
right-
said I
am
don't
answering the question
care.
directly right now.
Somebody thought that Robert Maxwell did so
Your mic
much
cut out.
for.
Your mic cut out.
I said, can you hear me?
Your mic's off.
My mic's off.
It's not me. It's you. Your mic's off.
Hello?
Oh, he's running from Epstein
I'm
now.
literally not running.
Why are you running?
Hello?
Why are you running?
Everyone says that
He's
they can
such
hear
a
me.
Look at this
liar.
door running.
Wait, why are you lying? Everyone's saying he can hear me.
I think the mic maybe cut off from Sneako's head. I don't know, but
Running. He muted the mic.
This
Mossad
guy's
got his
running.
microphone. Mossad got his microphone.
Hello?
Tell him
Can you
why
hear
it's-
me?
Your mic
There you
is
go. You
out
just
on
fix it.
his side.
Okay, you just fix it.
It's true. Your
Okay.
mic is out on
Dude,
his side.
everyone
let
in
me
my
answer-
chat is saying they can hear me. What are you doing?
You just fixed it. You
Okay,
just
great.
fixed it.
So what I was saying,
I
okay,
don't need
stop.
to lie like you. I don't need to lie and pretend like I don't know who Epstein works for.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Anyway,
you
so what
wanted-
I was saying, hold on, I
you-
was
okay.
speaking. So
Let's
what
go
I
back
was
to the bigger
saying,
po-
what I was saying is you said that Robert Maxwell was said to be doing so much for the state of Israel. Why is that a problem? Is Robert Maxwell a bad person, or are you talking about Ghislaine
Mm-hmm.
Maxwell being a bad person?
Okay, so I'm giving you one piece of 100,000 pieces of evidence.
no, you are making one claim of 100,000 other claims that you have. Okay, it's called the preponderance, like I've been saying, preponderance of what? False accusations, preponderance of false claims. That is what you are doing, Sneako.
That Epstein works for Israel. One of the major factors is that Ghislaine Maxwell, the top pimp for this pedophile blackmail that you're running cover from, her father was Mossad. Former Israeli prime minister said he had done more for Israel than can be stated today. You want the email from the Epstein files where people figured out why he was passed away. In the Epstein files, Robert Maxwell said,
evidence.
This is from Jeffrey Epstein. I'll read it to you because
Jeffrey Epstein also said he hated Israel.
Yes.
He literally said, I don't like Israel at all. So what? Jeffrey Epstein was a fucking piece of shit. This is what's funny.
Yeah, exactly.
We started off talking about... One second.
You want a piece of evidence.
Millie says this is not in the
Are you going to give me
files.
evidence finally?
Yes, I'm reading it.
Oh, perfect. Then I will shut up. If you're going to give the first thing you promised about 20 minutes ago, I will stop talking. Go ahead.
I'm trying to, but you keep trying to talk.
No, go ahead. I guarantee you, bet anything he doesn't give it.
Okay, great. Jeffrey Epstein emailed saying Robert Maxwell threatened Mossad. He told them unless they gave him 400 million pounds to save his crumbling empire, he would expose all he had done for them.
Great.
In that
Can you tell
time,
me
he
what
had
I'm
access to
looking up?
Margaret Thatcher's Downing Street, Ronald Reagan's White House, to the Kremlin, and to the corridors of power throughout Europe. Maxwell passed on all the secrets he learned to Mossad in Tel Aviv. In turn, they tolerated his excesses, vanities, and insatiable appetite for a luxurious lifestyle.
How is this providing me with the evidence?
Oh my God.
First off,
one more time, because
I just want to make sure. Are you saying that Epstein, you're saying Epstein said this, so you believe what Epstein said is what you're saying?
This is one piece of the millions of pieces of evidence that Epstein worked for Israel. You asked, why do I bring up Robert Maxwell? I'm giving you a piece of evidence.
No, that's not what I asked. I asked you, why was it a problem that Maxwell did a lot for Israel as a possible Mossad agent or not? I don't see what the problem with that was. Was Maxwell, not Ghislaine, Robert Maxwell, like a pedophile? Was he working on the island or something? What is the problem?
You wanted proof. You agreed that Epstein was an evil pedophile and you said he should be castrated, right? Then you said, I don't know who he worked for.
Sneako, let me explain the question they are being asked. The question you are being asked is this. Let's say Robert Maxwell was a Mossad agent. Okay, so what is the problem? What is the problem with Robert Maxwell being a Mossad agent? How does that connect with Jeffrey Epstein? His daughter? So whatever my daughter does is reflected on, is me, is an extension of my own action. I can get where, okay, yeah, I didn't raise my daughter properly, so she got herself involved with a pedophile, essentially. That is all you can say about Robert Maxwell. That, you know, his daughter, the unfortunate thing happened where his daughter brought shame to his name. Okay, so other than that, what else is the connection? That just because he's Mossad, therefore Jeffrey is Mossad. Is there any evidence that there is an actual relationship, like an actual relationship existed between Jeffrey Epstein and Robert Maxwell? Is there actual evidence of that beyond, well, his daughter was, you know, there are people who I am friends with, there are people who I relate with that my father don't even know their name. My father is not even aware of them. My father doesn't even know that those people exist. So because I am friends with somebody, therefore it is my father. Or somehow my father is the one control. That is ridiculous, Sneako. Your own family have disowned you because of some of the things you have said and done. Imagine then that I now attribute what you are doing, your association with Muslims, I attribute that to your father or to your family members. That is weird. That is ridiculous. Just because somebody who belongs to a particular family does something does not mean the entire family is involved in that thing. So what exactly is the connection between Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? Is there a picture of them together? Is there a text message or an email from Jeffrey Epstein that talks about when he met Robert Maxwell and what that relationship was like? What is the connection exactly? Sneako, what is the connection beyond just Ghislaine Maxwell? What is the connection?
So now I'm giving you one of the million pieces of evidence that he worked for Israel. I said Ehud Barak visited his estate allegedly 30 times in Manhattan. There's pictures of him sneaking in. I said he was financed by Leon Black and Leslie Wexner, not Russians and not Saudis like you're insinuating. He was funded.
How did you know? How did you know that the Russians didn't give him money? How did you know that the British didn't give him money? So he had connections and he was working with various people and he was working for free because, Mossad was paying the bills.
By Jewish Zionists in America whose allegiance is with Israel. That's who he got his money from. Then I pointed out that the top pimp of the organization, Ghislaine Maxwell, his girlfriend, her father was Mossad. You said, I don't know if he's Mossad. I'm telling you, in the Epstein files, Epstein is saying that they were going to assassinate him, or they wanted to assassinate him, and this is assuming why he passed away, because Robert Maxwell tried to extort Mossad of 400 million pounds. And he would expose all Mossad had done. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein. How many more pieces of evidence do you
Millie,
need
can you
to
send
stop
it to
running
Nick?
cover?
That is not evidence. Sneako, that is not. Let us go through some of the so-called things, the things you called evidence. Let's go through them one after the other, right? Let's start.
Wexner, not Russians and not Saudis like you're insinuating.
Is a claim. You said he's being funded by this person. That is a claim. Can you show me Can you show me any check going from this person to this person? How was the funding done? How was the payment going? And how are you sure that's the only person who is paying him? Like no other person is. You said not the Russians. The Russians didn't fund him. How did you know that? What evidence do you have that the Russians did not pay him? What evidence do you have that the British did not pay him? What evidence do you have that the Saudis did not pay him? That, the Arabs did not pay him? What evidence do you have? In fact, you don't even have evidence that Mossad paid him. You have evidence that he got money, or you claim, not even evidence, you claim that a Jewish person paid him. Not even the nation of Israel, that a Jewish person paid him. Your claim is that a Jewish person paid him. That is a claim. No evidence for that. You said that like it is a fact, like it is indeed a fact. That is not true. And you said the connection between him and that person is one photograph. So that therefore, every person who he has ever taken a picture with is somebody who pays him. But no, this person pays him and the reason why he pays him is because he was in a photograph. Okay, he's in a photograph with this other person. No, that's not the person paying him. How does that work, Sneako? Oh, he has Russian connections. No, it wasn't the Russians that we are paying him. So that is not even an evidence. That's just claim. And even if we are to believe that is true, we don't have any reason. Like you give us no reason to believe that is indeed true, that he was being paid by this particular person that you keep calling.
He was funded by Jewish Zionists in America.
You have no proof of that, Sneako. You are saying that it is a claim. It is not proof of. It's not evidence. Claims are not evidence.
Allegiance is with Israel. That's who he got his money from. Then I pointed out that
he said he doesn't like Israel. That does not count. That does not count as anything. That does not affect your theory whatsoever.
The top pimp of the organization, Ghislaine Maxwell, his girlfriend, her father was Mossad. You said,
okay, so the proof is that his girlfriend's father was Mossad. Therefore, he is Mossad. All right.
I don't know if he's Mossad. I'm telling you, in the Epstein files, Epstein is saying that.
By the way, these are people who will tell you that the only way you can prove that Jesus is God is if you show them somewhere in the Bible that says that where Jesus said, I am God, worship me. That is the that is the proof that they need for you to demonstrate to them that Jesus claimed to be God. Okay, they will tell you where is the word triune in the Bible for them to believe that the Bible, taught this, like the idea of the Trinity is from the Bible. This is the kind of burden of proof that they want you to fulfill to be able to make certain claims about Scripture, right? These are people who, when it has to do with the age of Aisha, even Sahih Hadiths are not good enough evidence, right? But suddenly, when it has to do with Jews and Zionists and Jeffrey Epstein, anything is evidence. Anything. Oh, did you know that Jeffrey Epstein's plane once flew over the airspace of Israel? What does that tell you? That tells you that something is fishy. something fishy is going on. That tells you that Mossad is funding Jeffrey Epstein, because his plane at one point, his Lolita Express at what point flew over Israeli airspace. How would the Israelis allow such plane to fly over their airspace? That is showing us something is nefarious going on. Some kind of nefarious relationship exists between Israel and Jeffrey Epstein. That is enough for them. But for everything else, they are heavily skeptical. Even when you have Aisha herself saying, I was 6 when the marriage was contracted, I was 9 when that man carried his phallus and thrust it into my vagina. Even when she says that, and I was playing with dolls, that's to tell you how young I was. Even when she's the one saying that, that is not enough evidence for these people.
They were going to assassinate him, or they wanted to assassinate him, and this is assuming why he passed away, because Robert Maxwell tried to extort Mossad of 400 million pounds, and he would expose all Mossad had done. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein. How many more pieces of evidence do you
Millie,
need
can you
to
send
stop
it to
running
Nick?
cover for a pedophile state?
Yeah, one sec.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now because
Yeah, Israel is a pedophile state, but Saudi Arabia, that does not have age restriction for marriage, is halal nation, ladies and gentlemen.
there's something right here in the files that actually debunks that email, but I'm trying to get it because you won't tell me what to look up, so I'm trying my hardest to like find it as you're speaking.
Okay. So here you go. I'll type the
now
link
you're
for you
finally
because
gonna give it to me.
you're a little bit slow. Okay, so I was reading it for you because you asked me to read it because you didn't want to
I
look
never
it up
asked
yourself.
any of that.
Okay, you asked where's the evidence? I gave you the evidence, and now you want the link. So there, go to gmail.world.
Gmail.world. Dude, I know how to do. There's a search on the DOJ website. You can also search. I'm asking what to search, but it's fine. I'll find it.
Robert Maxwell threatened Mossad. Cuffham, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, Cuffham.
So when I type in Robert Maxwell, threatened, it says no results. When I typed in what you asked me to type in.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the justice.gov page. Hold on a sec. I typed in word for word what you asked me to type in.
Did you spell the word correctly?
Sure did. Okay, so now I'm on the Justice website.
And the DOJ, they have been covering up pictures like they cover a picture of Howard Lutnick, another
Jewish
Jewish
the late
scientist working for Trump.
tycoons. Okay, so this is on justice.gov. I'm actually reading straight from the actual source.
Yeah, which they've omitted.
So the late
images, if you want to use
tycoon.
that as the most credible source. They omitted the Howard Lutnick pictures.
This is not omitted.
on
This is
DOJ.
reading straight for words. Not
I
omitted
know,
at
but
all.
they omitted Howard Lutnick. They got rid of the Secretary of Commerce on
Cool.
that
So
website.
this is what it says, straight from the government website, straight from the Epstein files. The late tycoon's daughter fled Britain and now resides in Manhattan, where the Columbus connection emerges. Rosser reported that Glenn is
That's
the
not being
one-time partner of Epstein, an immensely powerful New York property developer and financer. Other newspaper reports have described Epstein as everything from a concert pianist, corporate spy, math teacher, stockbroker, merchant banker, and globe-trotting businessman. He has steadfastly denied rumors of links to the Israeli Mossad. Maxwell denied similar connections just prior to his accident at sea. So I don't like taking Epstein's words for it because he's, again, a piece of shit. I'm simply saying this is what he said because you're also going with what Epstein said, which I think is ridiculous.
So then let's rule that out. Let's
This
talk
is
about
from the
facts.
Department of Justice.
Leslie
This
Wexner
is
and
their
Leon Black were the
analysis.
main financiers of Jeffrey Epstein. That's how he funded all of his properties, where he raped little kids to blackmail people to support the state that you're shilling for.
Yeah, I think all that's
You know
disgusting
this?
too. But how do you know he did this for the state and not just people who are also just like? Hold on, almost done. Just like how there were many other officials of other governments who
This
worked
is
with
the only
Epstein.
search
How
for
do you know that
Mossad and
these weren't just
Maxwell.
people in the Israeli positions, not just government, but higher positions that also did stuff with him, just like Clinton did stuff with him? That doesn't mean I think Donald Trump or America is doing this.
Do you know what all this has in common?
Yeah, go ahead.
You're Googling again? You ask a question. All this has in common. These places, there are connections to Israel, right? You're saying, okay, he was there.
Yeah, his connection with Russia, Israel. His connection with the UAE, Israel. His connection with Saudi Arabia, Israel. His connection with Turkey, Israel. His connection with the UK, Israel. His connection with Bill Clinton, Israel. all road leads to Israel.
With American politicians,
This
he was
is
there.
an unhealthy obsession with just one nation. This is like I said, this is the product of a sick mind.
Trump is all over the files. Who did Trump just bring our country into war with? He brought our country to war.
Venezuela. Did you know that Trump, kind of went to war with Venezuela? Trump has been talking about buying Greenland. Is that all connected to Israel as well? Is there how Israel benefits from, the U.S. purchasing Greenland and also, enforcing a regime change in Venezuela? Trump has done so many things. He has sent bombs to Nigeria. Is that also done at the behest of Israel? Because, all roads essentially lead to Israel, right?
On to support Israel.
I didn't say Trump. I didn't say
Israel.
Trump was all over the files.
I'm explaining why.
Okay.
Oh, no, I
You're
did,
adding
because he
words.
is. Okay. And
Yeah,
you're
but not
saying,
in any
why are all
nefarious
these-
way that we know of as of now.
Well, he did.
Exactly. Somebody in the comment pointed out Jeffrey Epstein did everything he did in the United States. Everything he did was done in the United States. Yet it doesn't show a connection to American intelligence. It doesn't show that he was working for the CIA. No, he was working for Israel. Of course.
Epstein had a lot of beautiful young women, some of them very young, a lot of beautiful women. So yeah, maybe there's just a coincidence that he was bringing children around him. There's pictures of younger, not children, but some
Well,
pictures
the
of children
Epstein
next to the
files,
Epstein.
you say you studied the Epstein files. The Epstein files also showed that he turned him in before any of this was even in the news, and he called him a horrible guy. So again, it's just ridiculous. Like, if something came out and we knew, I think you don't understand the difference between like evidence and proof. You keep saying you have proof.
No.
and
He
you're
doesn't
giving
know the difference between a claim and evidence. He doesn't know what something is a claim. It's just a claim. He doesn't know that something being a claim is not the same as something being evidence. And that so-called evidence is supposed to prove something. He doesn't even know. There are so many things Sneako does not know. He doesn't know a lot, okay? He doesn't know a lot.
speculation. You're right. Trump could be a PDF file, whatever you want to call it, right? He totally could be. And if he is, and it's proven, not your speculation, Sneako, not evidence that maybe you speculate this way and some people speculate that way.
What he has are speculations and suspicions. Like, one of the things we learn in law school, I didn't go to law school, but I studied law. Like, in university level, I didn't get to go to law school, of course. But one of the things you learn when you study law is that suspicion, no matter how strong, is not evidence. Like, no matter how suspicious you are of something, no matter how strong your suspicions are, you cannot go to the court and say, I suspect. That is not evidence.
If there's proof, I'd be more than glad to call him a piece of shit. Just as disgusting.
If they ever release,
Epstein,
if they ever
the
release
Prophet
all the
Muhammad,
files,
all of them.
The same thing with speculations, right? The same thing with speculations. That is not evidence.
If they ever release all the files, they only release less than half, and probably far less than they had. They've omitted a lot of them.
It's more than
then
half.
I'm sure it would implicate.
It's definitely more than half.
Definitely not.
They said there's
Okay.
3 million pages left. There's been more than 3 million.
Sneako's look at Sneako's new line of argument is, if we see the remaining Epstein files that have not been released, it will prove that Jeffrey Epstein was working for Mossad. But he was saying previously that it is clear, it is so obvious. But no. His case will be proven when the remaining files are released. Then we will see the real proof. But he has already come to the conclusion that he was working for Mossad based on what he has already seen, which he claimed to be overwhelming, right? But when the remaining files are released, it will be confirmed.
And I don't know if you think math works.
Even though he hasn't seen what is in the remaining files, he has no idea what is in those files. And he has no way of knowing. But he's sure that once everything is released, we will see the connection. Because it's clear. But what is clear, it needs the remaining files. What is clear needs more evidence, essentially. Sorry, I'm making noise around this room. I just dropped my empty water bottle. Sorry about that sound.
The terabytes, since you don't know what you're talking about. Look at the amount of gigabytes of files that were released compared to the total amount. Because if like legitimate files, yes, paperwork and everything, but the amount of gigabytes, it's not even close. But you didn't know that.
Gigabytes or
So if you're wondering why that he's working with and he has connections to Saudi works with Israel, right? In a lot of ways, they do trade with them. They've allied with them directly or indirectly. America's completely.
Saudi?
Yeah, oil, of course.
You said
America,
Israel
you're saying,
and
okay,
Saudi Arabia?
Okay, let me.
Yeah, according to Sneako, According to Sneako, Israel and Saudi Arabia have trade relations. I didn't know, but yeah. And it's not true, by the way. It's just made up nonsense. There is no trade relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia. They are trying to establish one with the Abraham Accords, but thus far, no, it doesn't exist.
Answer your original question before you keep on deflecting to run away from pedophile.
You mean trying to go back to our original topic before you deflected to Epstein because you're losing the debate?
I am making you ask, why was he there working with leaders of all over the world? Right?
First off, I never brought up Epstein. You brought it up because
when just listen to the way Sneako argues. When Jeffrey Epstein has relationship with other world leaders and people from all over the world, he's doing it for Israel. But when he has relationship with Israel, he's not doing it for someone else. Okay, but the relationship he has with Israel is kind of similar with the relationship he has with, the relationship he has with people in Israel is kind of similar with the relationship he has with people all over the world. But that does not prove that he's working for them. No, actually what it proves is that he's working for Israel. That is why he has relationship with every other person. Proof of that, well, he has relationship with Israel. But he also has relationship with other people. No. He has relationship with other people because of Israel. He has relationship with other nations, but it's because of Israel. And the relationship with Israel is because Israel is controlling him. Why? Because he has relationship with Israel. Oh, but he has relationship with other people. No. This is a conclusion that has already been set. And then you look for anything to justify it.
losing the original
and I'm
argument.
answering your question. I am answering your question.
That's fine, but if you say deflect one more time when you literally deflected, which we'll all see in the recording when I post all of this, when you see you deflect to Epstein.
Every single one of your questions.
Yeah, okay. We'll all see it. Trust me.
No, actually, Epstein is not. Epstein is, you have the flag of a country right behind you that would not exist right now and not have the power over our country without Epstein. That's why I'm talking about it. It's more.
It's not just somebody said Epstein said he hates Israel. He had fake Saudi Arabia passport. He loves the Arabs. It's beyond just that. I don't know how true that is, but beyond just that, Epstein kind of spoke favorably about Islam. Like he kind of, like I did a video in my other channel talking about all the favorable comments Jeffrey Epstein made in his emails about Islam. He built his, one of the structures in his island was built in the shape of a mosque. And it was referred to as a mosque in his emails. He said it should be built like a mosque. He bought the the Kaaba cloth. Like he really had an obsession or an interest at least with Islam and with the Arabs.
Relevant than ever. These files have just been released a couple weeks ago, and now we're
so Israel had no control over America prior to Epstein. Okay, that's interesting. I've never heard of it.
They had overwhelming control afterwards. You asked why are so many world leaders implicated on this? The coincidence is all these people also have ties with Israel and are also supporting Israel. I just said that.
Okay, so let me understand this. Every other country that Jeffrey Epstein had connection with also had relationship with Israel. Well, because we exist in the world and one country is going to have relationship with another country, no matter what that relationship will be, right? It's weird to say, okay, because of they are somehow connected with Israel, therefore the reason why Jeffrey Epstein had relationship with them is because of Israel. But look at some of the countries that he had relationship with. One of them is he had people, relationship with people from Turkey, like government officials. Some of them have been persecuted or have been removed from office and are being prosecuted because of their relationship with Jeffrey Epstein from Turkey. How has that been favorable to Israel? How has the connection that Jeffrey Epstein had with officials in Turkey favored Israel in any way?
I sent it to you, Nick.
A lot of people are saying Saudi has direct connections to Israel. That's why they trade with the U.S. dollar, and that's why they're not supporting.
Nobody says that, by the way. Saudi, but you're just wrong. Saudi is trying to get into the Abraham Accords, but as of right now, they haven't. I think you're confusing the UAE maybe with Saudi Arabia. I'm not sure. Not. Okay, so you think Saudi Arabia and Israel are trading back and forth? Can you say yes to that, please?
Of course, of course they are.
No, they are not.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, of course they are. Go Google it because you don't know what you're talking about. Then you asked about America.
No, Sneako, you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. There is no trade relations between Saudi Arabia and Israel. There is no.
And you said, why are so many American politicians working with Epstein? The coincidence is our country is completely subverted because shills like you are promoting the same slop that people like Epstein were promoting. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Bill Gates, all these people.
There you go. Hey guys, just Googled it like he asked. Right here, does not have
formal diplomatic.
Yep.
It says formal diplomatic
Yep,
relations.
and also.
So wait, what's the problem with saying formal diplomatic ties, like ties, rather? Formal diplomatic ties, okay? There is none. So what do you think exists? Informal? Like, oh, they say no formal diplomatic ties. Okay, so there are informal diplomatic ties that exist between Israel and Saudi Arabia. Like what?
Formal diplomatic relations.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it
What
also
does it say? Read it. Read it.
I am. It also has no official trade or business ties.
My stuff is kind of...
Ties exist with Israel, while official bilateral. Right, correct. That's what you said.
Official bilateral. Continue.
Sure, it says while official bilateral trade figures are attempting to be processed through the Abraham Accords, as of right now, there is no trade. Now, are you saying unofficially, like they're doing it in secret? Is that what you're replying? You said they traded oil, right? Look, we can go back to Epstein. It's fine, but you made
His brain is freezing. Like you can see the brain just freeze. Like, wow, there was no official ties. There is none. Whoa, wow. Oh, okay. My theory is falling apart right before my face, and I'm glitching. Sneako has glitched like 5,000 times already. My goodness, this is. I mean.
Claim you said oil specifically.
They trade oil with
I'm telling
America.
you, you're
U.S.
wrong.
and Israel.
It's not what you said. You said Saudi Arabia and Israel.
U.S. is Israel right now. It's the same. They are the same. Because
okay,
of this
so that's what you meant, Sneako. That's what you meant. Got it. Perfect.
Absolutely.
Of course. Yes, when he said Saudi Arabia has trade relations with Israel, he meant Saudi Arabia has trade relations with the United States, and that is the connection with Jeffrey. That is why Jeffrey Epstein had Saudi friends to keep them in relationship with the United States to the benefit of Israel. This is powerful stuff.
Made that clear with this war that you're promoting, that U.S. and Israel are the same.
You can't. You're just too proud to say, you know what? I was wrong to say that Israel and Saudi Arabia traded oil. So you're trying to be like, oh, I meant that America. Dude, you got it wrong. It's fine.
Are you too slow to explain?
So according to Sneako, whenever Saudi Arabia sells oil to the United States, they're actually selling the oil to Israel, right? So every crude product that is sold from Saudi Arabia to the United States ends up in Israel because it is all right. Now, okay, good to know.
Actions. Okay, so you want to figure
out.
So
when you said Saudi Arabia and Israel traded oil, you really meant America and Saudi Arabia. Got it. Sure, bud.
U.S. and Israel are the same. It's traded with the petrodollar. They use the U.S. dollar. Israel benefits off this dollar. The Rothschild central bank system controls American banks. Trading with the U.S. is trading with Israel. These are the same. They've made that clear. This is why the GCC countries are being bombed right now. If you didn't know that, you were ignorant.
So back to Epstein anyways. When you type in, here I screenshotted it for you. When you type in Mossad and Maxwell together, only one document shows up, which specifically talks about...
On the DOJ?
This is from the full... This is searching the full Epstein library. The full. Everything that's been released.
Yep. No. They omitted a picture that was then found of Howard Lutnick, the current Secretary of Commerce under Trump right now, hovering over him, the guy who was absent, because they omitted that picture and you're using that website as a source. Like, oh, there's only one email, even though you also conceded that they haven't released the majority of the files. So you don't know what you're talking about. Again, they are hiding so much of this. And already from what they've released, there is so much conclusive evidence.
This is ridiculous argument. Like you said, Sneako, you said. I feel like I'm losing brain cells just listening to this. Like I feel like I'm literally losing brain cells just listening to this. Sneako, you said that from the Epstein files, you found an email where Jeffrey Epstein talked about Robert Maxwell's connection with Mossad. Somebody went to the Epstein library, tried to get the same information that you claim is there, could not find it. And then you said they have not released it, or they've not released all of it. So the one you are talking about, where did you get it from? The one you're talking about, where did you get it from? Where then did you get it from? If it is not from the DOJ website, where
now,
then did you get it
hovering
from?
over him, the guy who was absent, because they omitted that picture and you're using that website as a source. Like, oh, there's only one email, even though you also conceded that they haven't released the majority of the files. So you don't know what you're talking about. Again, they are hiding so much of this, and already from what they've released, there is so much conclusive evidence.
This is extreme cope. This is extreme cope. You're saying that
this is not extreme cope.
Can you tell me how you got your information then?
It's been leaked.
It's been leaked. Oh wow, by who?
So many of these images have been leaked.
Sounds like Candace.
So this isn't from. So you're saying this isn't from the Epstein files.
This sounds like Candace. It has been leaked. Leaked by who?
Other website that told you this is a real thing.
I mean, Sneako is just making this whole
Sneako?
thing up. Like many of these claims, he's making it up. He's just making them up. Like, where are you getting? Like, he's just making it up.
Yes, the Department of Justice made errors in some of the names that were originally covered up.
You said this was from the Epstein files.
Yeah, you know whose name was
That's
originally
crazy.
redacted?
I love this so much.
Can you do me a favor? Can you tell me who leaked it?
No, I can't. Do you want to know?
WZ.
This was that they unredacted these files.
I wish I asked him that in the very beginning. That's hilarious.
You're clapping
just straight
over
up.
what I'm explaining.
Yeah, because I
Leslie,
realized
thank
you've
you
been
so
lying this
much.
whole time. I thought you were searching
I've been
the Epstein
lying.
files.
I am
You told
searching the
me
Epstein
you're
files.
searching some random
been
thing. That's
leaked.
why, by the way, he didn't want to show me because he didn't want to see that he was just reading from some fucking
because
website.
You're willfully looking
All
away because
right.
you don't want to admit that you're holding up the flag of a country that exists.
Right, right, Sneako. Thank you for admitting.
Let me answer that because you want to trust the government releasing these files. And covering it
Sure.
up
Can
for
we
so
get
many
back
years.
to Israel Palestine at
No,
any
we
time
can't.
soon? Yeah,
we
because you
can't.
got
No, this
fucking
is-
smoked on that fucking argument.
You don't know what you're talking
You
about.
don't know what you're talking
Originally-
about.
He admitted he didn't.
You're gonna talk
read
over me the whole
files.
time?
I more
He
so a
complained
pedophile.
that
Yeah,
you
because
didn't
you're a
read the
fucking
files.
liar. This whole time I thought you were
Actually,
talking
you do.
about.
You
I
do
thought
worship
you
a
were
pedophile.
talking
You do
about
worship a
the
pedophile.
Epstein
Yeah, you do.
files. I thought you were
You
talking about
do.
the
We are.
Epstein files the whole time,
I am.
and the whole time you were
I am.
just fucking reading from some fucking website that you told you it was
Yeah.
a leaked thing.
This has been
This
confirmed.
is
The picture of Howard
insane.
Lutnick.
Oh, confirmed by who? You said it's been
Look
confirmed
it
by
up
who?
yourself.
Yeah, no, by who? No, go ahead, Sneako. Tell me who has
The picture of
confirmed
Howard
it.
Lutnick. Okay, Howard
Confirmed
Lutnick
by who?
picture leak. And the Leslie Wexler leak.
Yeah, no,
Well, it wasn't a
I'm
leak,
asking
it's
confirmed by
unredacted.
who? You said it was confirmed by who?
Okay.
It's been confirmed, but they won't release it.
Yeah.
This is the best night of my life.
Photo of Lutnick. This is CBS News. This is one of the Goyim news sites that you probably believe in. The article reads,
Goyim news side. This guy's brain is oh no. Sneako is a lost cause, man. Sneako is a lost cause. My goodness, Sneako is a lost cause. You know, like all those 304s that they always talk about. Sneako is like, you can't save him. You can't. He's a 304 for Islam. He's a 304 for Sheikh Uthman and the Warner. He's a 304 for every ridiculous take there exists. He's a 304 for anti-Semites, essentially. It's hard to save people like this. This kind does not go out except by fasting and prayers.
photo of Lutnick on Epstein Island removed from Justice Department.
Wait a minute. So you're saying the Justice Department released it? And then they
I'm reading the
removed it?
article.
You said they released it and then removed it, right? Right?
A photo released.
Right?
A photo. You wanted the source. I'm reading you the source.
You said
A
they
photo
released
last
it.
month-
Why would they release it if they're controlled by the Jews?
I said
Who authorized
Okay,
that
look,
release? I thought you said it was
nobody
leaked.
that. A photo.
Huh.
Oh my God. Do you like arguing semantics?
For them
try
to
come
remove
point?
something, that means they put it
Holy
out there
fucking-
first. You agree with that, right?
Dude,
Isn't that kind of common
listen to
sense?
this. A photo released last month by the Justice Department as part of the Epstein files showed Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein on Epstein Island in the Caribbean was removed from the Justice Department's website before being restored Thursday night. So it was removed and then it was re-added.
You said
So
it was
somebody within the
leaked. You said it was leaked. And now
You said it was leaked. You said so, Sneako. You said it was leaked. But now what you read showed that it was removed, and then it was released, it was removed, and then it was added back. It's just because you have a conspiratorial mindset, and you don't even know so many of the things you're talking about. Like you cite certain data and you point to certain information, but you don't even understand. That is my problem with you, Sneako. You don't take time to actually understand. It's just to parrot and repeat nonsense. You don't take time to understand. That is why whatever claim you make, if somebody pushes you further on that claim, you cannot say more than 2 sentences about whatever claim you hold. You can't say more. If you catch Sneako making a claim, ask him for follow-up, and you realize that he can't say more than 2 sentences about that thing. If he's in school and his lecturer asks him, defend your position using in less than 300 words, Sneako will not be able to provide 20 words. Except he will be repeating himself over and over again. That is the problem with you, Sneako. You don't understand the claims that you are making. You just regurgitate. You just repeat what others have said. You have no original thought, and it is embarrassing to see. How did you get to this point, Sneako? How did you turn your brain to be like this? How did you train yourself to be like this? And I get it. There is an appeal to being stupid right now on the internet. But have some freaking self-respect. What is the difference between you and an OnlyFans model? Both of you are both selling your dignity.
Saying they did release it and then re-restored it.
This is all you have semantics?
It's not semantics. Your whole point was based off of that. You said I shouldn't trust a website. Remember what you originally said that you already forgot? You said I cannot trust this website because they remove stuff or don't release it. And I said, how do you know that? You said, and I quote, well, it was leaked and confirmed is leaked. I said, confirmed by who? And then you admitted that they re-put it back out there.
From somebody in the Justice Department.
He doesn't want to talk Palestine.
Released after somebody in the Justice Department who's not been identified because they're covering up for people like you are covering up. They originally removed it from the files. This was originally not supposed to be a part of it, and someone who had access to the Justice Department's website restored it there. That is what a leak is.
So why can't I trust this website?
Oh, wait. So a leak is... A leak is, according to Sneako, something was posted on the Justice Department website. It was removed, and then it was posted back by the Justice Department website. And that, according to Sneako, is a leak. Man, words are getting destroyed today. Words are getting destroyed.
Then? Because you told me originally don't trust them because they're not giving us information.
Because they prove that people are omitting the files, dipshit. Someone from the inside is not releasing all the information, and then it was released. That's the whole point.
So why can't I trust it now? So why can't I trust it now if they're actively doing this to release it?
Because not all of the information is there. You can.
So what's not there about Maxwell?
It's so ridiculous to talk about trusting or not trusting the Justice Department website, because everything Sneako is saying is from that website, or everything he claims they're all from that website. Both the pictures, both the even email that he was referencing was actually an actual email from the website. Or at least that's the claim. So it was not some leaked, no, it was from the website. Everything is gotten from the website. Yes, you can say that they are withholding, that the Justice Department is withholding information, that it would be important if they release all of it. You can say that, right? But to say, oh, you can't trust what they have already released? Like, okay, then where are you getting yours from, if not from the same people?
and Mossad. I just
You
looked
said,
it up.
and going back to the original point, you said there's only one email about Maxwell, and I'm telling you, not all the files are released.
Right. So how do you know
we
that
have
one?
many references, not from the Epstein files, that
Right.
show former Israeli Prime Minister
Right.
saying Robert Maxwell did more for Israel than could even be stated today.
I've never
so
denied
you want
that.
Sources from many different sources.
I've never
I have sources
denied
from the
that
Epstein
Robert
files.
Maxwell did
I have
that.
sources from Israeli Prime Minister.
He
I
is
have sources
crashing
from
out.
the
This is
Justice
hilarious.
Department. Oh
Nick,
my
check
God.
your DM
I've never
because the
seen
Howard
somebody try
Lutnick
to
photo isn't in
weasel
it
their
either.
way out of something that is so blatantly obvious to everybody. You are realizing now that you're covering up for Pedophile Island to support the Jewish star behind you, the Star of David.
So anyways, I typed in also the Howard Lutnick photo, 0 results. He said that it was put out there after on Thursday. 0 results. That's insane. It's like he keeps lying.
Because did you
Thank
not
you,
hear what I
Millie.
said?
That
Look
is
at his face.
wild.
It was released and then it was omitted. That's the whole
And then
point.
you said they
It was
re-released it, right? Did you not just say that?
And then the article says it was omitted. So it was released on the website and then they omitted it. Dum dum. That's the
This
whole
article?
point. The photo exists now.
This article?
The photo exists now.
Yeah, this article?
There's many.
Right.
That's not the one I was reading. There's many.
You said CBS News. Photo of Lutnick on Epstein's Island. Right? That one? Yeah, this is the one you were reading. I could tell on your face. Yeah, definitely not in the files. That's crazy.
I hope everyone
at
can
his
see this, right?
face.
Can everyone type a one if you can see that instead of having a conversation about how
Millie,
Epstein
this is
clearly
better
worked for
than
Israel,
corn.
he's saying, you said leak, not removed.
Every way.
You said restore. It's restored, not leaked. It's like
Guy's
the
stuttering. He's
snakiest
stuttering
little,
now.
it's the
This is crazy.
snakiest.
This is
I've
his
never seen
topic,
somebody
by the
talk
way.
like this
He
because
chose
it's the most
this.
disingenuous conversation I've ever seen. Instead of
This
just saying what's
dude
clear,
is
oh, you
fucking
said leaked.
crashing
Well, you really
out.
meant
Because
restored.
he didn't want to
You
talk
said it
Israel
wasn't
Palestine.
trustworthy
That's
because
why.
you were putting evidence. It's just, you're just trying to go to
Are you still
semantics
stuttering?
the
I
entire
know.
conversation.
Dude,
Nobody's stuttering. You're the
You literally were
nobody's
stuttering.
Everybody's seeing what you're doing. Everybody's seeing these
Listen,
snaky tactics.
I don't
Let's come back now. Now that I provided evidence,
I
Howard
don't
Lutnick, Jewish
like-
scientist,
yeah.
next door neighbor to Jeffrey
I
Epstein.
don't see
in
why
the
that
Epstein
matters.
files,
What
he's
does
the
this have
Secretary
to
of State. You
do?
don't
What
see
does
why
this
it
have to
matters.
do with the Israeli government? Like, yes, I agree. There are a
Did
lot of officials.
Epstein
I
work
got you.
For Israel. Did Epstein work for Israel?
Again, you have done an awful job at proving any
You
of
can't
this.
answer. I've answered all of your questions.
You
can't
haven't.
answer very
So I'm
easily
trying to. I'd
the
be
best
more than
question.
glad to answer.
Did
Can you tell me
Epstein
how?
work for
Just one more
Israel?
question. Can you tell me how any of this means he worked for like all of Israel? Can you tell me? I agree he had relationships with people in Israel.
All of Israel?
Of course.
Wait, again, semantics.
No, not
Nobody
literally.
Said all of Israel. The occult
This is
incredible.
insane. Not literally the
No,
word.
all of Israel.
He's yelling over me
Israel.
again because he doesn't want me to
worked
explain.
For Israel.
Right. Are
Because
you
the semantics
saying-
are so-
This whole thing has gone from being funny to just being sad. Like I feel sorry for Sneako. I really feel sorry for him. Like this kind of stupidity is sad at this point.
Right? I got
Shade
you.
5 Chronicles.
It's so the cope is insane. He yells over you when he doesn't want to hear the whole sentence. I'm not literally saying all of
Did-
Israel like
just answer a
I'm
question.
asking a
Just
question.
it's a
I'm
yes or no
asking
question.
one question.
It's a yes or no
All
question.
right. He doesn't want to hear it because he
yes or
knows he's
no.
losing.
It's
I'm
a yes or no
asking
question.
you
Did Epstein work for Israel?
based off of what you gave me. No, definitely not.
No. Based off of what you said. No.
You've not proved, Sneako, you've not proved anything. You've not. You've literally not proved anything at all. You've not made your case. Even if everything you said is granted, you still have not made your case.
Not
You
even
need more
close.
evidence to
You
this.
have done an awful
You need
job
more evidence.
at
Okay.
describing. So can
Not-
I ask a
okay,
question
so
now? Can I
you
ask
want
a
even
question?
more.
He
You
doesn't
want
want.
picture-
He doesn't want to
You
hear
saw-
it.
No.
You're
because this is the
asking
most
me.
retarded
You're
clip I've ever seen in
asking
my
me.
life.
He's
Do you
still.
see Epstein
He's
wearing an IDF
crashing
shirt?
out.
Did you see him wearing an IDF shirt in the Epstein? You see that
Are you
picture?
talking about the one on
Would
the
that be enough
plane
for
that
you?
was debunked?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was debunked,
debunked?
dude. Yeah, it was. It
that's
was. You know, it
a
wasn't
fake
actually
photo?
even AI.
Look
People
at his
said it
face.
was AI. It was actually just Photoshop, and they found it because the lighting on his face actually didn't match the lighting on the plane. Literally, that is not official. That's embarrassing because that was
And
debunked
even
like
if-
that was
And
debunked
even
like
if-
6.
And even if it wasn't photoshopped, so what? He was wearing an IDF shirt. So what? What if he was wearing a New York a Yankees shirt? Does that mean that he's working for the Yankees? So what?
You didn't know
months
about
ago.
Leslie Wexner?
Wait, hold on. Are you? I want to hear about this Photoshop
Leslie
thing.
Wexner. Okay,
He
then why-
literally,
then
look
why
at him. He's
Leslie
turning
Wexner-
red. He just brought up a Photoshop
Wexner-
photo that was
I'm
debunked
turning
over
red.
6 months ago. That is insane.
Okay.
Anyways,
again,
can I ask a
so
question
Leslie
real
Wexner
quick?
and Leon Black.
Are
Listen,
you
no, you can't.
asking
No,
me?
no,
See, he doesn't want to hear it because he's losing the argument.
I brought it because
he doesn't want to hear
all these
it.
pieces of evidence.
I got it, and
I brought up all
so
this-
I can't ask anything about the pieces of evidence you brought up.
So why?
Just
why,
I want you to
Leon
hear that. I
Black
want you to say that real
and
quick.
Leslie Wexner
Are you saying I'm
confirmed.
not allowed to ask any questions about the evidence you brought up? I'm not I'm asking about Epstein. I'm not allowed to ask
You
anything
made a
about it.
statement. You said absolutely no. Jeffrey Epstein did not work for
Based
Israel.
off of what you're forcing me to say because you won't let me speak,
I'm not
I have
forcing you to say this.
You are
Okay,
because
so you
you're
didn't know
not
all
letting
the-
me ask anything. You're interrupting because you're losing the debate hard. You brought up a Photoshop photo that was debunked 6 months ago. This is after you deflected because you were losing Israel Palestine. So you're like, I want to
There's
talk about
different
Epstein.
photos.
I want to talk about Epstein because I'm losing
no.
Israel Palestine. I am
I
trying
cooked you
to
in every
ask
single- I
a
cooked you
follow up.
at every single point.
Uh-huh.
I cooked you the whole time.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
You
I
know
promise
what
you,
is
it's all gonna be
confirmed.
released.
What is confirmed and not Photoshop. What is
Uh-huh.
confirmed.
So
is
he's
that
still
Leon Black
not
and
he's
Leslie
still not
Wexner-
letting me ask any questions about Epstein. It's insane. He wants to push a narrative, but he doesn't want to have a conversation about it. This is a very clear
because
tactic.
You can't look away. This is not even so like trying to do debate rhetoric.
Yeah,
over
once
the most
again,
disgusting thing that people have
Epstein
ever
is
seen.
disgusting. He's awful, and if people work for him, I don't
you're
care if
running
they're an
cover for it.
Israeli official.
And you gotta remember.
Can't
every
imagine
single
how I
day, As soon
am.
as you go on, that you run cover for Pedophile Island, and you willfully look away from who you work for. Because I don't know if you're getting 7K.
So if you don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein worked for Mossad, you are running cover for Pedophile Island, according to Sneako. If you don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein was working for the Jews, then you are running cover for Jeffrey Epstein. Even if you say repeatedly that Jeffrey Epstein is a despicable person and you want everyone associated with him to be investigated and properly prosecuted and you want them to face the full wrath of the law. Even when you say something like someone like Jeffrey Epstein should be castrated, and if you wish that if he was alive so that he can face the full consequence of the crimes that he committed, even after saying all of this, just because you said, no, I don't think this guy worked for Mossad, or I don't know who he worked for, I'm not convinced that there is any connection between him and the nation of Israel, that is you running cover for a pedophile. But if you deny Aisha saying that Muhammad married her at 6 and had sex with her for the first time when she was 9, and she's saying it and it was reported over 200 times in different hadiths, if you deny that and say Sahih hadiths are not authentic, what does that make you? Are you not running cover for a pedophile? No, but of course, it is not. These hadiths are not, their authenticity have not been confirmed, according to Sneako. So yeah. Back to Jeffrey Epstein.
You worship a pedophile.
I get way more than that. I get 10K. I get 10K a post, actually.
Tell him he worships a pedophile. How does he feel about that?
See, there's only one person that worships a pedophile. I get paid $10,000 a post. No, actually $20,000. Tell your followers that. $20,000 a post straight from Bibi Netanyahu to my bank account. So can I ask my question
Was that
now?
your attempt at humor? You should stick to the
No, it wasn't
semantics.
humor.
It's not
Totally
funny
true.
at all.
100% true. Anyways,
Wait, so you're being honest right now? You're being honest
$20,000
and
a
you're getting paid?
post. $20,000 a post.
So you are a goy slave.
Yep. It actually says that on the check. Goy slave, $20,000.
Okay, so
Yeah, we are all getting paid by Bibi Netanyahu. He knows me. He calls my phone. We were speaking last night, and he was telling me, react to this guy's video, okay? You're going to help us by doing that. When you have 69 people in the chat, that is going to help the nation of Israel, essentially. So yeah, that's how all of us operate, right? We are all shilling for the pedophile state of Israel, right? For the Epstein administration. We're all doing that. The same people that made Jeffrey Epstein famous and rich and wealthy, and we are able to buy him an island. They said to us that if we continue in this trajectory, we can be like Jeffrey Epstein too, and we can have our own island. So that's why we are all doing this, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is our role model. We all want to be Jeffrey Epstein tomorrow. So that is kind of the goal, all right? That is how it works. We are going to be the first goy Jeffrey Epstein, or as you call it, Sneako, the first goyim Jeffrey Epstein. So
You're not funny. You're trying to joke around. Stick to the semantics conversation. You are the most unfunny, zesty Epstein show I've ever seen.
Not laughing. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Are you asking me?
No.
Right?
Back to what I was saying.
An official,
he was
are you
funded by
asking if it was an
Zionists.
official source by Israel, like they did some kind of program, or are you saying did he have relationships with people in Israel, including like Ehud Barak, etc.? Is that your question? Because yes, I believe, or I know he had relationships with these people. That's true. Just as much as he had relationships with other people. That doesn't mean I think that they...
Nobody's asking, again, another one of your stupid, snaky semantics tactics. Nobody's asking about the relationships he had.
How many times did Sneako say semantics during this conversation? Can we count how many times? Let's see. Let's count how many times Sneako used the word semantics during this entire debate. Where is this transcript? All right, we have that. Then let's search for semantics. Sneako used the word semantics 11 times. I thought it would be more than that, actually. Oh, wow. 11 times. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, let's continue watching this. I was just curious. I wanted to know how many times the word semantics was used throughout this debate. Oh, what is wrong right now? Why can't my stuff effectively go full screen? All right.
He was friends with people all over the world. He was a socialite. The question was, who did he work for? Who did he work for?
Yeah, I do not think he worked for Israel. And based off of the information you've given me so far, it does not prove that
Then
at all.
who did he work for, right? Was he just doing this for fun?
What do you mean doing it for fun?
Why was he doing this?
I believe that there's a lot of people who are rich, and they're so rich that they attempt next
So
after
wait. Sneako believes that the reason why Jeffrey Epstein was into younger girls and was pimping, like doing all the things he was doing to them was because of Israel. Yeah, he wasn't like a pedophile. He just had to do what he had to do because Israel said you have to start sleeping with children. Yeah, that is what happened with Jeffrey Epstein, folks, according to Sneako.
rich. They attempt for power, and a lot of them do disgusting things for power. I think that's what he was chasing. Now, again, based off of your information that you've given me, you've done an awful job at trying to convince me.
So this was not okay.
Okay,
so it was just fun. It was like a theme park for pedophiles.
I didn't say that at all. You're changing the word because you're strawmanning my argument.
Was this this a blackmail operation?
What? Can you say that again without stuttering?
Here's the Mossad link. Here's the Justice Department link from earlier. There you go. There's the Mossad link. You're not going to click it because you want to look away. But here's the Robert Maxwell clip. This is what Epstein's saying that Robert Maxwell was assassinated by Mossad. You want to click that?
Again, and the one that I read said the opposite. Why is yours more appropriate than? Why is yours more appropriate? Okay, again, it's funny how you don't like to hear any counters. It's like it's interesting. Why is it that what yours said? Mine was also.
Are you not going to click this link? You wanted this link before. I couldn't source it, and now I'm sourcing it so that you could read.
You know the funny thing? This link that he sent him is what is going to bury his entire argument. When this email is read, it's going to bury Sneako's entire argument. Like it's going to destroy his entire point.
Couldn't source it, so you admit you didn't.
If your opponent is Sneako, you have the best opponent in the world. You are a blessed man. If the people who are against you are this stupid, you are a blessed man.
Have it originally? Fine. I will click it, but can I ask a question? See, look, I clicked it.
I had an image. I had an image, but I didn't have it from the source. Good boy, you clicked it. Now you go read it, go learn up, go figure out
what makes this. What makes this any more or less than the other email where he said he didn't have this connections to the Mossad? Why is this, which is by Jeffrey Epstein?
That's an interesting question, which is a good question. Jeffrey Epstein in one email said Robert Maxwell does not have any connection with Israel or the Mossad. In another email, Jeffrey Epstein said Robert Maxwell has connection with the Mossad. Why should I believe email number 1 and disregard email number 2? If anything, this shows that Jeffrey Epstein is somebody who you can't trust, who speaks from both sides of his mouth, who in one breath will say, or in one instance will say, this person is A, and then in another instance will say, this person is not A. So what exactly can we learn from this whole thing? You see, But if you already have a preconception, you've already arrived at a conclusion, you are going to hold when he said, oh, this person is a Mossad, you're going to say this is the one you should believe and this other one is what you should discard. While any sensible person will say, this Jeffrey Epstein guy is sounding like somebody that I cannot trust because he's always saying multiple things. He's saying so many things. He's speaking from both sides of his mouth. But not Sneako, of course. Sneako is too wise for that.
Why is this something that I should automatically believe, but Jeffrey Epstein also saying the opposite, I shouldn't? Also, why does Robert Maxwell, even if this was true, Robert Maxwell was threatened by the Mossad? Let me read it real quick. Robert Maxwell threatened Mossad. Oh, it says he threatened Mossad.
Send it to me.
Okay. Yeah, one second. So he
the
threatened
subject of the email is he was passed away.
Hold on a sec. Okay, so it says Robert Maxwell threatened Mossad. H = told them that unless they gave him $400 million to save his Kremlin equal empire, he would expose all he had done for them. In that time, he had free access to Margaret Thatcher's Downing Street, T = Ronald Reagan's White House, to the Kremlin. To the Kremlin, that's interesting. Wait, are you going to ignore that part?
Keep reading.
I mean, according to this email, Robert Maxwell had access to Margaret Thatcher, had access to Ronald Reagan, had access to the Kremlin, had access to all kinds of people, and was threatening to sell intelligence from Israel to these people. But who was he working for? He was working for Mossad, of course. Yeah. He was only working for Mossad. Robert Maxwell was only working for Mossad, even though he was threatening to sell Mossad intelligence to the US, to the United States, to the UK, and to Russia.
It's interesting how it also says Russia in here, but okay, let's keep reading. And to the corridors of power throughout Europe. Oh, it's not just Russia, also European powers.
All
okay,
of Europe,
interesting.
okay.
We're just going to ignore that, of course. Maxwell passed on all the secrets he learned to Mossad in Tel Aviv. In turn, so he betrayed the Mossad and started giving powers to Russia and Europe. This is really debunking you. Let's keep going.
What is the subject line?
They tolerated his excesses. Hold on, let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. This is great. In turn, they tolerated his excesses, vanities, and insatiable appetite for a luxurious lifestyle and women. He told his controllers who they should target and how they should do it. His controllers being the Kremlin and European powers, by the way. He appointed himself as Israel's unofficial ambassador to the Soviet bloc. Okay, so Robert Maxwell, I just want to get this right. Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, who was the partner of Epstein, had ties to the Kremlin and European powers. Thank you for that, Sneako. I appreciate that. That was great.
You're proving my point.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he had all these ties, just like Jeffrey. He had all these connections, but he was working for Mossad. Because, you know.
He has ties to American politicians and
well, it doesn't say that, but perfect. Thank you. Thank you for proving. Thank you for proving Robert Maxwell worked for the Kremlin and European powers. I really appreciate.
And he wants everyone to just focus on the subject line. It's just like how Muslims argue, where all they focus on when they are dealing with an article is the topic or the headline. Everything else does not matter because the headline is what proves their point. It's the same way when they quote Jesus. You're going to quote one line from Jesus that agrees with them, even though the next line after that one line that they are quoting kind of destroys Islam. But they will pick that one line because that's what is important. You see, that is the thing that I've said repeatedly, that these people, their problem is not what they notice, it's what they ignore. It's not what they take, what they point out, it's what they don't point out. They are with the careful omission, selective citation is very interesting to see.
Appreciate that, Sneako.
The fact that you run away, the whole point.
I literally read exactly what you asked me to read, and now you're freaking out.
It says Robert Maxwell threatened Mossad. Nobody's freaking out.
Yes, so he worked against the Mossad, correct? That's what that means? Do you agree? He threatened the Mossad.
He tried to extort them after he had secrets of that.
Can't wait for the YouTube video.
So you agree Robert Maxwell turned his back on Israel and the Mossad? Do you agree?
Obviously.
Oh,
That's the
obviously.
point.
Perfect. Okay, so then he started working with who?
How did he
Come
have
on, let's read it
secrets?
again, Sneako. Thank you so much for sending.
How-
I'm so upset I didn't read this before, and I was doubting
You are
it.
avoiding the most important part.
I'm reading what you asked me to read.
Oh, the most important part, according to Sneako, is the part that, he worked for Mossad. What about the part that said he worked for the Kremlin? The part that said he worked for all of Europe? The part that said he worked for the United States? All of that is not important. Okay, what is important is the part where Mossad was mentioned. This is how these people reason. This is how they reason.
And now that I want to talk about it, now you're freaking out and you don't want to talk about it. That's insane. He said, click the link, read it all, and now that I'm reading exactly what it says, he no longer wants to talk about that. This email...
The same thing with when Muslims tell you, read the Quran, and it will clear all your doubts. And then you read the Quran, and then you start quoting the Quran that you just read to them, and then they say, you don't understand what you're talking about. You don't understand what you're talking about. You're taking it out of context. You don't understand it. In the original Arabic, it says something different. But when you told me to read the Quran, you didn't make any mention about original Arabic. You just told me, read the Quran.
That he turned his back on the Mossad. He said obviously. Sneako said obviously that's true. He turned his back on Israel.
Secrets.
He turned his back on the Mossad.
How did he get the secrets?
Well, first off,
how did he get the secrets?
Great, but he turned his back on them. So by the time it would have reached Epstein, how would he be a connection to the Mossad if the Mossad was threatening him because he turned his back on them?
Yeah. Very, very important point, right? Robert Maxwell was working for Mossad. Therefore, Jeffrey Epstein was working for Mossad. If that is the argument, then Robert Maxwell betrayed Mossad. Therefore, Jeffrey Epstein betrayed Mossad. Or, in another way, Robert Maxwell was working with the Kremlin. Therefore, Jeffrey Epstein, just based on Sneako's logical, Robert Maxwell was working for the Kremlin. Therefore, Jeffrey Epstein was working for the Kremlin. Robert Maxwell was working for all of Europe, was selling intelligence to all of Europe. Therefore, Jeffrey Epstein was selling information to all of Europe. Robert Maxwell was working even with the United States. Therefore, Jeffrey Epstein was working with the United States. But no. For Sneako, you have to ignore every other thing where other people were mentioned and just focus, okay, on Israel so that this connection can work. This connection has to work, so you have to ignore everything that comes in the way of it working. This connection has to work, so ignore everything else that kind of tries to hinder that connection.
He give Epstein a connection to the Mossad.
How did he get Mossad's secrets to extort them?
Why does it matter? Your whole point is that Epstein worked for the Mossad because Robert Maxwell. You just proved Robert Maxwell turned his back on Mossad.
That was one piece of the a million pieces of evidence.
Can you do me a favor? Do you know when Robert Maxwell died?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know when Robert Maxwell died?
1991.
Right. So before any of the stuff with Epstein or any of the stuff we're talking about, you just said that Robert Maxwell, he literally proved that Robert Maxwell turned his back on the Mossad. He proved that he turned his back on Israel. He proved he had connections to Russia. He proved he had connections to European powers. And his whole point, remember the beginning. Remember the beginning of the argument. The beginning of the argument was that Robert Maxwell was a Mossad agent. And because he was a Mossad agent,
just a bad faith debater.
This is hilarious. Thank you so much for this.
Because you like to fixate on one aspect.
Incredible. One aspect, I read the whole email. In fact, I read the part.
Sneako is accusing this guy of focusing on one aspect, which is exactly what Sneako is doing. Focusing on one aspect. Then when you bring up another aspect, it's like, don't focus on that aspect. Focus on my aspect. Focus on my aspect. The part that I want to highlight is the part that should be highlighted. Ignore everything else. Sneako, that is exactly what you are doing. Can't you see?
You left out last time. That's insane.
Lalo, I fucking love you, girl.
Piece of evidence of a million pieces of evidence.
A piece of evidence that debunks your whole point. Right, that's true.
No, it doesn't, because he had Mossad secrets. You can only get that many secrets by working with or for Mossad.
And then betrayed the Mossad and started working with Russia. Wow.
And then betrayed Mossad after obtaining secrets because he worked for them, dipshit.
Now, instead of doing bad faith
Yeah.
debating, let's talk about the bigger point that this is.
Oh, you
want
to go back to Israel-Palestine finally instead of this deflection? Or are we
Yes,
still in the
more.
deflection?
Yes,
I want
more,
you to
more,
answer
more.
about
Oh,
Leon
he
Black.
still wants to go on the
Leslie Wexner.
deflection. Okay, go ahead. What's your
You
deflection
guys,
now?
my husband's gonna get a reward for this.
Leslie
Just
Wexner
saying.
and Leon Black. Okay, they financed him. So you are saying
Oh,
that
still on the
Epstein was just a
deflection.
pedophile having fun at a theme park. You said this before. You keep trying to go on tangents.
Yes, how
Was
dare
there
I
any
read the
question
email
that we
you
are
asked
still
me to
wondering
read?
is what has any
Terrible.
of this to do
Was
with the genocide
Epstein
in Gaza or the
Island-
claim of a so-called
Was
genocide in
Epstein
Gaza?
Island a blackmail operation?
A what? I'm sorry.
Are you retarded? Can you not hear words, or are you just?
His hands are shaking. Look at
Was-
him when he puts them up.
Let me say it slow for you. Was Epstein a blackmail operation
Against the United States or just everyone?
in general?
For Israel specifically or just in general?
No.
I'm gonna sleep so well
Was-
tonight. So are you,
I
babe.
have to ask because what happens is that I answer yes or no,
Was
and then you end up saying, "Oh, look, he said yes to
A
this."
blackmail operation.
By
Answer the question.
I have no idea. I'm not going to answer your extremely vague question. I know you want to get a vague question so you can later say, Nick said yes to this. You saw it. Not doing it, dude. Not doing it.
So Epstein's not a blackmail operation. He was just connecting billionaires.
How will anyone know? I don't know. That is the perfect or right answer to the question. I don't know if it was a blackmail operation. I don't know. I have nothing to go by to come to the conclusion that he was running a blackmail operation. I don't know. Maybe I feel there must have been one or two persons that Jeffrey Epstein may have tried to extort or blackmail. But trying to blackmail somebody to get something out of that person for your own personal gain is not the same as running a blackmail operation for an entire country. You know, I don't, well, how does he know that this Jeffrey Epstein was a blackmail operation? It feels like, it looks like, I suspect that. I speculate that. This is Candace Owens' level of nonsense.
Politicians, world leaders all over the world, getting them to sleep with underage girls.
Getting them
Filming
to.
them.
Yeah, he
Getting them
forced
to
them.
great
Yeah,
children.
totally. He got them to.
No.
Of course, it's because these guys are pedophiles. Leave it to the
More
Muslim
semantics.
to say
More
they got
semantics.
tricked into it.
Yes.
Of course. Okay.
More semantics.
Yes, just like how Allah tricked the followers of Jesus to believe that Jesus was crucified. That is how Jeffrey Epstein tricked all those people to become interested in underage girls. It's not like they were already pedophiles. I already had that desire for underage girls, and then he kind of offered it or probably exploited it. Whatever it wasn't like birds of a feather we are moving in flocks. No, it was Jeffrey Epstein that was entrapping those people. Oh my goodness.
More semantics. He was.
Yeah,
so
I
he
guess
was.
I guess that's the same case with when Sneako was, going out taking out trans women and running trains on women. It was the Warner that was tricking him to do all of that, of course. When they were in Bosnia, smashing birds, right? When he was doing all of that, that was the Warner tricking him. Sneako ordinarily is a very good Muslim until the Warner came along and, things went sideways. And by sideways, I mean and I mean, did he kind of sideways, So
Doing this for fun. Is that what you believe?
Literally never said that. Never once said that.
So what was this about?
I already told you, power. I already said this. You asked the same question
Power.
like 10 minutes ago.
Okay, great,
Answer this already.
Power. Power for who?
For himself. I already answered this. Do you not remember
Power for
when you
himself.
asked this question 10 minutes ago?
Power for himself. Okay, so he wanted to get power, but he was financed completely by billionaire Zionists, right? Why would billionaire Zionists fund him if he was just doing this for power?
I think a lot of billionaires absolutely are horrible people, right? Because a lot of people, when they gain so much wealth that they can't spend it fast enough, they end up going towards power and they see themselves, a lot of the times, they deify themselves. Okay, and when you deify yourself, you end up doing a lot of horrible things. Same thing with Diddy. I don't think he was a Mossad operation either. When you deify yourself, you do these kind of things. A lot of billionaires fall into that boat. I don't automatically think
Diddy
billionaires
wasn't
are bad,
financed.
right?
Diddy financed himself. Epstein was financed. He was propped up by rich Jewish Zionists.
You're not really getting the point. The point is,
okay. This one is funny. He said, did he finance himself? So he had businesses. and the people who were financing Jeffrey Epstein, there was no utility that they were getting from that deal. It was just the only utility, of course, is that he was a spy or an agent for Mossad. Yeah, got it. So I didn't know. So being a spy can make you extremely wealthy, billionaire wealthy, that you own an island wealthy. Being a spy for Mossad is that rich that they have this amount of money to spend. Really? Man, I think I'm in the wrong profession. I should be a spy for Mossad. I can buy myself an island and a private jet and, become friends with Bill Gates and the rest of them, and do whatever. And, the only downside is that I will get caught and then I have to kill myself in prison. But every other thing is just dandy. So I don't know why I'm doing this. I should sign up to become a Mossad agent.
People deify themselves. They do a lot of these disgusting things. Right. And a lot of people, by the way, don't do that kind of things. Again, you're really focusing on you're focusing on the wrong part. Just pretend I didn't say Diddy so you can stop deflecting. Let's just pretend I didn't say the word Diddy.
It's a bigger comparison. It's a bigger analogy about power.
Jesus,
Diddy was doing this because
he really loves to deflect.
I do. You said Diddy is comparable to Epstein because they like to do these.
I didn't say he was comparable to Epstein. By the way, he's not comparable.
The difference. Diddy was not funded by Jewish Zionists. Epstein was.
But that is not. But that's not even his point. His point with bringing Diddy is not to say Diddy and Jeffrey Epstein are the same. He's saying that the same thing that drove that the same reason why Diddy did what he did is the same reason why Jeffrey Epstein did what he did. Is when people are evil and they have evil desires and evil intent, those evil desires and evil intent gets magnified the wealthier they get. Okay, that's one thing about greed and mammon. The love of money, like the scripture said, is the root of all evil. It's not just the love of money, but kind of that desire. The one thing that the love of money is rooted in is the desire to please oneself. The desire to have to use what money can get you for your own self satisfaction. Okay, to please yourself. The worship of mammon is the worship of self. And the more you worship yourself, the more you start deifying. In fact, that is what mammon is the deification of oneself. That's what worshiping mammon is. It's just the deification of oneself. And it is always going to progress from one level of selfishness and self-indulgence to another level of selfishness and self-indulgence until you find yourself doing the worst kind of evil imaginable because it is pleasing to your own self. That is what he's trying to explain. It's the same thing that is working in Diddy. It's the same thing that was working in Jeffrey Epstein. He's not saying anything other than that.
Funded by Jewish Zionists.
Diddy is irrelevant to this at all. It had nothing to do with talking about not to say he was comparable to Epstein. I said that when people deify themselves, they do awful things. Did you not hear that part, or are you just like ignoring it? You're Diddy, and you got like all excited.
That's why it's not different.
Little Muhammad got excited. He's like, "Ooh,
you worship a pedophile country, and you're shilling for people that want to."
I guess we're the same. I guess we're the same then. We both worship pedophiles. That's crazy.
I only serve God. You worship shekels, and you're covering for pedophiles.
Yeah, you serve God. You submit to God by following all the revelation, the instruction, and the lifestyle of a 7th century pedophile. Yeah, you are worshiping one God, of course.
Great. So can I get back to as if I didn't say? Oh, he's still going.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Literally never said Diddy was comparable. I never said Diddy. I never said Diddy was comparable to Epstein. You are making this up because you don't want to get debunked. So you're going off of this Diddy thing now.
This is bad faith. Should I skip this guy? Type of one in the chat if I should skip.
He wants to skip.
Yeah, you should skip. If you can't answer the question.
He's running.
He was funded by Leon Black and Leslie Wexner. Yes. Right, you want to run from this question? Okay. Look at him run.
I want to finish what I was saying when you started interrupting me. That's what I want to. I want to just finish what I was saying.
Was he financed by Leon Black and Leslie Wexner?
God, this is insane. What's your new deflection?
Was he financed by Leon Black and Leslie Wexner? That's not. Can you answer the question? Was he financed
I assume based off of what you said, that's true. Yes.
You assume, or you could look it up and find the evidence.
I'm just going to assume you're telling the truth. So yes.
So you're not going to look this up for yourself. Also, you can click right here. The photo that you said, the photo that you said was Photoshop of him wearing an IDF shirt. That's been confirmed by Telegraph UK. So here he is on a plane.
Did he just say Telegraph? Oh my fucking god! First off, it wasn't confirmed by Telegraph, genius. Telegraph was the first one to release it based off of the Butler.
One of the news sources.
It was
it's one of the news sources.
Oh my god!
Again,
no, it's not.
Okay, you love semantics.
No, it's not.
See,
you're so dumb. Telegraph was the first one to release it. Telegraph was the first one to release it, genius. Holy shit!
So
whoever's texting you this information, you need to tell.
What do you mean semantics? What is? How is this semantics, Sneako? Or is that the only word you know as a response to when people are bringing actual like evidence against you? Wow.
They're fired.
Tell
them they're fired. Telegraph's the one that released it for the first time. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. Holy shit. Anyways,
Chad, this is how these people win. This is how they.
I just want to finish what I was saying. You're the one that deflected to Epstein in the first place.
Instead of answering very clear things.
Oh my god.
Epstein was funded by Jewish billionaires. Look it up for yourself. It's all over. The DOJ was funded by Leslie Wexner. He's a Jewish scientist.
Guys, just so you know, this is the Telegraph group he's talking about, the UK site. This was the first one to post it. Just FYI.
Just straight deceiving and lying.
Bro, I'm the one that allowed you to deflect to Epstein. And now that I'm trying to answer...
This is a conversation. Israel would not have the power it is today without Epstein.
You would not really... Again, this video will be released and it'll show the prime. All right.
Yeah. You're
cool.
trying to edit it up too, huh? Yeah, release it just like this too. Don't do.
I have no fucking problem. No problem whatsoever. I promise you, the whole thing will be on Epstein. The whole thing. Whole thing will be up there.
YouTube comments. Right now. Right, if you're seeing this part of the debate, you see how he's running away from the fact that Leslie Wexner, a Jewish scientist, funded him.
Literally
he said here in this conversation. He said two things that you need to remember from this conversation. He does not think that Epstein worked for Israel, and he does not think that Epstein Island was a blackmail operation. This is who you're listening to.
Didn't say any of
this is somebody covering up for the most evil island that anybody that the world has ever seen. Left, right, he's going to try to
shaking. Look at his hand. Do this. Look at his hand.
Nobody could defend this. Nobody could defend this. This is who is pushing these lies. These types of people running cover for Epstein.
Maybe take it back to Muhammad.
The victims have not been vindicated yet. They've been lying about them. They've been covering it up. They haven't released the files, and now we're at war with Iran. The people who are covering up these files, they brought us into war with Iran for Israel, which would not exist without the pedophile blackmail.
As for those among your women who have a he skipped.
Oh, we finally got to the end of this. This is how many hour live stream did I just do? Did an almost 5-hour live stream. My goodness. Just look at the comments. The comments is brutal. This is what they say. He's a Google Muslim. This is like a PhD versus a fifth grader. Sneako already had a really low IQ, but got worse after becoming Muslim. Sneako should retire from debating after this. He doesn't usually debate anyways. Sneako has graduated from the University of TikTok. Sneako is definitely a trend Muslim. Dude is an absolute donkey. Sneako teaching him about Hadith in the first 10 minutes is crazy. I mean, he didn't even know how many Hadiths there were. This guy is so dumb, even as a Muslim. This is why guys like Sneako and Hassan Piker don't debate. Yeah, they don't, because they know that they will be exposed for the fraud that they are. The debate was a genocide. It was a genocide. It was a real genocide. The dear Lord, Sneako is dumb. Oh my OMG, this is painful. I didn't realize Sneako was this stupid. I mean, I've always known Sneako was stupid. I just needed somebody to expose it. This is literally a grown-up talking to a small child. Yes. OMG, he's so stupid. I think Sneako's parents are... No, they are not. This is Islam. This is just Islam and the grift, will I call it the grift economic complex or whatever? The grifters industrial complex. This guy shifted the goalpost all the way from the river to... This guy shifted the goalpost all the way from the river to the sea. Holy... You had him Googling his own religion and he still got the answer wrong. And he still got the wrong answer. That tells you everything you need to know about the strength of his arguments. His poor brain cells must be so lonely. I'm telling you. This is something else. This is so something else. Somebody said, my God, this was so painful. This was the most painful thing I've ever listened to. Sneako is without a doubt the dumbest imbecile I've ever. Bro saw the Quran and ran. Muslims are allergic to research. IDF soldiers are shooting the water supply is the dumbest sentence. I mean, I even had to ask, what does that mean? Like, the IDF are shooting the water supply. What does that even mean? Like, they saw the pipes and they were like just shooting at it. This is... And then somebody pointed out 52 Muslim ethnostates, but of course, that is not enough. I love people who use a word from a language that isn't theirs, but are completely confident about the meaning, or people who think they understand the conflict and that hasn't been solved for decades after watching a 5-second TikTok. You deserve a medal just for your patience. I'm telling you. The you are a Palestinian line already put Sneako in the L. Yep. Sneako has the IQ of a Muslim squirrel. And not just any kind of Muslim squirrel, okay? A female Muslim squirrel, okay? You have to specify. He literally Googled everything. Bro, Sneako got clowned finally. I mean, I wonder if Sneako knows that Pakistan was from India in 1948. I wonder if Sneako knows. I wonder if Sneako is aware that Nigeria was created in 1960. The nation came into existence in 1960. I wonder if he knows that. You know. Textbook definition of little information is more dangerous than no information. So as Sneako has been deleted. Yeah. Let me go to his channel. I need to let's go to his channel because the comments on his channel are brutal. Like they are brutal. Just on his channel. Like the comments on his channel are like they are really like clowning on Sneako seriously. And this is the debate. And they are really just clowning on him. So, give this a second. I mean, somebody said this comment did not disappoint. So I said, you got cooked. So I said, LMAO, you got crapped on. Bro, that was a total massacre. You got buried alive, dear Sneako. You got buried alive, dear Sneako. Someone in Sneako's chat said, why do you debate when you don't know crap, bro? His own chat was cooking him. Sneako's cortisol spiked hard. Oh my goodness. Sneako got obliterated. You embarrassed yourself. You are a liar as well. Man, this was so bad. Sneako must hide. Sneako must hide after this. Sorry, but Sneako lost this battle big time. Yo, that's the guy that cooked Sneako. So I said, you should have just acted like this never happened. Sneako lost by far. Another book. OMG, this is definitely genocide. Oh my goodness, Sneako. Sneako. Whatever you do in life, ladies and gentlemen, don't ever end up like Sneako. That is the moral of the story, okay? That is the moral of the story. Whatever you do, never end up like Sneako. That is my advice. Somebody says Sneako should go debate. Come on. You want him to die? You want something worse than a genocide to happen? Someone say, please don't insult squirrels. Sneako versus Christian Prince. Oh, come on. The bloodbath would be worse than what happened when the mother of the faithful led an army against the commander of the faithful. Okay, come on. You don't want to see that. That would be horrific. That would be a war crime. Anyways, so yeah, thank you all, guys. I've been here for 5 hours. My goodness, 5 hours and not one super chat from you guys. But it's all good. It's all good. Please, you can always go to buymeacoffee.com/NIG perspective to support the channel and everything. I really appreciate you guys. Go to buymeacoffee.com/NIG perspective, support the channel, send in your money. You know, it's the money that you send to the Buy Me a Coffee that we'll use to get our own Epstein Island, okay? Where we can run our, what is it called? Blackmail operation, okay? So that we can make the nation of Israel stronger, we can defeat Iran, and we can, create a new world order, essentially, okay? So go there, send all your money so that we can do all of that wonderful stuff, okay? Please, 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 please. Your contribution to the channel goes a long way. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed myself, even though towards the end I was kind of getting a bit exhausted. I was even yawning. I think I'm even hungry at this point. And my head, the more I speak, the more my head is just, and the more I laugh, the more my head is just aching. Sneako has really done something to my brain. My goodness. Hey, I need to sleep to recover from this. Anyway, guys, it was fun. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. Don't be like Sneako. This is why you should stay away from Islam. Okay? A servant is not greater than his master. And when your master is Muhammad or Allah, you can only, what more can you become? I'm going to react to I need to do another live stream tomorrow because I don't know where to cut from this live stream. I really don't know where to cut. I usually cut it for a live stream, but I don't even know where to cut for this one. I think I just have to do another live stream where I, react to something else. But it was fun, guys. I really enjoyed myself and I had a very wonderful time. 5 hours, that's impressive. That's a record even for myself. And I appreciate every one of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. And we'll see again probably tomorrow. So, yeah, it was fun. Peace. I love you all. Okay, support Mossad, support Israel. Stay away from Islam. Support ethnostates. Okay, support Mossad, and everything. And God bless you all. God bless you all. Bye.